afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, not young children, because I doubt they'll be watching this. But anyway, but good afternoon to all. Welcome again to another show. I'll never see you Reds forever. It's the double act, myself, Nilante, in the building with my good bro, JK. JK, how you doing this afternoon?
All good, bro. All good. I'm happy that Liverpool are not playing recently.
Under.
um, to have 2 weeks off is gave us fans a bit of a rest as well, bro. But it's all good. All good.
All good. And already we've got a message in the chat, JK. Abdul, big up yourself, Abdul. A loyal follower.
Easy. Top
Yes,
lad.
much appreciated, Abdul. Hope you're well. Hope the family's well. Hope everything's going well in life. Trust me, man. Life is precious out there. But big up yourself, Abdul. Yeah, here we are. Here we are. I know, JK. There's a few things topics you want to mention. I'll let you mention
Mhm.
that to the viewers.
Yeah, like the thumbnail is about captains within the our squad. A lot of fans were talking about we want to get rid of this guy, get rid of this guy, and I'm thinking with the squad we've got and the captains within the squad, like we've got Andy Robertson, we've got Endo, we've got Virgil, we've got even Sabotsalai's captain for his country. All these guys are captains because why? They're leaders, they stand out when they're with their country and stuff. And I was just thinking that we had just passed where it's sort of our season sort of, I wouldn't say crumbled, but just sort of messed up the flow in the direction we were going. And I was thinking, with all these guys within our squad, why didn't these guys? For me, Endo should have started that Newcastle game. You know, even the PSG game, bro. I would have just sort of might have started Endo. And I think Slot, looking back at it, might have thought, you know what? I should have played Endo in them 2 games instead of Gravenberch. You know why? We're not through. We lost both games. Um, we only lost by the 1 goal, and that's we never got battered. If you understand what I mean.
Hmm.
I think Newcastle could have. I think if Isaac got that goal in, it would have been 3-0, where he sort of did a little back sort of kick, and then Kelleher did a top save. And if that was 3-0, yeah, that would have been a battering, bro. So it never happened. It was 2-1. But I just felt that the leaders in the team, especially Sabotslai, bro, that was the stage for him. That PSG game at Anfield, you know, like he stepped up a few games for me, Man City away and Tottenham away, 6-3, and the 2-0 wins. So why didn't he do that against PSG? I just don't understand that. I can't get my head right around that. There's me thinking, you know what? So what side's going to be the guy who's going to step up in these 2 games? Like he's sort of brewing now. He's getting better. He's playing better. He knows we're in a title race. We're a big club now. He's sort of settled in and that. And I thought, as a captain of his country, how come he didn't step up in them 2 games? Can you answer that, Nalante?
That's the $100 million question. But I don't know, JK. I think basically it's more than I think the captain stepping. It's just the team. They just didn't perform. And again, I mean, don't want to be a broken record. I think some of us rocket science doesn't take the answer why these players didn't step up or why it hasn't happened. And that's like I said, people don't want to hear it. Sometimes in life, I'll just put it like this: in life, you have a circle of people. The real friends will tell you how it is, whether you like it or not. You know,
Hmm.
they'll tell you how it is, and sometimes you won't like it. It hurts. The truth hurts.
Hmm.
But sometimes the real ones will tell you. They won't sugarcoat it. Then you can look back once you calm down, disagree. And you know what? The actual benefit. The fake ones will always say, "Oh yeah, yeah, yes, yes, yes." Always
Hmm.
dismiss anything. And look, and I agree said it from time, as you know, JK, and whether the captain's Virgils didn't step up, maybe again, it's a number of things, just mentally, fatigueness, etc. I think some of them, especially when you mentioned about Newcastle, I think they thought, yeah, we're just going to take this easy. We can just play however we want. They never play. No players will say that, of course, but whenever we put on the grass, we'll beat them. And it wasn't the case. And then, like I said, the manager. And again, I've said this and people don't like it, and some will rebuttal and say, look, but we're on the way to win the title. Yes, the title has not been done yet. Now, when it's mathematically done, then we can have a different consultation. And look, I said, of all the great things he's done, you can't just dismiss things. It's like when Klopp done things wrong, Klopp was getting people were just so blinded with Klopp. Look, I remind people, this is Liverpool FC Football Club. It's not Klopp FC, it's not Salah FC, it's not VVD FC, if it's Trent FC, no, it's Liverpool Football Club. The club is bigger than any player, any player. King Kelly, etc., etc. The club lives on. And yes, we have great players, but none of them will be bigger than football club, and that's what people forget to understand. The club moves on, and we go, and we go
Okay,
again.
I've got a question for you then, bro. Talking
Mm,
about Klopp. Okay, if
mm.
Klopp was the manager in that week where we played PSG at home after winning 1-0 away there and
Mm.
Newcastle the final, do you think we would have won them 2 games?
Oh God, you do that, JK. You do that $1 million question. Um, I think we would have won one of them. Yeah, I think so. Both of them, not sure. I'm not sure because
I think
Klopp
personally,
plays.
myself, I think we would
Mm,
have won both.
fair enough.
I just feel like when I talk to people who like football in Germany and stuff, they talk about Jurgen.
Mm,
As soon as they hear the name Jurgen, bro, their face lights
mm,
up. You know what I mean? It's just mad.
mm.
Like the name Jurgen Klopp, they're like, oh, yeah, yeah, he's like this, and like a lot of them want him to be Germany manager and stuff. I just
Oh yeah,
feel
yeah.
the way Slot plays football, he's a very cautious guy. It's worked all season in the Premier League. It's worked. It worked in the Champions League. It worked in the League
Yeah.
Cup. It was just the final stage of them sort of competitions where we messed up in the final. It's like, for me, come on. I just felt that the way Slot didn't use Endo as a captain for his country. Robertson plays. He's his first left back choice. So Botsley, bro, it just revolves around that. And I think Klopp, with the energy he's got as a manager, he's. I reckon he would have got through them 2 games, bro. I'm not sure what people think in the chat as well. And I think Slot didn't use his squad well enough in that week to win them 2 games. And I think Klopp, he would have played it different, maybe. I think the Slot's tactics in the Man City away game should have been used in that PSG game at home. Chuck Jones in there, make it 4 in the midfield against their 3. We'll sacrifice an attacker, which for me, the number 9 was non existent in both games. So it didn't really matter. But yeah, but when you look at the other players in our team, when you got Virgil van Dijk, Holland captain, Salah's captain of Egypt as well, isn't he? Yeah.
Mhm.
So that's another guy. And them two, for me, have done what captains do, bro. They've stepped up. Virgil van Dijk and Salah this season, for me, have both stepped up. Endo, in his chances, he's always stepped up. Robertson, for me, he had a phase where he got sent off. He gave a handball away. He went through a phase where it was just rocky. But since then, he's been okay, Robertson. As captain. It's just Szoboszlai for me, bro. When he's captain of Hungary, why he's the main man? He's the main guy. Leipzig, he was the main guy. So it clicked for him, his football. So hence why we paid nearly 70 million for him. I think at Liverpool, they didn't click because of he's not being the top guy, where everything runs through him, where it could run through him if he really wanted it. And we still could have Salah doing what he does. That's why I think Szoboszlai can't get his head round. He can still be the top guy for Liverpool. Why not? That's what we want him to be. Steven Gerrard was the top guy for Liverpool. And Szoboszlai sort of, I wouldn't say plays like him, but he's sort of in the right same sort of positions that Gerrard used to play. I think everyone calling him Gerrard after he had a few good games last season was a bit of a thingy. But I could see it in his game. He's got it in him, bro. That's why I've got patience with Szoboszlai. I just feel it's a mental thing with him. But him being
JK,
captain of his country, yeah.
No, JK, I was going to say, just before you finish what you're saying, do you want to mention the person that made that Hungarian Steven Gerrard comment? Do you want to mention his name?
Oh, who was it, bro?
Your friend on the other side of the country, your fellow countryman,
Say again, your fellow?
your fellow countryman, JK.
Oh, we went Kloppy, was it?
What's that?
Was it Klopp?
No, 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 not Klopp.
Oh.
No, in terms of where you come from, JK, the Liverpool Coscast. You know he's from the same country as you.
Mm.
You called him the Hungarian Steven Country.
What's his name? Ram? Is it Ram? I don't know, bro. Who was it? Who was it?
It's Mr. Grizzly Bear. He lives in Luton. Yeah.
He's the one who did that. Okay.
Yeah. He's the one who made the Hungarian Steven Gerrard, but apparently he was tongue in cheek. But again,
Yeah,
you know,
you know one thing I've never done, bro? Even Salah, bro, this season, I've never really blew my trumpets about Salah. I would say he's the best player in the world this season for me. I'll say that, but I won't constantly say it, that it's sort of like a burden sort of thing. So I'll say, yep, Szoboszlai played great against Tottenham away, played great against Man City, but against PSG and Newcastle, he was dreadful. And I won't compare him to Gerrard, but I'll say, yeah, I see some similarities there. I think Trent, I see more Gerrard in Trent. I think if Trent really, really wanted to play that midfield role, he could have. I just felt there was a mental block
yeah.
there. You know, when you get the ball, bro, what if Liverpool fans or football fans love when a guy can get the ball from his own half and drive right through the middle of it and bang it from 30 yards and score? What Gerrard
Yeah.
used to do. And that's why, for me, Szoboszlai and Trent, I think Trent out of the two is more Gerrard-like. Say passing wise than that. I think Szoboszlai is a different kettle of fish. He's very technical, Szoboszlai. He can just touch the ball with his laces and set a goal up. He's got that in his locker, and I've seen it in certain sort of phases of a game where Szoboszlai really does like some class little touches and that, and I love that in a player. But for me, the amount of work rate he puts in, I just feel he could have done better. I think he scored 7 goals and 5 assists this season. Szoboszlai. Yeah. And that's in every competition, bro. And that's not enough for me with a guy who plays in the position he plays in and the guy who he's got next to him when he plays as well. Mo Salah, bro. He should be setting him up much more than that. 5 assists. When you look at all the assists in our team, Salah's the only guy who you can say, yeah, he's the guy he's got 22 assists in all competition or something.
Yeah.
All the other guys got 4 or 5, bro. Luis Diaz, four assists in all competitions all season. That's his downfall there, Diaz. I think if Diaz had 20 assists this season, a lot of fans won't moan about Diaz, bro. And that's his downfall.
Yeah, I mean, Cody's had a decent season assist-wise. I think it's a bit low in assists, but yeah. Look, I mean, at the end, they all didn't pick up, but we're in a great space. We're in a great, I mean, again, the season can be finished with a bang, and that's what we aim to do. I'll just read some of the comments here, JK. Just go through.
Okay.
Callum, big up yourself. Hope you're doing, my guy. Hope you're good, broski. Yeah, bounce back. Listen, Cal, that's what all Liverpool fans hoping. We don't want another last-minute equaliser, so that's thing. Only thing Slot was not using kids. I hear what you're saying. I'll disagree with that, Callum, but we'll get into that. But I agree with that point with Chiesa. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Agree.
Chiesa is a jewel for me, perfect for the PSG game at home. Perfect for the Newcastle final. He was just a perfect guy to play them 2 games for me. And what happened? He comes on in the 71st minute. What does he do, bro? He scores a goal. There you go. he did exactly everything that us fans knew about 6 weeks ago when he showed glimpses in games where you think, whoa, this guy's a little bit good, you know. And for me, I knew when he did that slide tackle. I can't remember who it was on. Livramento or Trippier, I can't really remember. He did a slide
I
tackle,
think
won
it's
the ball,
Livermore.
got up, started running with it, bro. I was like, yo, this is what I like, you know. Very direct, Chiesa, and I think Slot again. When he looks back at that week, he's gonna say, you know what, I shouldn't have started Jota. I maybe shouldn't have started Szoboszlai and Gravenberch. Chiesa should have maybe started even. You know, I would have gave Chiesa a start, bro. I would have, you know, come on. And the way he took that goal was beautiful. Harvey Elliott doing what a number 10 should do. Get the ball around that area, slide it through, bang goal. That's what a number 10 does. And for me, Szoboszlai and McAllister, whoever plays that number 10 normally don't really do that enough for me.
Okay, but let me say this, and again, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I'll just play the whole. I don't like to use the word, but obviously it's the other side of the coin. I don't like to use devil's advocate because I hate that word. But
Not me.
anyway, yeah. So I'll just say the other side of the coin, like big himself up. Obviously Dara and a few others were saying. What would you say, JK, to those who say, "All right, we've gone out of the Champions League Cup. We're not that bothered. I mean, yeah, we're bothered, but it's not that deep because at the end of the day, the league is the bread and butter. And in their most opinions, Dara's and others, there's a few others that said it's all about
Mm-hmm.
winning the league, and us winning the league. That's all we need. Everything else is a little bonus. So it's not that deep. What would you say to people who have that opinion on the other side of the coin?
I see it like this, bro. Why I was really after the Champions League is because of that breathing gap we had between us and Arsenal in the Premier League. That gave me the opportunity to say, you know what, I want the Champions League as well. And considering we finished top of all them teams, Barca, Madrid, Bayern, we finished on top of all of them, bro. Man City, Arsenal, whoever was there, we finished top position. So when you look at that and then you think, you know what, we got PSG next. I thought, you know what? 1-0 away win. Whew, take it to Anfield, job done, bro. Newcastle, that's one game, bro, where if you win it, you got a trophy in your bag already. So for me, I don't see the bread and butter of the league as being the main course in that way where we've got that gap between us and Arsenal and we've got one game to win against Newcastle to get that trophy. So for me, I'm a bit disappointed. If the gap between us and Arsenal was 1 point, or they were 2 ahead, I'll be like, yeah, the Premier League's the bread and butter, if you understand my point. But because we had that comfort zone of 12 points, for me, that took a back seat for me. Why? Because that week where we had the Champions League game and the League Cup game, the final, was the main course then. Why? Because we've got that 12-point gap between us and Arsenal, bro. And that's what, for me, why I'm disappointed. I think if it was just a point in it in the Premier League, we'd be so worried about that we would say, you know what? It's all right, sod it. We just can't concentrate on the league now. You know what I mean? It's that way we've had that gap is the reason why I can't just say the league's enough. Well, it is now, if you understand what I mean. Because we've got no choice. But if you understand my philosophy there of that gap we had with Arsenal, why I think we should have won everything else as well.
Mhm. No,
And
it's
what do
fair.
you think? You are you disappointed, or you think, you know what, it's just the league, it's enough for me? Or
No, no. I mean, again, I'm disappointed. I get what obviously the flip side. I was saying that yeah, the league is done, and yeah, when we win the league, we'll celebrate it. But it's just the manner of the fact of that. It's the manner. It's the manner. Like that was we've lost cup finals before. Even against Wimbledon, which is one of the biggest upsets. Unfortunately, Liverpool are always involved in certain upsets like Plymouth. These things. We were good. I mean, Plymouth final we dominated. That was one of the worst Liverpool final performances I've seen in a while. in a long time. And again, it's a wake up. And again, as I said, Slot for me, his arrogance cost us in both legs. Now the players didn't help. He's a little bit of that, but again, and again, and again, I repeat, Slot's comments of the 14, 15 he works with a small squad is just, I'm sorry, it's just silly. It's silly. And I'm being nice when I'm using the word silly because the Premier League there's no other league like it. Other leagues, they play different styles, different ways. The Premier League is very in your face, it's very up and down, 100 miles stuck like that. And you see, look, the Plymouth game, I've got no problem. Slot is absolved from all blame. He did the right thing. He rested a whole lot of players. Yeah, Nunes on the bench, and the players let him down. It's the players, nothing to do with Slot in my opinion for this Plymouth. So that's fine. You know what I mean? I'm not the players, unfortunately, and then we get no giant killing, which is not great. And then the two crucial games in a week. I mean, we got lucky. We all know we got life in the first leg of PSG. You get the 1-0, you're like, yes, great teams. We got out of jail. Great. Yeah, Anfield. You got to. Yeah, PSG might have chances, but we should be better, and we were from most parts of the game. But again, you go there to seal the game, but again, you're not rotating. You're running these players down. You
Yeah.
see something, you change. Great managers, Jose. He's taken off plays 25 minutes, 30 plays. I remember Big Phil Scolari in the Euro 2004. If you know, you know.
Hmm.
Portugal, England. He took off Luis Figo. He weren't doing great. And the great Luis Figo, half time, 50 minutes. And this is what managers do. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Don't be afraid to make the calls. And I just felt the lineup again. He played the same rinse out lineup, but we still could have won the game in the 90 minutes. PSG had the chances, but by extra time, I was a bit gobsmacked. It was lackluster. And
Yeah.
he's made the changes. It was just there was no desire to win the game. Like it was just I was disappointed. PSG didn't have anything clear cut, but they made the more chances. Like Dewey was unlucky, and then penalties. In my heart, I just said, you know what? I just thought it was gone.
Hmm.
I just thought, nah, we're not going to do it, and unfortunately, we didn't. And it's no shame, but again, it's frustrating. The game was there for the taking. We should be sitting down saying, you know what? Oh, it's going to be a good game against Aston Villa, but we got potential as we saw, but we're not. And then you're thinking, you know what? Southampton. Southampton was, I've been saying it. How many times has this guy has to, use the pace to rotate? Regardless if you don't rate them or not, they're good players. None of us can sit here and say Endo, Jones, and Elliott have got credit credit in the bank, you know?
Hmm.
Credit in the bank. And yeah, this is it. You just have to be very, you can't be arrogant in this league or it'll cost you. But again, you're playing the same team. So for what? I tell people, and people shut me down. Salah, put him on the bench. You don't need to play him against Southampton. Play Chiesa. You know what I mean? And people saying, oh, like, oh, it's Salah and Mo and play the same. No, you don't play the same lineup. We want to win everything. Rest it. You don't need to play Salah in every game this season. If I were the chance, I might have rested VVD, but again, injury situation submitting. But he
Hmm.
played the same lineup, and the first half we were awful. We were terrible. Luckily, we've got a better bench. That's the reason we won that game. The firepower. And certain things with players, you're playing in one game, like Darwin, you run, and then you're benching them the next game. What is the point? Sure, you just done foolishness like this, and then against Newcastle Cup game, you're going to play the same thing. Gravy, Sobbo, Robbo, all these players, they are shattered. They've been poor and they're shattered. So you don't be arrogant, rotate. And he didn't. And look what happened. We got a paste in. And for great as VVD is, Isaac again schooled him. He schooled him again. You know what I mean?
Cool,
And
bro.
that's down.
Yeah. Hmm.
That's the only player striker that VVD is great. We got a call. He got schooled. I mean, people were moaning about the second goal about Robbo losing the header. It can happen. You know what I mean? It's a ball in the air. Robbo's not the best header, but you attempted it. It can happen. But you as a defender, you anticipate that. Isaac, one, bang. You know what I mean? And that's down to Scott. His arrogance and stubbornness cost us in both games. I'm sorry. Yeah, and yes, people will say that we're going to potentially it's when we win the league. Yes, but you can't do that. We should be having a different conversation. If we, if we played with heart and we lost, I would have been, you know what? It is what it is. But we were just destroyed. We were just it was a beatdown, and it's in the final. It was embarrassing. And then the players that you just threw Elliot and let's be real, he threw Elliot and Chiesa on for vibes. He just thought, what can he do? He's got to go for the kitchen sink, innit? And then
Hmm.
he's still playing Gravy. He's still playing these players that are tired and shattered. It's common
Yep.
sense. The Endos, the Jones, just use them, rotate them. What are they there? Or what's the point? Because no one can tell me that, it's just common sense, You rotate. I mean, you can't play with 15 and 16 players. There's squads, players there to do a job. And again, he's seen them in training. Now, again, he can have opinion, and there could be a point where because he's playing hard, but he just doesn't want to because he just doesn't rate him, and that's just foolishness. If Chiesa goes at the start of the summer, then it's silly from slot. Why did you buy him for? And I hear people saying, "Oh, the transfer committee they don't make the final decision." No, I will guarantee that. I will tell you now. No sporting director, etc., make the final decision on buying a player or hierarchy. They present the player. They all make a decision. They'll all say, "You know what? We think you should get him." They'll talk of opinions, and Slot, as the head coach, he makes the final decision, saying, "You know what? All right, maybe he wasn't my first choice, but I'll take a chance. All right, let's buy him. Let's get him." And this is it. And this is where we are. This is why we're a bit, fans are a bit, and the Everton game now has become bigger than it really should be. Because yes, if I don't even want to think about it. If we were to lose that game and Arsenal win, then of course some points, but we still got a buffer. But we need to see a reaction. We really do need to see a reaction,
Hmm.
and we're at home, so I really do hope we see direction and we don't see a lazy start. So it really is up to the players. Here is the players and Slot, just to say, you know what, it is what it is, and yeah, and we can bounce back and just wrap it up. That's it.
Yep. It's true facts, bro. It's true. And I think as fans, even though a lot of us weren't really happy with the him getting the job because we didn't really know a lot about him. And for me, in the way he came into the club, yep, I'm going to be the Liverpool manager, and he was still at Feyenoord. It didn't really set well with me, and I was thinking, who's telling this guy to say this, that, and the other? You
Mm,
know,
yeah, yeah,
um, that sort of disappointed me. And then I thought, you know what? At the end of the day, I said this: no matter what's going on before pre-season and this, that, and the other, when that whistle blows in the first game against Ipswich, I'm going to support the guy. So we've supported him all season. He's gave us a top season, a top season. But I just felt like what you've said. He forgot to recycle the team a bit. Where in that way, where if he didn't really realise that Gravenberch legs were sort of going, I don't know what the hell the rest of the team were doing behind him. What they're watching, what they're looking at. You know, common sense tells me, you know what, they should have had a word and said, you know what, lads, we've got to sort of put Endo in there. Why? Gravenberch ain't got the legs to handle 2 games. You know, so for me, slots. I don't want to say, oh, he would have learned from that week and all that. I don't really like saying that. What's he going to learn, bro? Because for me, I'm not sure if Gravenberch is going to be fit for that Everton game anyway, because he left the Holland training camp. No one really have you heard any news about what's happened to him? For me, it's precautionary. That's what I've heard.
yeah,
I'll
yeah.
quickly just
Same.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just quickly go through the chats. Yeah, Mr. Batter read. I read somewhere that there's some clause in his contract that we end up paying you more if he hits a certain number of minutes or starts for the season. Is that true? It wouldn't surprise me if it is.
Oh.
But realistically, we paid 10.5 million for him. Um, so I'm not really sure about that. Are you? Do you know, Nalente?
In regards to that comment, nah, that's not true.
No,
That's not true. No, no, I haven't seen anything that. That's not. I don't think
I've
there's a
not heard
clause
nothing
like
like
that.
that.
Nah, I don't think there's a clause like that.
But like for me, the way Darwin's sort of transfer was sort of put together, we've ended up paying more because of this, that, and the other. You know, a lot of clubs put that clause in, hence why they'll sell him a little bit cheaper, and then the
Mm,
club takes him. And I don't really like that because for me, imagine they've said Chiesa, if Chiesa hits this many minutes, we have to offer Juventus another 7 million.
mm,
Let's not give him that much game time.
yeah,
Like, I don't know. I'm just like saying that's just like a soap opera and EastEnders Coronation Street sort of story. You know what I mean, bro? But
yeah,
we don't know what goes on within the club in this way. What's this? What's that? You know, minutes here, bonuses. We can
yeah,
just speculate. You know what I mean?
yeah.
But if anyone knows, if they can confirm that, if that's true, that'd be good to know.
Okay, yeah, cool.
And then Callum, as a guy who has mates who are Evertonians, and we haven't beaten them since 2023, I hope we don't drop points at Anfield. It is we looked
Hmm.
toothless, but still scored. Oh, okay, yeah, we dropped points at Goodison. Yeah, we did. And a Man United fan scores the equaliser as well. Savorsky. That was messy.
Oh, is he
At
Man
the end of the
United
day, we
fan?
could
Is
have
he?
lost that game. We could have lost that game as well.
Yeah, yeah. Although people were moaning about, about the push, but yeah, we weren't great at all. Apart from the goals, yeah, we were just, yeah, we were toothless. We were toothless, but yeah, again, when you're winning 2-1, of course, you score a last minute goal like that. It's very frustrating. So, agreed.
Mhm. Nice one, Callum. And then Bonkers are blessed, bro. I hope you're well. Chiesa's father, Enrico, says, I can guarantee that Federico is very happy at Liverpool. We hope he can win the Premier League. We have no regrets about Juventus. He's so happy at Liverpool. And for me, every time I've seen his face, always smiling, bro.
Hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
when a guy's not attitude is not right, you'll see it in his face.
Hmm.
Hence why I always say on 12 Man Show, I don't like soppy guys on the bench moaning and looking miserable because they're on the bench. I don't like that sort of vibe in a club. I want a guy who's on the bench, like your Harvey Elliott's, who just says, you know what? Okay, I'll get 12 minutes. I'll get 12 minutes. I'll put 100% in. And for me, Chiesa, he seems to be happy. Maybe Chiesa himself has said, you know what? I'm not 100% fit. And he's sort of worked himself into it now. He's looking fitter every time you see him play, don't you reckon?
Hmm.
And that's what happens when you
Yeah.
get game time, bro. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's been fit for the last since December, but to be fair, he just
But
hasn't
it's
been
good to
used.
see that he's sort of been available. Like he's been on the bench all the time, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And whenever we've used Chiesa, bar the Plymouth game, but in the Plymouth game, even when he dropped to the left, bro, he looked like our best player then. He came onto the left wing in that game against Plymouth, and he was the only one trying something. Fair play to Chiesa, man. I'm happy he's just staying fit. He's training. He's not playing for Italy. No, I'm not sure if he was picked in that game. No, he wasn't. He wasn't in the starting 11
Don't,
anyway against
yeah.
Germany the
Yeah.
other day.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't think he's
So,
in the squad. I'm not sure.
so for
I'll
me,
check
Chiesa's
that.
got one mission, bro. He's thinking this time next year, he's going to be looking forward. Italy will be looking forward to the World Cup if they get there. His ambition should be, you know what? I need to start playing football. That I get into that Italian setup again. And if that's a sort of drive or an aim for him, that'd be good for us, bro. Hence why I reckon with the fee we paid for him, he never cost us 110 million. He cost us nothing when you really look at it.
Bargain.
Yeah. Bargain, bro.
Mm.
For me, the only thing with him was fitness. Is he capable of lasting 90 minutes and stuff? And I just think he's on the right journey to getting that. I hope he gets more game time now. I love to see him play against Everton, bro. Oh, the game we get when we come back from this international break.
Yeah.
I just feel we're going to see a different sort of team. I don't think Gravenberch is going to be risked. And it just depends on who comes back sound from the international duty. Like Alisson, he got concussion, but he seems to be okay. I've seen a picture of him saying he's sound. I think
Yeah,
it's
yeah, he walked
a
off.
law where
Yeah,
they
he'd be
can't
alright.
do nothing for a week or something. Is it a week they can't do nothing, or what is it? You know that?
It's just a week, just protocol, really, isn't it? Yeah, that's all. So, but he'd be fine. He'll be back for Everton, so he's not a problem.
Yeah. Kelleher played for Ireland the other day. They won 2-1. So he played.
Yeah,
Robertson, they won. Endo, they qualified for the World Cup as captain.
yeah. Congratulations to Endo once again.
And they're the first team to qualify, bar the America, Canada,
Yeah,
and Mexico. Yeah. They're the first team.
yeah.
It's mad. He's still captain, bro. There was a guy who plays for them. He plays for, is it Sociedad? The Japanese guy. Kojo?
Kubo, you mean?
Kubo.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
plays for
Kubo. Yeah,
Sociedad, nah?
yeah, he does. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I remember 12 used to talk about him quite a lot.
yeah, yeah. He likes him. Yeah.
He's a bit of a player. Your cup of tea, bro? What do you think?
Kubo.
Mm-hmm.
He's good, but not for me. Not for me. Not for
Okay.
me. I rather Kudus. Smoke guy over Kubo every day of the week.
Okay. Kudos, I'm not. I just felt that Kudos for me should have been wrapped up when he was at Ajax.
Yeah.
Like for me, you could play Kudos as an 8 as well. You know what I mean?
Hey,
Uh,
plays as road striker all across either side of the front three. So yeah,
and we would have got him much cheaper than what if we ever wanted to buy him. But I'm not sure 100% convinced by him this season. Last season he was good, but this season bitty, not great, but West Ham recently they beat Arsenal away 1-0.
yeah. He played well in that game. Yeah. Oh
Yeah, that
no,
was the
yeah,
day I
yeah.
realized we won the league. But yeah, what you say, bro?
No, I said yeah. That was the day of the league. Yeah, and they just JK's famous match analysis commentary on the game.
Yeah, I'll remember.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what's
I
embarrassing? If I
felt
watch a
it felt
game,
like yeah.
if I watch a game in like in the Liverpool supporters club here and that, I can't really shout out, but I do.
Yeah, you do, yeah.
I'm like,
It's
I
like
have to
you're on the
do it, bro. I
touchline.
have to.
It's like you're on the touchline.
Oh yeah,
You're next to Graham Potter. Oh, God, I did it.
yeah. Mr. Batter Red says the manner of the performance toothless that hurts more than the results. Bang on, bro. I
Spell
think
on,
we were
agreed.
really, yeah.
Agreed. Yeah.
That's what hurt. And the thing
Yeah.
was, it was only one goal in it as well when you look at it in both games. For me, if we scored that corner we had at the end of 90 minutes in the injury time there against PSG, we scored that header, boom, we're through.
Yeah.
It was as simple as that, bro. So hence why I'm really
Mhm.
disappointed. And Abdul says, what has Richard, who's been doing for a year at LFC? You want to answer that, United?
He's going to be making trips back and forth to Bournemouth to see what players we can buy. That's what he's been doing. Well, you got Chiesa, to be fair. I appreciate you, Richard, for Chiesa, but I don't know. That dilly-dallying or making catch up because him and Edwards have been good friends for 20, 25 years. Who knows, Abdul? And we'll see. We'll see, Abdul. Like I said, right now, in my head, I'm going to say this. Not that I want it to happen. As far as I'm concerned, all three of them are leaving for me. And if that happens, a big if that happens, oh, I will be there. Believe me, I will be there. But let's see. Let's see.
But bro, I'll quickly ask you this question: when you look at them three giants of players, Virgil,
Mm.
Trent, and Salah, do you remember when Rogers came in and what was his main thing he had to do? He had to get rid of Steven Gerrard, bro. Why? Because the next phase the club wanted to go into. Steven Gerrard was bigger than the club sometimes. Like if you really look at it, Gerrard was big time. He was the guy. You know, him, Kenny Dalglish, you look at these type of figures, Kenny Dalglish's got a stand named after him, Steven Gerrard. No matter which is your favourite Liverpool player, Steven Gerrard would probably be 9 out of 10 Liverpool fans would say Gerrard when he was playing. And I think the way the owners can think of about it and think, you know what, if we get rid of Salah, Virgil and Trent, we ain't going to have really a lot of big guys there to tell us what they want. We can tell them what we want, if you understand my point.
Mhm.
It looks easier for them. Because why? Virgil, Salah and Trent are like Klopp's big guys, the ones who gave him that success and stuff. And yeah, they could sign for any club tomorrow. Any club in the world, they will take each one of them players. And I think that could say to Salah, say, yeah, I want 450 a week, not 350 no more. Virgil say, yeah, I want 350 now. And all these sort of things, bro. And I think maybe the club don't want that. The players are bigger than them. Klopp, he was big time, big as the club as well. Maybe Klopp getting too much decision making in players and telling the club what he wants instead of them telling him, this is your transfer budget, this is what you got to do with it, and this, that, and the other. And they didn't like it when Klopp turned around and said to him, you know what, I need this, this, and this, and this. Now he's gone, bro. And I think a lot of people don't really talk about the restraints in Klopp's era. I reckon that did his head in. Because which manager, you can ask any manager in the world, oh, would you take, let me think of a player quickly. Saka from Arsenal. It's a January transfer window now. Saka's out of contract in the summer. Liverpool, Salah's injured, for example, has been for a few months. And there's an opportunity to take Saka. Do you think Slott's going to turn around and say, you know what, I don't want him? No. The club are going to say, we don't want him. Not Slot. Slot would say, you know what, I'll take Saka tomorrow, bro. If that makes me win the league and the Champions League, I'm taking him tomorrow. And that's why I say always, no manager in the world would ever say no to a top quality player, bro. I don't care who they are. So for me, it's the owners. If they ain't got the dough, so Hughes and Edwards, what they've been doing. Yeah, they've probably been scouting, looking at this, that, and the other and stuff. But for me, if their funds aren't available from up top, them guys can't do nothing, bro. They might as well lie on the beach in Skegness or somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, at this moment, it's just hard because we could only speculate. That's the thing. We need to know the full indication, and if they do leave, then we have more, so we can get more of the assessment. That's the thing. They've offered a good certain amount, and they said no, then it's on them. But probably not because our owners, yeah, I mean, they don't think there's any confidence. With the Stephen Gerrard one, are you saying, JK? You know what? I don't think personally they wanted to get rid of him because I think even Gerrard mentions it in his book. Even Rogers, like, I think Rogers, they wanted to offer him like a rolling, like another extended contract for a year or something. But he was told, Rogers said, look, if you stay, but you're just not going to be starting all the time. You'll be rotated. And I think the players in Stevie G, the egos, like, hence he said, nah, like, bun that. Hence, I want to go to America. At which, in hindsight, I think if he looked at it, he probably would have stayed because, great players at some point, the legs go. So, and at that point, he was, he still could, play, but at some point, we had to think about the future. So, but, it is what it is. He just sad that he just couldn't finish he didn't finish his career. It would have been better, but, we all make our decisions.
He played yesterday, bro, against the Legends of Chelsea, yeah?
Yeah.
I haven't watched the game yet. I'm going to have a watch today about see how it was, I think Crouch got 2 goals.
Yeah, second one from I think it was someone in the chat can correct me. I think it was from Pongo, similar Pongo, and yeah, it's a brilliant header, man. Don't take note, man. It was a brilliant header, man. That was a Crouch header. Oh, it was
I
a
like
brilliant header,
Crouch,
man.
bro. Not even as a guy. He's just a sound guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's good. Yeah, he's someone you can go out, have a chat,
Yeah, if you met him
banter. Yeah,
anywhere,
yeah,
he'll be cool.
yeah.
Yeah.
Good, isn't it? Yeah. Like I said, I
It was
remember
just
we paid.
yeah.
No, sorry, what were you gonna say, JK?
No. Go on, bro. How much did we pay for him?
No, I remember we put 7 million 7 mil, and I was like, at the time, I was like, And I remember he
7 million.
struggled. He didn't score in his first, I think, 17 league games.
Mm.
Corrected, and then he had the penalty, and I think was Stevie G playing, and he gave him the penalty to score. And after that, he started scoring goals for us. He was a very good player for me, and
I like Crouch, man. Yeah.
he for me outshined Morientes because I was very excited when we bought Morientes. I was like, oh,
Hmm.
you know what, experience, Euros, won the European Cup, Madrid, maybe a little bit past his prime, maybe, but still a very
Hmm.
good player. Done well in Monaco, and it just didn't work out for him. But Pouch, he was a very good signing for us. Did well. He did well for us.
Okay. And Abdul says slot needed players in January. We needed players last January as well, bro. 2 January is where, for me, another pair of legs in that midfield would have helped us in that week against PSG and Newcastle. But no one really talks about the owners. Um, and for me, with the slot sort of saying, yeah, I want a 16-man squad or this, that, and the other, bro. If he hasn't realised that's not sufficient to win all 4 trophies, this season he would have realised, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Hence why I feel he's a bit stingy with giving people game time, bro. Because he wants to show the club it can be done. And then when Gravenberch, Szoboszlai don't turn up in 2 games, even McAllister, bro. McAllister was okay. I can't really say anything about McAllister. He always gives 100%. He gets stuck in, you know what I mean? But for me, Gravenberch and Szoboszlai, like, Slot should realise there and then, you're not going to get world class players who are ready to sit on a bench. They're going to start making noise. They're going to upset the rhythm. Hence why you need players like Jones, Elliott, Endo, who are happy to get game time. And they still put a shift in. Not every time they come on or when they start or whatever, but you're going to get good at, they're going to put 100% in. And that's one thing I love about Liverpool players. No matter how well their season's going, they will try to do something. Darwin, for me, was like, comes in, sets up Elliott in PSG, gets a goal against Southampton, which for me is probably one of my favourite goals of the season, where Diaz did what I want him to do all the time: get the ball, beat the winger, square ball, bang. And that's for me the best football you can get. And for me, we haven't done that enough. But he did that. Then he won the penalty. And then what happens? He gets dropped in the next game, and Jota starts. And that's why I wasn't really happy with Slot's team. He should have just played Darwin again, bro. And you said it enough times, bro. Like, Darwin's never had enough game time where he's played 7 after each other, 1 after each other, bang, 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 bang. He's starting every game. He hasn't had that at any time in Liverpool. He's never had that.
Mm-hmm.
But that 16-man squad thing, for me, it isn't going to work. Callum says Harry Kane apparently wants to come back to England. Al Nassr. Would you pursue him? He's 31. Stick him up there for 2 years and then get the news coming up and coming striker. Personally, we don't get eyes up. Harry Kane for me is a goal scorer, and he's probably one of the best in the business. I don't think he's a great footballer, my opinion, but goal scorer, probably the best in the business. I would take him.
Great.
If we're going to get rid of
Mm,
Jota and Darwin, I'm straight away getting Harry Kane for 2 years. No problem.
mm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But I just feel, but look, Kane does drop back a lot. I've seen him at Tottenham. He used to be on the halfway line sometimes trying to get the ball and that. But for me, he would have to do more defensive work for Liverpool in the way, say, Darwin does, runs over the halfway line, does a slide tackle, gets the ball. You know what I mean? I'm not sure if Kane will do that. What do you reckon, bro? Kane?
It's a no-brainer, man. Yeah, big up Callum. Yeah, go get him. Yeah, man, I agree with that. I mean, he's like, mate, yeah, probably not. But let's see. I think there's a chance. There's a chance we can get him, but it's no brainer. Bro, he'll make our team better. He would make our team better. I mean, if Salah were to say Salah, Kane, come on, man. It's a no brainer. He'll get goals. I mean, I think people just over. I was discussing with Toff about Slot wants this false number 9. I'm getting a bit tired of hearing that narrative of what Slot wants, false
Mm-hmm.
number 9. Who said Slot wants a false number nine? Where is anyone confirmed it? He played with it, and again, I've said this. He's played with an out and out striker at Feyenoord who wasn't a false nine, and people need to understand just because a striker sometimes drops deep or collects the ball doesn't mean he's a false nine. Kane is, yeah, he drops deep, but Kane is not a false nine. He links
Mm.
up play, and if the narrative of people like assuming it's just, it gets on my nerves. If I'm honest, he's like, he's an out and out number nines. Yeah, he drops back. Yeah, sometimes he drops back. Sometimes he links up play. That's what good strikers do. You know what I mean? Doesn't mean he's like false nine FC. We just need to let go of this false nine mentality. It just really does my head in when I hear that. But yeah. Anyway, back Callum. Yeah, no brainer. Get him, Kane. When I come back. He'll come to Liverpool. He'll be happy. Trophies galore. He won't be Tottenham, but he knows he'll be winning stuff with us. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean, if Joe Gamers would be happy. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I'm sure Kane injured him in the training for England that time.
Who,
Yeah,
Joey?
yeah.
I'm
Remember,
not.
Joey got injured on England duty,
Yeah,
and
yeah. I
I'm
don't know.
sure it was Kane who felt was involved in the situation.
Oh, okay, I'm not sure about that, but I don't know if anyone else knows. So yeah, to get anyone
Yeah, they
back
kept it
that
hush
time.
hush,
Yeah.
bro. I don't know what
Mm,
happened. Like no one's really ever talked about that. I wonder how
mm,
who injured Gomez in that training.
hmm
Yeah, for me, but Mr. Battered, Bonker just seen the article with those. Hope he gets more minutes. Chiesa, yeah.
Oh, whew-hoo. We hope so too. Oh, I
I'd
tell you,
start him
tell you
against
that.
Everton. Why? Because he's had this week off, 2 weeks off now, international duty. He'll be training and stuff. He'll be ready to go, bro.
Mm.
You know, Gakpo, he started against Spain. He scored.
Yeah, it's more of the old Gakpo I saw yesterday, which is promising. So, because he's been a bit rusty, he ain't been great since he's come on. But again, rusty. So yeah, I'll give him a bit of confidence. So yeah, we need a bit of that.
You know what, bro? I said I'm not happy with Gravenberch going on international duty, but I'm happy for
Boy,
Gakpo
good.
going. Why?
Yeah,
It's not
needs it. Yeah.
Liverpool. It's not Liverpool games he's going to be playing. He's going to be playing for Holland, so you got that off his shoulder, and like it will give him time to train with Holland, be back home, and then also give him game time and start the game. He started against Spain and he scored. So it's
Mm.
for me very crucial that he gets these games. And against, I think
Mm.
they're playing again Holland, Spain. Is it today or tomorrow?
Today, I think today.
Yeah. So he'll
Yeah.
probably start that as well. So it'll be 2 games under his belt. It'll be good for him, and might be ready for the Everton game. That's worked out well. I believe we sort of missed Gapco and Trent in the PSG Newcastle games. I know Trent played PSG and came off injured, but I reckon Gapco and Trent in that Newcastle final would have made a world of a difference.
Mm. Yeah, it would. It would have. Yeah, but I'm not even going to use that as an excuse because we should have beat them even without them both injured. Although they're missing, the team we put out was good enough to beat them, and we didn't. So which you're right, but I'll just ignore that. I'm not even thinking about that because they had players missing, and look what they did to us. So there you go.
Okay, and Mr. Battered, Javier is better than Cubo. Okay,
Hmm.
interesting.
Interested. I would disagree with you, Barrett. Me personally, I think Kuba's a bit overrated, my opinion. Harvey's good, so interested. You think that, Mister Barrett? I won't disagree.
Okay, best of Uncle Rods. How's everything, guys? Everything's good, bro. Hope you're cool.
Yeah, big up yourself, Uncle Rad. You done know, my brethren, and big up yourself. Last night, um, I saw basically you, Uncle Rods, and Fuzzy's last night, late night chat. Just briefly saw that. I was dead on my feet. So yeah, big up Uncle Rods for you and Fuzzy yesterday's channel, yesterday's show. Go and check that out, guys. If you were there, you were there. If
Mm-hmm.
not, check it out.
Top
Yesterday late
show.
night, Saturday night. Big up.
And Abdul said, "Did you see Crouchy score 2 better than Nunes?"
Yeah, he was, to be fair.
MK2, hope you're cool, man. Never seen anyone so tall with such good feet. Bicycle even. Yeah, he's very good with his feet, Crouch. When you look at it,
Yeah.
tall guy, but good. And he says that Kane's got no more legs for the EPL. What do you reckon about that, bro?
I mean, Kane was never the fastest of players. He's never his pace. He doesn't need to have certain legs. He just needs to finish and link up play. He needs runners down the wing. He can still do a job, man. So, MK, man, don't worry about that, man. You know, if he's in our team, we're getting goals and assists. We're getting even better. I mean, again, it's the easy answer. You take Kane over Darwin and Jota. No brainer.
Mm-hmm. And Callum says, MK2, he don't need to run. He knows how to finish. Not many do these days. Bang on.
Hmm.
I think Bayern will win the Bundesliga.
Oh yeah, it's yeah, they're enough, isn't it? Yeah,
Yeah,
they've
Leverkusen
yeah,
haven't
yeah.
been their second and stuff. And then the final of the Champions League is in Munich.
Yeah, they'll just have to get past Barcelona. That's the thing, or Inter, and Inter won't
Mm-hmm.
be easy. Yeah,
Inter
so I'm
won't
not
be
sure
easy.
whether Bayern will reach the Champions League. I hope it's a
Mm-hmm.
Bayern on that side, the Barcelona Bayern semi-final, but I think Inter
Mm-hmm.
could upset them. They could possibly.
I don't want any of them teams, Barca, Bayern, to win because I want them not to overtake us. And you know what I mean? Like for me, the whole like Villa have got one. I'm just trying to think of a team who wouldn't mind winning. Ooh, you know what I mean? So yeah, I don't really want Barca, Bayern, any of these teams winning, bro. Realistically, AC Milan 7 Champions Leagues. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I'm just disappointed we're not involved, man. Villa now,
Yeah,
2 games. Yeah.
that's the most annoying thing, man. Yeah, I'm just very frustrated. Yeah. Oh boy.
MK Toe says, sure, but aren't we looking for a 10 that can carry the ball? You want to answer that, Matty?
No, because we've got our supposedly 10 in Sobo, and again, depending on what happens to Harvey and Max. So from what we've seen, I think we've seen on the media, like the transfer room is the 10 is not what we're looking at, unfortunately. So yeah, unless Harvey gets sold, then yeah, maybe it'll be a different discussion.
Harvey's 21 and valuable squad member for me.
Oh yeah, no doubt. No
Yeah, I
doubt.
wouldn't be looking to sell him. 21. Haven't really seen the best out of him, but for me, he's a better player than I thought he would be. Like when you look at it, bro, 3 Champions League goals after each other, 3 games, 3 goals. Like he scored against Paris away. I don't know. I don't mind Elliot. I think Elliot, if Curtis had a bit of Elliot sort of mentality of I want to win, like this is Liverpool. Harvey Elliott sports Liverpool, and you can tell when he plays. It's as simple as that. And then Callum says 4 players could be what Isaac's price is. And can you realistically, the only way I see the Isaac one happening is if Darwin and Yotta both leave, and then maybe. But for me, he's 24, so he's got age on his side, and probably that's why I wouldn't mind going for him instead of Kane if that's the options. But
Yeah.
would Kane even want to play for Liverpool? Like he's a proper Londoner, you know what I mean? But like for me, you
But
can't
then
really see him
again,
go to Chelsea or
yeah. But
or
then again,
Arsenal.
he would. But then again, he would have gone to City if Tottenham didn't block it.
Yeah, and if Haaland, then they got Haaland, didn't they, or something?
Yeah, because he got, and
Yeah.
obviously smart for City. He got him at cheap, innit? Dirt cheap, innit? Yeah, and younger, but yeah, he would have gone. So I think he would. I think he would. I think he would. Persuaded, but again, I don't think we'll get him, and I don't think he'd be leaving Bayern personally. I mean, whether that arcs you or not, I think
That's
why
what I
would you?
think.
But yeah,
The only reason why I'd say he'd want to come back is to get that Shearer number.
yeah, that, and he just prefers, well, not he doesn't hate Germany, but just prefers the England lifestyle. That's it,
Yeah.
family. 4 kids and that, and his family want to go back. Then yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but Munich's a real good standard of living. It's like I can't really understand why he hasn't settled in.
Yeah,
Maybe he misses a
sort of.
chippy. Maybe he misses a chippy, you know what I mean? Fish and chips and that. But if I reckon if he wanted that, they'll sort it out for him, you know what I mean, though, bro? But yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah,
surprised. Like, he's doing all right there. Top of the league, playing in the
yeah. It's
Champions League. Like, why would he
fine.
really want to leave? And I was
Exactly.
a
He's
bit
finally gonna.
surprised, bro. He actually went
Mm.
there. Weren't you when he went first?
Yeah,
I
it's a
just
bit.
thought,
It took me a bit, Bayern wanted him because obviously City and Spurs rejected him, and yeah, he just gathered up steam quickly, which is fair
and he ended
enough.
up going there.
Yeah, you know, and yeah,
Let me
and
just sort
obviously
this
he's
out. Mm-hmm.
yeah, and
Sorted
he's
the.
finally.
Afternoon, guys. Good to see
Hiya,
you.
bro.
Afternoon, Lee.
How you
You all
doing,
right,
bro?
chaps? Yeah.
Yeah, you
Good
well,
to
Lee?
hear.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, good.
Good stuff,
I'm
mate. Good
sort of
stuff.
enjoying the break because we've been through a rough time, like in the last week. I'm sort of enjoying the break, and I did say on 12th show that I welcomed this one with open arms. I beckoned it in. The other ones, I was like, Jesus, we got to have an international break now. But this one, I was happy because it just gives the players a chance to take their minds off the club game, go away with the countries, come back, and hopefully we'll reset and give Everton a beating. I mean, any type of win will do, but we need to get these 9 games off to a winning start to try and regain our form. If we don't beat Everton, I mean, I'm not saying if we don't beat Everton, then we can't beat Fulham. Of course we can, but I want to beat Everton because I'm still peeved about what happened at Goodison, like the Oliver crap, keeping it go and not giving the foul on Ibu. As you would be, I live in the city and all that, like, so I haven't heard nothing bad off any Evertonians. I mean, I seen my mate yesterday on the bus and he never even mentioned it. We were just talking about the potential of Everton to do a bit better under Moyes, do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But it does have an effect in the city, like, and I did want us to win that game so we could finish at Goodison with more wins. That would have been hilarious, but Oliver just didn't want that, did he? Anyway, I won't go on in case people start calling me victim and that, like, you Scousers are always whinging. But, I do want to beat Everton in this game to set us up for the other games. Because if we can beat Everton, then we can get our show on the road, like, try and win the title in style is what we've got left to do now for this season. Everything else is gone. Try and win the title in style, like, as well as we can.
I have to agree with you, Lee. So what is the feeling in Liverpool that Everton fans don't really want Liverpool to win it, the Premier League, do they?
I don't know, mate. No. I mean, my dad was happy when we won it. That's my dad, you know what I mean? And there's no weirdness with my dad. He was like, yeah, I'm glad for you. He said, I just wanted to see. He said, I'm always sick of seeing Man City and Chelsea. You know what I mean? The normal, the usual ones. Because it'd been a long time since Liverpool won it. So he was happy enough for me. As I would be for him, if it were ever to happen that Everton could win the league again, I'd be happy for him on that level, like, just personally for him.
Yeah, but bro, I'll tell you one thing. Them last few seasons where Everton have just sort of lucky escapes at the end of the season and they've not got relegated. I had Everton to be relegated this season along with Ipswich and Southampton. And even though I never really wanted them to go down because I love the Merseyside derby. So I never said, yeah, I want Everton to go down on that. But when I realised the amount of Everton fans who don't want Liverpool to win.
Oh, yeah. I totally understand it when fans from outside the city take that attitude because Everton fans love giving us stick. But I mean, that's what it is when, you have city rivals. you don't like each other doing well. Yeah, it's one of those things. But yeah, they have drifted badly since that season when we nearly won the league under Rodgers and they finished, I think it was 6th. Under Martinez, they've just gone down and down and down. I never thought they'd get relegated, but they need to do better, mate, because they're not a 17th, 16th, 15th side. They've never been that traditionally, Everton. They've always been top half, pretty much. Like, they've had some bad seasons where they've finished low down. They come close to getting relegated that one time in the 90s, but usually, like, they're at least top half, the top half side, not struggling to stay upside. As I said, I was talking to my mate on the bus yesterday, and he was telling me about this Friedkin group who've put money in, so he's hoping there'll be some money spent. As I said on 12th show last night, though, he told me 10 Everton players are out of contract in the summer, and Abdoulaye Doucouré is one of them. I didn't know they had that many players out of contract, but that's football, isn't it? Yeah, and they don't sign players on really long contracts. They don't tend to, Everton. But it'll be interesting to see what Moyes comes up with in the summer, because it is good to have the derby, and it's good for the city to always have the derby. And it's just good for Liverpool football in general to have another side. I mean, some cities not got that. Newcastle, for instance, it's the one club city, innit? So it's very different in that respect. And then you've got London, haven't you? Which is like, got so many clubs. Like,
yeah.
When you think of all the different London clubs over the years that have appeared in the Premier League, ones that are long gone now, like Charlton were excellent in the Premier League for ages. Remember? Charlton.
QPR.
Yeah, QPR. Yeah, QPR when I was a kid, they were always a first division club when I was a kid. And then in the early Premier League, when I was like, a young adult in the early Premier League, they were half decent with the Ferdinand and Kevin Gallen combination up front. Kevin Gallen and Les Ferdinand. They had Ray Wilkins in midfield, stuff like that. But there's so many London clubs, that's just a totally different ball game. I mean, Birmingham, you've got Villa, you've got Birmingham, but you've got other clubs as well, haven't you, in that
area? Yeah, West Brom.
Yeah, West Brom.
Yeah, like West Brom is part of there's one road from Villa's ground to West Brom's ground. It's one straight road down. So it's right on the border of Birmingham, West Brom. What else you got there? Kidderminster Harriers, I think, is around there. Then you got Wolves, Warsaw's there as well, down the M6. Yeah. I'm trying to think who else is there. Leicester's nearby, Coventry's nearby. There's a lot of clubs in that sort of area. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to have a few clubs city like in Liverpool, so I don't want it to go anywhere anytime soon. I think even if it weren't for me, Dad, I'd probably still want to keep the derby because, see, I don't fret about Everton the way their fans obviously fret about us, even though like we have not our greatest period like in the 21st century. We've still won things on the regular, you know what I mean? And that hurts obviously for Everton. And we'll never hear the last of the whole the Heysel thing. But as we were saying, I was saying to Brian, everyone knows it. English clubs weren't just banned because of that. If it was just Heysel, then only Liverpool has been banned, but it'd been happening. I was watching the footage of Heysel. It was on for about an hour, just the talking, and then you'd see like bits of like people on the pitch fighting and all that crap in the crowd. But like the talking, I've never watched that since I watched it as a kid. And what was I going to say? Oh yeah, that was the first thing that he kept saying. Barry Davis, him and the other fellas, they would go, "Why is it, with British, they weren't just saying Liverpool, they were saying, why is it our teams, they were referencing all the other teams that had been fighting on the continent. So it weren't just us. But, I've said that to Evertonians over the years, just because you were in it in 85, 86 doesn't mean you would have won it. But they would have had a very good chance because English teams had won it so often then. Hamburg had been the only team in 10 years that weren't an English club. I think Hamburg won in 83. So we had from 77 all the way to, only one up until 86 was non-English. One
And
winner.
Hamburger playing in the second division in Germany as well.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
very strong, haven't they?
Yeah, they've really gone downhill. Big city, big stadium. I've seen it. Big club, bro, in the old days. But yep, like Kevin Keegan played for him. And MK2 says that every season is a great escape. Trust me, that's why I had them going down this season. MK2. Everton is in good hands now with Moisey. They had to bring back Moisey, innit? I think Dyke sort of got them defensively okay, but what it was with Dyke, he couldn't get them scoring, bro.
Yeah, they could not score for
They
love
could not
nor
score.
money. Yeah, my
Yeah.
dad's always bitching about it. When I say to him, what have they been like lately? He'll say, oh, useless, lad, useless. He said, they cannot score a goal. Cannot score a goal, Everton. And that was always his gripe, yeah. In the last few years, they just didn't score enough, like. But
Yeah,
Moyes,
Calvert doing off his
well,
game.
a few times since Moyes has come back in, they've given people £1, and haven't they? They've knocked 4 past a couple of people, which I hadn't seen for a while, or very often with Everton in recent years. They knocked 4 past Spurs, didn't they? I know Spurs got a couple back or something, but
Yeah, but Everton done well since Moyes has come in.
I really would. I hate him because, like, he's just disagreeable to me because of the People's Club thing. I just thought it was bollocks the way he come out and said that. Like, we were fancy Dans with all our money and that, like, and I suppose I get it.
Bro, Everton have outspent us in the last 10 years.
Yeah, they are.
Look at the numbers. They've outspent us. Everton, along with Chelsea and Man United, have had that problem of not knowing what they're buying. Realistically.
What's his name? Farhad Moshiri. He did come in and try to uplift them because he knew Everton was a big club. It's like, Emery probably looked at Villa and he heard, these were European champions once. I mean, he probably knew that already. I'm not sure how old he is, if he's as old as me, Emery, but he probably knew that they've been European champions. So, like, when Moshiri come in, obviously he's not the manager, he was the owner, but come in, he looked at it and went, 8 times champions, that's more than Chelsea. This is a big club historically, and it is a very big club historically.
Yeah, but do you reckon he tried to do that Man City thing where Man City seen Man United as the big club in the city, and then like he's doing it the way Everton look at Liverpool as a big club in the city, and he probably thought, you know what, I want to get Everton on that Man City level to go against Liverpool. Like, that could have been his mindset, bro. We don't really know, but that he would have loved that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I remember when Ferguson was still United manager, but City had been bought out by Dubai or Qatar, whichever one. Dubai, isn't it? And he referred to them as the noisy neighbours, didn't he? Like the noisy upstart neighbours, Man City,
Yeah.
making a lot of noise. Well, the funniest one for me when City first got bought out was when they bought Robinho. Remember Robinho, the Brazilian?
Yeah.
He thought he'd sign for Chelsea or someone else, didn't he?
Something like that.
It was something weird that he wasn't quite sure who he was signing for. He only ever played a handful of games, didn't he? But he was good. Like, before he came in, it just nothing happened for him, really, did it? City didn't like it and just pissed off quickly, didn't he, Robinho? But that was the very early days, wasn't it, City?
What it was in them days as well, Lee, is that I think a lot of clubs bought names because it uplifts the profile of the club. And I think Robinho is one of them guys. You know what I mean?
It was 100%. Yeah, you're 100% right. That's what it was. It was, we're going to buy a big name, and at that time on the transfer market, he was about the biggest name there was. They look, where are you going to look for a big player? Brazil. Yeah. You want a big forward, you're going to look at Brazil, aren't you? And Robinho was like very highly sought after at the time, wasn't he?
I'm sure he's in prison now.
Is he?
Something like that.
Bloody hell.
Yeah.
See, I
I'm
liked
not.
them this year before they were took over. I mean, I even liked them as
Locked
recently
up.
as 2012 when they took the league off United. I loved them still then, and I always liked them because it annoyed United because the United, in the same way that United would maybe get on a little bit with Everton fans. I always remember that fat tool.
I know what you
Eamon
mean.
Holmes.
Yeah.
Remember Eamon Holmes? He's a Man United fan.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah. This
Yeah.
morning.
Yeah.
Hello, good morning to you.
Yeah, he was always. Yeah, I remember he played Everton in the '95 Cup final though and lost to United, and he was like, "Oh, I've good banter
Yeah.
with Everton fans." He said, "I like the Evertonian Scousers." He just left it at that. You know what I mean? He was saying,
Yeah.
"Them ones are all right." It's like, shut up, you fat no.
He's cheeky, that guy.
Easily.
He's
Yeah,
cheeky.
even, but yeah, he's had the rough time. United they're in the doldrums. He's had the fall, so he's down in the dumps. Old Eamon.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I
tears.
remember
Sorry,
that
Eamon.
well when Everton last won something. It was me.
Yeah, I remember watching that.
Yeah, my cousin's wedding over on the Whittle, and me and my dad went over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Everton had won it that day because I was out in town buying some clothes or something like to wear, and like Everton were playing United, like on that day. Oh, it's so long ago now. That like 1995, 30 years, man. That is a long time. With
Long
no
time, bro.
whatsoever. Yeah, we thought we were back going 30 years without the title. Imagine going 30 years without anything that you could follow.
Like we won a Champions League and League Cups, FA Cups and stuff like that in between, you know what I mean? UEFA Cup and stuff.
Yeah.
Them guys have won nothing but a corner.
Littles. Look at that. And Everton, no, Newcastle won more than Everton and Tottenham the last five. Yeah, says it all.
Yeah.
Mate.
Yeah.
Good.
Lee, we were talking about earlier on in the show about, that week where we played PSG and Newcastle, the amount of captains we've got in our squad, like the thumbnails today, you can see Robertson, Endo, Virgil, all captains of their countries. Do you think the players who were sort of the captain should have led us, like even Szoboszlai, captain of Hungary, bro? He was non-existent in them 2 games. Do you reckon them guys should have stepped up a bit more?
I can see where you're coming from. But yeah, I don't know. I know what you mean.
Squad, even Salah's captain for Egypt, bro.
We have got a lot of captains, like, haven't we? I think like they're captains by example, by being the best player in the team. Szoboszlai and Mo, rather than being what you'd imagine as a captain, usually like a talker. The two probably maybe seem a bit quieter as people. But we've got Endo as well, haven't we? We've got I think it's Bradley, the Northern Ireland captain already or something. So we've got a few, haven't we?
Okay. So like, who do you reckon's gonna get relegated this season then? Like for me, Southampton, Ipswich, and let's look at this table. Yeah, Leicester. It's them 3. Like you got Ipswich. There's a 9-point gap, bro, between Ipswich, who are 3rd bottom, and Wolves, who are 4th bottom. So for me, Ipswich, Leicester all down. Everton are 34 points. So Everton are really far away from that.
Yeah, it's going to be the same as last season, isn't it? Where the 3 promoted teams all go down, straight back down. It's going to be the same thing 2 years in a row by the looks of it. I mean, it always happens that at least one of them will stay up usually, but the last 2 seasons it just
they're going straight down. Yeah. And check this out. When you look at the league table from the bottom up, Southampton, Leicester, Ipswich, then you got Wolves, and then look, these next teams: West Ham, Everton, Tottenham, Man United. Wow.
Crazy, that.
Okay, there's a big gap between United and Ipswich, 20 points. Yeah. But look at all them big teams there. And that goes into that conversation. The Premier League this season isn't great, this, that, and the other. This is the most competitive Premier League I've seen in years. Like, where when you look at the top half of the table, we've got that 12-point gap between us and Arsenal. Same amount of games played. Then after that, you got Arsenal 58 points, Forest 54, Chelsea 49, City 48, Newcastle 47, Brighton 47, Fulham 45, Villa 45, Bournemouth 44. Then you got Brentford 41. Look at all them teams there fighting for them. For me, Arsenal and Forest will get there. So there's 2 spots there, and look at the amount of teams involved in that. Messi, yeah. Man City, if they carry on playing Doolally, that'd be funny if they don't make top 4, bro.
It will be, but it won't happen. That isn't going to happen, is it? And I actually hope
they've got the games. You've seen the games they've got next.
Yeah, you got some.
They got a lot of. Yeah, they got Loisy. Yeah, no, it'll be good, but no, they'll be fine. Forest, I still got question marks. If I'm honest, I'll have to. I'm still not 100%. Though, I need to see if they're in the next 5 games. I'll see where they are, and then I'll say they'll qualify. Still not 100% with Forest.
They beat City 1-0, was it?
Yeah, they beat City 1-0. Yeah.
For me, when they won that game, it showed me they're going to make it. Then I'll say this now: they'll be relegated in the next 3 years. I said that a lot of times. Forest, enjoy it now, but you'll be relegated in the next 3 years, man. Never really liked Forest.
I like it. I like it from the perspective of Nuno, because I like Nuno when he came in as the Wolves manager. I just like him. He's very personable and friendly, and he's good in interviews. He explains himself well. I like the man.
Yeah, I like him.
I'll be pleased for him. Like that, they've had such a good season. Don't care about their fan base, but I'll be pleased for Nuno, like, to get Champions League. In the same way it was for Emery and Villa to get it. I'm glad to see other English teams getting a chance to get in the Champions League. As I say,
as long as they don't win it.
As long as they don't win it. As I say, I've got quite a good memory of the Villa 82 one. The first final I can remember was 81 us Real Madrid, and the year after it was Villa Munich. Then it was Hamburg Juventus, then us and Roma, then us and Juventus. And Terry Venables and Barcelona against Steaua Bucharest in 85, 86. The one Everton nailed on to win.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they lost that. That's mad. That's crazy.
Yeah, El Tel out in Barcelona. Took Gary Lineker out there. Took Mark Hughes out there.
Yeah. Done a bit too much with her. Let me read some of these comments today, and then we'll get back to what we're chatting about. Abdul says Holmes is on the racist channel GB News. In terms of Amy Holmes, well, I hear what you're saying now, Abdul. They're not great. They're not great channel. So I hear that.
He's a chubby idiot, who likes being the only worse one than him on telly was Terry Christian. Now he was actually
from the world,
Manchester, but he's one of those professional rent-a-quote Mancunians, and he's full of absolute really rubbish bile. But I've always loathed him, for Man United fans, professional Manc Terry Christian, idiot.
I hear you that, Lee. So Abdul says Southampton will switch Leicester. Yeah, that's who's going to go down. Yeah, we can just wrap it up now. Say goodnight. MK Toll says, I thought Leicester would hung on. Yeah, maybe. I think the rude manager's bounce. He's had 1 or 2 games, but they've been horrible. But we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, you've seen Saeed's Football Channel tier list. He's got people in the feelings. Yeah, Trudon, can you elaborate on that for me, please? I'll be interested. Is it, when you say Trudon Football Channel tier list, is it the other podcasters? Is that what you're on about, Trudon? But yeah, just elaborate on that. I'm interested. Give me some more elaboration on that. I'm interested in that. And hello to you, Dara. Big up yourself. Hope you're well, Dara. We're here, Dara. Hopefully, Dara, you haven't got anyone in trouble, over the weekend, put people up in the cell. But big up yourself, Dara. Big up yourself, Dara.
CSI Arizona.
Exactly, Lee. Yeah. Just give you a heads up, Lee. I spoke to Bernie and Norm yesterday. They're still on the Tracy hunt for you, Lee. So keep safe, keep tuned, Lee. Yeah.
Oh, flipping it. I'll have to wear the disguise in case they actually find that.
Yeah, that's
Disguise.
true, Lee. Yeah, Lee. Yeah. You're
Come up
famous round the parts.
yeah, in case their search comes to fruition.
Yeah. Oh dear. Oh, really? Interesting, Trudon. This will be funny. Yeah, Trudon. Yeah, Trudon. Let me know how the rankings go. Who did he have first and 10? And let me know who are the channels that are sad and salty. That is funny. I would like to hear more on that, Trudon. So big up. Yeah, let me know more of that. That is kind of funny because yeah, who cares in my opinion? But yeah, Trudon, let me know in terms of his rating and who's getting upset and getting the knickers in the twist.
And we're
Yeah.
talking about Saeed's channel, yeah.
Yeah, Saeed. Yeah. Saeed's
Saeed's quite
channel.
funny. He's good value for money when he's doing his oh my god bits like when
He's
Liverpool are winning.
watching.
Like that stuff's funny. Like when he ends up on the floor and that. Like, you know
Yeah, I
what I
mean
mean?
that's yeah,
It goes over the top of it, but it is funny because football does make you flip. Mate, I flip. If I had cameras on me when I was, I'd
mm,
go and see some of the faces I pull and the like, sort of like my body moves around like and that. You know, like when the
yeah,
football's happening.
yeah.
You know,
Listen, when I was longer, Lee, and yeah, in the chat, since me and Lee speaking about this, let me know about which game. We don't have to be all games, but what Pacific game did you flip out? It could be any time, whatever age you are, 15, 21, 30. What game that we lost made you flip out and just go crazy? Let us know. But yeah, Lee, I mean, you can tell me, but Lee, I remember, oh God, what was the game? Oh God, no, you know what? Last season, the quarterfinal against United, when we lost at 4-3. Oh my God, honestly, I screamed my head off, and that's the first time because when I was younger, I used to take games losing personally, and
yeah.
that was the year when we weren't winning the league, unfortunately. I was around Man United players and stuff like that. Mate, I used to I had the PS2 controller to the floor.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
man, I'll punch the wall. I used to scream. Oh my God, it's annoying. My mum hated it, but yeah, I used to
yeah.
go
I
very mad.
know.
But now,
My mum used to
mm,
shout at me because I'd get, and
yeah,
occasionally I'd swear, but she wasn't allowed to. My mum's and she'd
yeah,
go, Lee, and then I'd start laughing, and that it'd make me little brother laugh. But like him,
yeah,
my little brother and his mate, when I was like about 20, I was living in my mum's, and our John was only about 10 then. And when we'd listen
yeah,
to Liverpool on the radio, I remember like I think we were winning 2-1 against Wimbledon. We were at home as
yeah,
well, and they equalised
hmm
late on, and I had this
mm,
fit where I sort of like I just hit the curtain. You know what I mean?
mm,
It's not a big deal
mm,
hitting the curtain. Like you're not going to break a curtain. But my little brother and his mate was just laughing their heads off because they couldn't believe how worked up it got, and he was just buzzing
mm,
off me and giving me stick and that, saying,
hmm
go on, take another fit on the curtain. Why don't you take a hippie on the curtain? He was saying, taking a
hmm
hippie means like having a fit.
hmm
But it made me laugh that they got a laugh out of it. I was annoyed at the time, but yeah, they were laughing at my distress. I slapped the curtain like in anger when Wimbledon equalised. It wasn't a big game, do you know what I mean? It was just like we weren't that good at the time and we needed the extra 2 points. It could have been any game that I'd flip over years ago. Like I'm a bit better now. I actually threw me keys at the telly and smashed me telly a few years
Oh,
ago.
yeah,
It was when we played Tottenham at Anfield and
yeah.
they equalised like to make it
Oh,
2-2. And
okay.
yeah, I ran off my head. Me dad threw me. I was drunk and I threw me keys at the telly and it broke the telly. It broke the flat screen telly. And that was only that was in about 2019 or something. It was.
Yeah.
But yeah, it never truly dies that having a fit over football, taking a hippie over things.
Yeah. It's true, Lee, it's true. Yeah, I
I
mean, I
wouldn't
get
have done
frustrated.
it, but I've been drinking.
Mm.
I wouldn't have done it, but I've been drinking.
Yeah.
Like I remember when we lost the league on the last day in 2022, and like I got a taxi.
Oh, God.
Here,
Oh,
and the taxi driver was a Man United fan, but
yeah.
I've been talking to him a lot this because he'd been taking me for taxis to like the around that time. But he was all right. This United fan was from York. He was always going on about how much he hated Leeds. I was saying to him, oh, yeah, I missed the rivalry between Liverpool and United now because I don't like City because their money's fake and that. And he was like, oh, nice one. And then the very next season, they went and finished above us. I mean, I spoke too soon. I didn't really mean it when I said it's because I've been drinking. You know what I mean? I was trying to be nice to the bloke. He was all right, not a bad guy about my age. But I said, yeah, I missed the rivalry now, like between us and United. I preferred that to us and City because you're usually a genuine big club. And then the next season, they finished above us, like in 22-23 and got in the Champions League. Spoke too soon. But there you go. The evils of drink. Some of the things that come out your mouth.
Yeah, can you still hear me, Lee? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. No, that's true, yeah. I think for me nowadays, in terms of football-wise, I don't, like, obviously what happened to us, I still get annoyed, but I just don't take it how I was, like, punching walls or
I've
smashing
grown
control
up.
pads. But I just get fed up. Yeah. More life important, but again, again, everything changes, but you get to express yourself, and like yourself, we're Liverpool fans here expressing ourselves, win, lose, or defeat. But yeah, I don't really take it too much to heart, but I still get frustrated. But obviously, oh yeah, there you go, Lee. See, there you go, Darcy. Lee's man's already been face. It's the batter red. Listen, Lee. Look, Lee's face. Look, Lee's shown his face many times. That's what you, Mr. Red. There you go. Hope you're happy now. See, you get if you ain't seen his face now, you get a man to his face. He's shown his face many a times on 12 Men. You just just choose not to, innit? It's just a moment. And in terms of JK, I can't speak for JK. In terms of myself, don't worry. When we win the league, when we mathematically win the league, I will be on camera. Believe me, I will be there. I will be there. I will be on camera every week. So you don't worry. I will show my face. Don't you
As
worry.
you can see, I'm painting in the background. I'm pointing the wrong way. There
Yeah.
it is. The paint. There it is. There. Behind me, I'm painting that red, white. It was a dead
Nice.
red. It was a deep
Yeah.
red. It was too oppressive, and because I'm trying to swap me flat, I've got to take pictures of it. So I want more neutral colours. The red's got to go. I didn't have the whole living room in red. It was just two of the walls, and the others were in like a light colour. But it's got to go.
Yeah, no.
Flat and get a swap.
No, I don't mind you. Yeah, because last time, you've done some decorating around the house, have you? Just kind of re-energize, just move things about, yeah.
Yeah, move things about, like, so just because it gives you a better chance of getting a swap if you've got pictures.
No, fair enough. Well, Dara, we've debunked that now as Lee's come on. I'm obviously for legal reasons. Side list is here. Okay. I'm not sure what list that is. Big up Dustin. How are you, Dustin? Hope you're well, my friend. Hope you're good. I was at Anfield 22 versus Wolves. Dustin, don't be silly. Don't blame yourself. Don't blame yourself. It's the players. It's the players, unfortunately. And Klopp had certain games. So no. It's kind of funny that day, guys. I'll just let you. I remember I was at work that day, unfortunately, and it was a quiet day. I was doing security actually. Corporate. It was a nice, expensive building. Funny enough, at the time, and Antonio Conte and his brother both lived in the building, in and out. And what's his name? The West Ham right back, Kufar, was in the building I was working in. They were living in the apartments. So I always used to see them on camera. And that day, I remember the 22, that was one of the worst days, honestly. I remember watching the phone, I saw Villa 2-0 against City. And then you continue and you think, oh, can this happen? You're thinking, oh my God, this is going to happen. At halftime, we were all there. And then obviously, we were still drawing. We were drawing thinking you just need the winner. And then obviously 2-1. 2-2, and we know the rest of what happened. And that day, honestly, I was deflated. And then losing that European Cup final against Madrid made it even worse. I was fuming. I couldn't even celebrate the 2 cups.
No,
It's weird. It's weird. It was weird.
For me, I actually,
yeah.
To be honest, I was drinking a lot at the time anyway. Not that much to do with the football, just more to do with me.
Yeah.
And, I definitely like doused myself in ale to get through that period. When I knew we weren't going to win the league, like it was hard to take.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah, it was one of the most.
Villa went 2-0 up, didn't they?
Yeah, Coutinho of all players done us a favour. So that was one of the worst summers. Yeah, after me, I was very few with that. Yeah, I mean, I understand what Klopp did with the whole, but for the FA Cup and Carabao, no, not for me. Not for me at all. There you go. Yeah, so Mr. Bettesworth, big up, guys. Looking forwards. I'll get to these comments and I'll mention the next man who's in. Yeah. No, you, sir. No, you. We'll get to you in a minute, mate. You just coming in. We'll get to you in a minute, mate, after these comments. Mr. Batterred, will you lads be at the parade at the end of the season? All goes well. Yeah, we'll answer that in a minute because we're the person who's kind of ruined the party. He'll answer that as well.
Thanks, Ozzy. How you go, bro?
Big up, Dustin. Yeah, big up yourself, Dustin. Ready to jump pitch? Yeah. All right. In terms of I can answer for the 4 of us, and I'll just go through the comments, and then we'll let Fuzzy come on and say and speak up. Yes, exactly. Gunshot. Yeah. In terms of now, in terms of the parade, yeah, we'll all be there. Believe me, I'm gonna be there. I don't care. I will be there. We will be meeting up and linking up, so don't worry. And if you are there, we will be there. Would you rather we won the quadruple or do the Centurion of being double 2019? Trudon, let me just start your comment and we'll get back to that. We'll answer that. And I generally get animated when we win, not when we lose. Fair enough, Dara. And yeah, Fuzzy. All right, Fuzzy. Right, we'll get back to your comment in a minute, Trudon. But Fuzzy.
Yes, sir.
Big up, man, and blessings to you, Fuzzy, man. And obviously, I'll just like to say again, Fuzzy, big up yesterday's stream. I said it earlier, but big up your stream yesterday with Uncle Rods. Big up, Uncle Rods.
It was a good stream.
Big up,
we were
Fuzzy.
just talking about YouTube and just in general, like how life is. And we talked about the season so far, the mistakes, and the good things that we've done. You know what I mean? You got to talk about them, don't you? You got to talk about them. You got to have that conversation, uncomfortable conversation sometimes about YouTube and the way people get treated. And we did. It was a great stream yesterday. We had, it was about, was it 2? We finished about 3 a.m. or something like that. We started around 12, half 12. Yeah, man. Really enjoyed it, man. How you guys been anyway? How's everything with you guys?
Yeah, I'm good. We've got plenty to be positive about still, haven't we? The league. See, the thing about missing out in the final, missing out in the Champions League, he'll learn from it, hopefully, won't he? For next season, so we can try and go on all 4 fronts. And I'll refrain from saying the quad thing, about next season, because we have talked about it, and it isn't that likely a scenario for any team. If City couldn't do it with the squad they've had in the last 5 years under Pep, if they haven't managed it in that time, it shows you how hard it is to do. Because if any team would have done it, they probably would have. And the best they could do is the treble, which is good. It's good. Treble's good.
Yeah, you're spot on. Spot on. Trophies is important, isn't it? To me, when I look at trophies, I see it as a bonus. I mean, I'm not that kind of fan that always says, let's get out the cups and all that stuff. Because, I said it many times, if you look at our past history, we used to have 11 players plus 1 sub, and we used to win it all. I mean, why are we complaining about the modern day football when things should be easier with the amount of substitutions that we have, the squad depth that you have? it's kind of weird, you know what I mean, when we act like that. Because you know, like if you lose focus of trophies, it it corrupts players' minds in regards to games and all that stuff. Once you throw a game, it becomes a norm in your brain. You know what I mean, guys? So that's what you don't want your players to do. You just have to stop things like that. Like go for every trophy that's possible and see how far you get. You know what I mean? If you have to play the youth, last season we played the youth and look what they did. You know what I mean? They done better than the senior team that in the cup final. I mean, so against the £1 billion team. So you know, like I said, Liverpool should not lose its identity. We're all about winning trophies. As soon as you lose focus with that, it's very difficult to get that back in the future. You know what I mean, guys? And the last thing we want is players that's intentionally throwing games just because they don't want to be in a cup or anything like that. Don't corrupt players' minds, man. Just get on with the trophies, man. If you get it, get it. If you can't, you can't. That's life.
That's true, bro. What we were talking about earlier today, bro, was like, you know, that week where we just lost against Newcastle and PSG.
Yeah.
Do you reckon the captains in the team should have stepped up more? Because we've got a lot of captains in the team.
Yeah.
For their country and stuff. Like, that's like when you look at the thumbnail, like they're all captains, bro.
Yeah.
So how come we couldn't beat a Newcastle and PSG with them
That's
guys?
a strange one, you know, JK. That's a strange one. You know, I mean, you just said that. Right? There's one thing I say about Klopp. Klopp was a genius in that way when he used to buy players. He always used to buy captains, and I always alluded to with you guys in the past. Captains are the easiest ones that can take instructions on the pitch and all that stuff.
Yeah.
That's why he used to get so many of them, like Robertson, Van Dijk, Henderson, Milner, you know what I mean, etc. Mane, Salah. They're all captains of their nations, you know what I mean? So it makes it easier for him to give instructions, and they take it on the pitch, and you know they get their thing going, you know what I mean? But this time around, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what committee they have. You know what I mean? Because we used to have a committee back in the day, JK, Lee, and Nalante. I don't know what the committee is now. I don't know who's in that. I don't know who's in the WhatsApp group. Is it more? What we misunderstand is there was a captain on the pitch and there was a captain off the pitch. JK, remember Milner off the pitch and Henderson on the pitch. So it was, and then you got Van Dijk and, you know, Salahs and all these guys around it. Now I don't know what it is, because I've always said it, like when you play football, you got to lead by example. How many of them can say they lead by example when you watch them on the pitch? How many of them actually take responsibility within themselves to play better on the pitch? You know what I mean? Sometimes, like, you got to look at players and they got to take the ball by the scruff of the neck, go forward and shoot from long range, shoot from short range. You know what I mean? Stop respecting other players just because they got the aura about them passing them the ball. You know what I mean? That's how leadership is. Leadership is not the ones who are weak and then just pass the ball away when they're supposed to shoot to play on the goal. You know what I mean, guys? So, I don't know. I really don't know what the leadership is in this team at the moment, because unfortunately, the form dropped from like Salah onwards. Everybody didn't show up in the last two games against PSG and Newcastle. So, I mean, at least sometimes you're going to see the odd one or two, three players there that's going to still shine. But yeah, I don't know what the leadership is, guys. I honestly don't know what the leadership of this team is, because we need more than what we're showing at the moment as well.
Eddie Howe said, didn't he, that you know, he was made up. We had to go to extra time against Palace and then lose on penalties, because it just set it up nicely for Newcastle. If we'd have went through on penalties, we'd have probably had a little bit more fizz, but it really did deflate us. That, I mean, we just come up against a really good side, and then the follow-on from that was losing the final, because the players were a little bit tired and also deflated mentally from going out the Champions League. So it's just something, you know, something we got to swallow. Like, but you know, we've been here before, haven't we? And we don't lose that many finals. We tend to win many more than we lose. Liverpool. So it was a little bit of a slap in the face, like in a wake-up call, losing that final. But there'll be others. But yeah, it was a little bit like getting kicked up the arse, and then when you turn around to see who's kicked you up the arse, you get slapped in the face. PSG, and then Newcastle was like a double attack, wasn't it? PSG kicked up the arse, then when we turned around, Newcastle slapped us in the face.
That's true. That is true, you know, thinking about that. Yeah. It's a learning curve, isn't it? It's a learning curve. New coaching staff, the players, get to know them. I'm hoping, I'm guaranteeing. Sorry, next season it won't be the same mistakes again. They can't go through that. There's got to be a learning curve. You know what I mean? That's why when JK said to me, "Why are you so angry? You're the angrier normally. You're reasoning with everybody." I said, because I'm not blaming the players. It's not the players' fault. I'm optimistic in a way of I've realized 2 games will come out of that with the same kind of performances, and it shows it's nothing to do with how good the opponent's side. It was just how tired our players are. And I've been saying it since the summer, since the January transfer window. We need players to support these players, and I'm not wrong about that. I can't be wrong. None of these could be wrong, because we do need, the depth of the squad to be stronger than what it is, and it showed, man. It's just unfortunate, man, because the Champions League ain't as great as what it used to be compared to teams of the past. If you know what I mean, guys. These teams in it now, right now, is there for the taking. Aston Villa is in the quarterfinals, guys. Come on, man. If we got through our game, we would have beat Aston Villa. I'm guaranteeing that.
Bayern aren't as strong.
Yeah, Bayern ain't as strong as what they used to be. You could say Real Madrid ain't as strong as what they used to be. There's so many teams, and I mean, you as a football club got to take advantage of those moments, and we haven't. And I mean, now it's going to be more difficult in the coming seasons, which is worrying for me, because not only are we going to improve, other teams around us are going to improve even more, and it ain't going to be as easy as what you see it right now. In my humble opinion,
improve drastically a few of our rivals for next season. We don't know what's going to happen with Man City, but if they're not punished and next season kicks off and there's been no decision, then they're going to be strong. Aren't they? Arsenal are going to be strong after spending money.
You'll buy Striker.
Chelsea have got a chance if they make the right signings in the summer. But I mean, it's whether they get Champions League football. Missing out on Champions League is going to be really big for them financially, wouldn't it? That's why I hope it happens. I've never been fond of Chelsea's fan base. They're the only other team apart from United that can't stand seeing winning anything, and that doesn't go for Arsenal. Do you know what I mean? I could happily watch Arsenal lifting trophies, as long as they're not beating us to one. But Chelsea, I can't bear seeing them win anything. I will be able to stand seeing them win the Conference League, because it will be quite funny actually to see them. I wonder how many of their fans will go to the final if they're in it. Funny,
bro. I don't want to ever see Arsenal win a free kick, bro. Forget anything else. No way. They're on that level as well with Chelsea now for me. The way their club and their fans are for the last few years. I don't want any British club to win anything. That's my opinion, bro. In the old days, it was cool. English side, you'd be like, they're playing, I don't know, Real Madrid in the final. You'd want the British team, wouldn't you? Them days are gone. And it's for now, it's for me. If it isn't Liverpool, I don't want no other British team to win it.
The way I look at it is it's from before the internet. I already felt like that about United and Chelsea. Didn't like them, and Arsenal didn't bother me, and I wanted them to win when Wenger was managing against Barcelona. Blah 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 blah. But it's different now with the internet. You see a lot of their fans do enjoy sticking the boot into us, and a lot of their ex-players. Well, particularly Merson. Merson is the main offender, isn't he? The ex-Arsenal players who sticking the boot in.
As you expected. I mean,
I've met Paul Merson. I met him one time as well. He was actually all right.
To be honest, when he does it, it's not that severe. He's just that's what he's there for, isn't it? Because he's an Arsenal man, and we've been.
He speaks like a fan, in my opinion. He speaks not like an ex-player. He speaks more like a fan. The way fans speak, they're not. The other teams are not great. We're great, but everyone else is rubbish. That's the way fans speak. Lee and Fozzie. I was asking this question to Nalante earlier about if Klopp was in charge of them 2 games we had against PSG and Newcastle. Would we have won them 2 games?
I don't really. I don't know. I really don't know. That's something you can't tell, innit? Because we're forgetting, before these games, Liverpool were more or less unbeaten. You know what I mean? We only chosen to lose certain games, didn't we? Really. So I don't know. I really don't know. It's different type of football. That's more attacking football with Klopp, and open team score against us with that formation as well. I don't know. I really don't know. I can't say much about that because I don't really know. I thought this type of football that we're playing, cautious, calculated football that we play right now would have been strong enough to win these games. But I said to you, JK, and Alante and Lee, if these games were at the beginning of the season, it's a sure win. I honestly think that.
Yeah.
It's just like it's the stage of the season we're at. You know, when the pressure's on, different type of football that you know the head coach doesn't know much about. You know what I mean? Because you know, like I said in the past, like there's two halves of the season. The first half is open, expansive football. Teams trying to find their way. What's their formation? What's the way they play? What's their philosophy in the game? And then you look at the second part of the season. Everybody's fighting for something, and he hasn't figured that out yet, in my opinion. So. And it's a one-off, it's a two-legged games, but it goes so quick. You know what I mean, guys? It goes so quick because it's the next week you play again, and that's what he's facing, that he doesn't understand a bit about the Premier League and all that stuff. Right? And when he's saying he needs like a small squad, 14-man squad, that ain't gonna work in the Premier League. I'm sorry.
Blasphemy.
You're already asking for trouble when you're saying things like that.
Exactly.
The amount of games, thick and fast, season in, season out. You know what I mean? 14-man squad ain't gonna do it, man. You need 2 players in every position, and that's what
23.
Yeah, man. Yeah, like I said, I really don't know. I really don't know about that one. Because Klopp can get wins against these teams at home. I've never seen a team actually come to our ground and did what PSG did. I've never seen that, even under Klopp. I mean, we always used to come out quick and beat the team straight away before they could even think back in the day. Don't forget that.
There you go. That's why I asked the questions, bro. But Lee, or Nalanta, you can give us your answers. What do you reckon, Lee? Do you reckon if Klopp was in charge of them 2 games, would you win? Because I just agree with Fozzie, what he just said there.
Sorry, just ask us that again. A second, I was just typing something.
Okay. What if Klopp was in charge of them 2 games against PSG at home after we beat them 1-0 there? And then Newcastle in the final. Do you reckon if Klopp was in charge of them 2 games, would be a win?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Because to me, I agree with what Fozzie said.
That was the catalyst for the second lot. Like that was and it was fine margins. It was fine margins. Advocate for Slot. We did only lose on fine margins, like although they were very good, blah 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 in both legs. They were very fine margins. I don't think Klopp would have been able to change that with the same players.
Or the same squad. Let's say the same squad, because he might have chose someone else. He might have played Endo instead of Gravenberch.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
A little bit of a different way about it, didn't he? No, I just think PSG were going to beat us sadly in that. Just looking back, before it happened, before we played them, I thought we'd go through and that it'd be tough. But looking back at it now, the form they were in and the players they've got all over the pitch, it weren't that big a shock, really, was it? Just they are a fabulous side who've been well put together and well drilled by Enrique. So, we got that trap that Arsenal beat them in the group stages. But yeah, we beat Real Madrid in the group stages, but we're out now and they're still in it. And they'll probably win at Madrid. I see that as the most likely scenario, that Madrid win it yet again. Which I won't mind. They're so far in the distance now, I don't mind. Obviously, it can't be having Barca winning it, because that'll equalise them with us on 6. Can't have Bayern winning it, because they'll go ahead of us on to 7. Tie with Milan.
That's why I don't want none of them to win it, Lee. I don't want none of them big teams, Barca, Bayern, none of them to win it. I want, who's left, really?
Yeah, rather a smaller club won it, but they're not going to, I don't think. So it's going to have to be Real Madrid, so that we don't have Barca catching us or Bayern going ahead of us. I always look in them terms, when we are in second place, joint with Bayern, aren't we, behind Real Madrid? And I want to stay there. I'd like to actually be in second place out on our own at some point, ahead of Milan. Because Milan have been out of it now, but they'd won 2 already before the 80s, like Milan. So they've got their 7, haven't they? When they beat us in Athens, that would have been 6-all, wouldn't it? But they won to make it 7-5.
Yeah, quickly go through the comments. Dara, too many captains, maybe for the team. No, for me, you can't get enough leaders, bro. You don't like what Fozzie said. You don't have to speak too much to captains. They know once they've heard what the manager wants, they're going to do that. Hence why, for me, for me, if every player in every position is captain for their country, happy days. I'm happy with that. Why? You ain't gonna have to waste time encouraging them or getting them mentally ready for a game. Job's already done. Hence why I'm a bit disappointed with the squad we had that week we just had. We should have done better. And then Mr. Battered says, speaking of leadership, VVD, Salah were terrible past few games. Yeah. You know, and they're normally the two reliable guys out of the squad who are captains for their countries. Salah was quiet. Virgil, I don't know, the Isaac marking on his goal at Wembley last week, non-existent. He weren't there, you know. He scored against him again. And MK Teo says, we need a midfield general at least. This is what I was saying pre-January transfer window. Because what happened the year before, we was in the sort of the same sort of pickle, you know. We needed a guy to come in to give us a pair of legs.
Yeah.
If Gravenberch can't do it. If you don't like Endo, where you think Endo's not capable of playing Newcastle or PSG, get a guy in January that you know in the next phase of the Champions League, you might have to play him because Gravenberch has been playing every minute of the league.
Yeah.
And it wasn't done, bro. So who we blaming for that? You know, for me, one player makes a difference. I always say that. Football's the type of game. One guy can make a difference.
Hindsight's a thing, but it does look like we should have went into that Southampton game resting.
Of course.
The entire midfield, let's be honest, to the rest of all three of them.
Bro, if Endo and Jones can't play against
game.
Southampton, they shouldn't be playing for Liverpool. If Endo and Jones can't play them at Southampton,
Endo, Jones, and Elliott could have been the midfield, couldn't they? I think we lost the game. You know, we lost the game, but at least we would have had rest for the midfield before Paris. But I have to say, that's hindsight. I sort of trusted in Slot, and I thought, okay, the guy knows what he's doing. He knows how far to push them physically. He's the one, you know, there watching them like with his team. But didn't pan out that way. They did look like they'd run out of energy at exactly the wrong time.
Bro, pre-game of that week when we had that week that we had them 2 games, I said there's 3 players in the first 11 that he normally picks. I don't really want to see in the PSG second leg and in the Newcastle final. And that was Szoboszlai, Gravenberch, and Jota.
Yeah.
Darwin Núñez comes in, sets up Harvey Elliott for the winner, scores the first goal against Southampton, wins the penalty. And I'm thinking, you know what? Give him the 3rd game now, where he starts. And what happens? He brings in Jota again. So for me, Slot made the mistake there. And then he could have chucked in a Jones in a 4-man midfield, what he did away to Man City. We're 1-0 ahead at Anfield. And you know PSG are going to attack us. So why are you playing Jota? You know, you gave a player away. So for me, I would have just chucked a 4 in the midfield and played 2 up top, counter-attack, whatever. So for me, it was them sort of mistakes that Slot made. And I think Klopp, if he was in charge of them 2 games, because what Fozzie said about the way Klopp sort of started games to go all out, and that would have bamboozled PSG, and we would have been 2-3-0 up, bro. You understand what I mean? And I've always said, don't invite opposition into games. And when you're playing at home, do not invite the opposition for a cup of tea, bro. Nothing. Not even a glass of water. And that's what we did against them. And that's what I don't like about Slot's tactics. In that way, being too cautious. The best form of defense is attack. And it's as simple as that for me. Salah had 2 great chances in that PSG game to make it 2-0.
Yeah.
In the tie, he didn't score. And I think after that, it was sort of, we never really did anything. And if that was Klopp, he would have said, carry on, lads, for another 15, 20 minutes, doing the same energy you showed in the first 10. And that's why, for me, Slot, let's say, hopefully he learns from that.
Spot on, bro. And the dog agrees as well.
Smoky.
Yeah,
Smokings. Smoky.
Yeah, guys, it is what it is, isn't it? I think like now we just got to come back stronger after the international break, and 9 games remaining. Don't let nerves come into our games. Just win the games one by one. We don't have to be the most attractive football, guys. I'm not looking for attractive football. I'm just looking for us to win these games, and hopefully we could come through them, with flying colors. That's all I want. That's all I want, guys. I'm not asking for much. Just play as you should win a league title. Don't play the way people expect you to play, which is attacking football end to end and all that stuff. Be professional. Get the win. Doesn't matter how it is, and get out quick. That's all you need. That's all you need to do now. At the end of the day, nobody's going to remember how you played. People are going to remember you're champions, right? And this is what we want to say.
It'd be interesting, like at what point we can win it. If it's going to take until the Chelsea and Arsenal games, or if Arsenal are going to drop more points. It's hard to say, innit? But I wouldn't mind winning it away. I don't really care whether we're at home or away. To be honest, I don't give a tinker's cuss where it happens, as long as it does. But it would be amusing to win it at Chelsea, actually, like to complete the job there, like at Stamford Bridge. Yeah, that would be quite a funny one, like, because then by the time we get here, it's all over.
Like, for me, Arsenal have to win all their 9 games to stand any chance of it. So for me, hence why I said earlier about that 12-point gap was a breathing space we needed to go into them PSG tie. There's enough breathing space there to sort of concentrate on the Champions League now. That's another point I want to bring up about that. I was like disappointed. Like, come on, if there's 1 point in it in the league, fair enough. Let's go and win that Premier League. Champions League, if it happens, it happens. But for me, 12 points is a big gap. And that should give you enough breathing space to win them 2 games, bro. Dara says, not sure that the Champions League is any weaker. The so-called lesser teams have got stronger, even though Bayern Munich and Real Madrid are maybe not what they were.
That's what
they're always going to have something in them.
That's what I'm talking about, though. Those teams. Normally, when the Champions League is strong, those teams are strong. That's what I'm talking about. You know what I mean, guys? Real Madrid is always going to be the top team. It's just what's after that. You know what I mean? And normally we're in that line, bracket. Of teams that's after Real Madrid and that stuff. So that's what I'm talking about. Teams ain't as strong as what they used to be. We have to be serious like in regards to the Champions League, and they are beatable. I mean, when was the last time we beat Real Madrid? We did it this season, innit? So look how hard that's been down the years. That's what I'm trying to say, like, as well. So,
and even if teams are not doing great, you still got to do great. Why? Because then you can reach the top. So for me, I don't really get into that. Oh, you know what? Real Madrid weren't great this season. That's why you beat them 2-0. Bro, it don't matter. If we, like when we were going through the league table earlier, look, it's so congested from 4th place, 5th, 6th, and all the way down. It's really congested. A little bit of a breathing space between Forest and Arsenal. And then you got that big gap between us. So for me, this season, this Premier League's been sort of tough,
I don't know where people get that from. Like, it's been the weakest Premier League season ever. That's what I keep hearing.
Oh man, Man City have had seasons where they smashed it, bro.
And I said, Man City has been winning it for the last 4 years straight, and you're telling me about the weakest Premier League? Yeah, I mean, it's not our fault other teams are not in power with us, is it? So come on, man. Like, when a team wins it 4 in a row, that's the weakest league probably in football. You know what I mean, guys? So I don't know where they get this from. This is the weakest season. This season's been fantastic, man. Like I said, Nottingham. Look at the 10th to the 4th position, 3rd position. The points between them. Arsenal is more closer to the 3rd and 4th than Liverpool. You know what I'm saying? So how can people say this is a weak league? Well, because one team ran away with it. Come on, man.
Number one, when the teams are weak, one team has to stick out. So for me, that's the best team. It's as simple as that. Imagine we were like the other guys. We'd be involved in that mess. That's
Well,
underneath us.
the thing is, JK, it doesn't this give hope to other teams? It is possible to break these, juggernauts. These teams that's got all that money. Doesn't Liverpool give you hope that you don't have to give up? I mean, you can still compete with these teams. That's what I'm saying, and I don't think people look into that. They just want to criticize Liverpool for winning things. You can't really say we cheated our way to titles. We didn't pay to win a league title. We didn't even spend money to win this league title. That should give everybody around us hope that it is possible to do things like that. But instead, all we get is criticism from everybody because they're jealous. Let's just be honest. It's jealousy that's
yeah, of course.
It's nothing to do with the way we do it because nobody says we cheated. But everybody, Man City paid their way to titles. Chelsea paid their way to titles. Look at Newcastle now; they're paying their way to cups and things like that to start with, and then eventually they're going to be like Man City and things like that. But we're showing that the other teams you can do it with that money. I mean, that should be appreciated more than anything. But for some reason, everybody, because it's Liverpool FC, the most hated club. Let's just be honest; they just want to come after us because they're jealous. That's what it is. It's jealousy, guys. It's nothing to do with about how bad the Premier League is. They're just jealous. That's what it is. Normal circumstances, they will be congratulating teams that did what we did because it's Liverpool.
Bro, exactly that. Because for me, I'm not a big fan of the owners and stuff, but the way we've done it is very organic, where we've not really paid a lot of money.
We haven't, no. If you compare our spending to like all the others, I mean, we're so low down the top spenders. I mean, since if you look from when Klopp came in and up until now, and then you compare like what he spent to what everyone else spent, including Arsenal, Chelsea, even Everton outspent us like and other.
Can I ask a question, Lee? Yeah, give me even the chat. Give me your honest opinion. Yeah. If Newcastle didn't have that money that they do now, yeah, would they win that cup with those players they had in the past? If Isak wasn't there, if Ramirez wasn't there, if even Byrne, they bought him from Brighton, they couldn't afford these players back in the day. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like if they had their the usual players, the meaty players like Shelvey and all these guys, what I mean, would they win that cup? Of course they wouldn't, because the talent ain't there. Now they got the talent. Was it Tonali, the Italian player? Is it Tonali? How do you say his name?
Tonali, yeah. Tonali.
They got him. They got Joe Linton, who was a failed striker that's been pushed back to midfield. And look at the rewards they're getting from that. You got Ramirez, that you wouldn't even dream of Newcastle signing back in the day. But look at this, and you got Botman. Remember, we was fighting to sign him. We couldn't sign him because we couldn't afford him at the time. So you see all these players that's coming to them. I mean, it's nothing to do with the finance they pay, obviously, towards the club. It's the finance they pay to these players' pockets. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody wanted to join Newcastle before, but all of a sudden they got a lot of money to pay out. Everybody wants to join. You know what I mean? It's what's in your pocket is important. Let's be honest here. And as I said, Shelvey and all these guys, I guarantee you 100 million% they would have beaten us in the cup final. I'm sorry. I don't even think they'll be at the cup final. Let me just put it that way. Because when they were there, were they in the cup finals? No. Now they spend money. All of a sudden, they're in 2 cup finals in a matter of years. You know what I mean? Come on, man. Let's be realistic here. Money does matter. You know what I mean?
So when you've seen like Middlesbrough in the 90s getting to cup finals,
but they used to pay out money, didn't they? They used to they bought Jorginho, Jorginho, and like Ravanelli's. You know what I mean? All these players. Emerson, remember Emerson, the Brazilian guy with the
the wavy,
you know what I mean? And all that.
Craig Net.
Yeah, man. See,
he looked like the guy from Coming to America, Emerson. Remember Coming to America?
Yeah, Soglo.
The Soglo guy.
Something is it?
Bobby Musto.
It's like what Dara says. I mean, context. You got to put context into things like this, and that is true. Without the money, these teams won't be where they are. Like you just brought up, Lee, Middlesbrough. Why were they there? Because they spent money. Their owner was willing to spend a lot of money. That's why they were there. Blackburn. Let's go Blackburn. Why did they win the Premier League? Because Jack Walker actually spent out of his own pocket millions and millions for the squad and all that
Yeah.
stuff. I mean, you know, Shearer's, Sutton's, you know, Ripley's, Walcott's, you know, Lasso. I could name you all their players. That's how far as Tim Flowers in goal, Hendry, you know what I mean, Sherwood, all these guys, David Batty. I mean, I could go with the names. I used to watch consistently back in the day. This is what you spend money on to win things, and these are what you can't avoid. That you can't avoid what Newcastle have done. They spent money. Trophies are following. They haven't won trophy for 70 years, guys, and all of a sudden they're winning trophies out of nowhere. Nah, it doesn't happen like that. It's all about the money. It's all about the money. It's all about the Benjamins, man.
Apart from the championship, but yeah, I get it.
Yeah, man.
I get it. No, I get it. But yeah, but again, I'm not even looking at Newcastle. It's more to us to them, and this is what I'm saying. So, regardless of who we had missing, it's more us than them because they had players missing, and they were hungrier. That's the problem, man. They were hungrier, so they did the thing. So you can't begrudge them. And fair play to Newcastle. Fair play, mate. Fair play.
Lionel Richie.
Silverware. I don't begrudge them. Like, okay,
Nah.
we beat, but I'm over it now. I don't begrudge them having some silverware, like, because they have waited long enough. And I know what it's like myself, but I have been through 6 years with Liverpool twice,
which is nothing. Yeah.
95 to 2001. That was horrible. I mean, we won the FA Cup though in '92, so but it seemed like ages in '95 when we won the League Cup against Bolton. It seemed like it'd been ages because 3 years was ages for Liverpool.
Yeah, at the time, and
and time used to like go on longer when you were younger as well. It's not like now.
Oh yeah.
I'll quickly just go through the comments quickly. Norman, afternoon, Fozzie, panel and chat. Bless, bro. Hope you're cool.
Blessed Norman.
And then Lee, our co-host. Madrid are still a strong team, Dara, but Bayern and Barca not so much this season. I see another Madrid win in Munich as being extremely likely. Yeah, for me, Bayern Munich need to get their heads right and say, you know what, that game's at our home. We've got to reach that final. But there's still some good teams in there, you know. PSG, for me, even though they had Messi, Suarez, Messi, Neymar, and Mbappe, look more likely this season to win it than ever, like I've seen in years.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
You know?
100%, bro.
And Bernadette's having a coffee at Costa Coffee. And Mr. Batterhead, in the PSG game, we did come out rather quick, but missed a couple of chances early on. Salah one in particular and the breakaway. We were just wasteful. And I said that, I think if Salah had two beautiful chances in that game, first 10 minutes, he had to bury one of them.
I want to ask you guys a question. But finish off, bro.
Yeah,
go on, Fozzie.
Now, I want to ask you guys a question. That's to everybody at the panel and the obviously the chat. What do you guys think about, you know, Salah like not defending? Are you guys okay with that, or you know, like he's exempt from defending, like he doesn't defend for the team? Are you guys okay with that, or are you guys in the other direction? Like you oppose that? Like he doesn't defend. Let's be honest, innit? Let's just be realistic.
he did it sometimes.
More goal hanging than coming back and helping out Trent. You know what I mean? And Bradley. So that's what I want to ask you guys, because I don't think I think it's like a taboo. Everybody don't want to ask a question like that. But what people misunderstand is like a team wins you titles. I remember Ferguson, like when he used to win titles, if a player can't do it anymore in the wings, like helping back, you know, helping the defender out, he will take him off, or next season he's gone. But what do you guys think about that? Should a player be exempt from defending if he's a winger?
I'll quickly answer that.
I know it's a tough question because it could, you know, rile up a lot of the fan base.
Like for me, bro, I see it like this. When you look at players who have got a lot of flair and a lot of talent with the ball at their feet, you say, wow, can't wait to see this guy play. I'm going to give Diaz and Szoboszlai the examples here. Them two guys put such a shift in by running and defending in the game that the best side of their game don't come to fruition, you know? Hence why they've got 9 assists between them all season in all competitions. Szoboszlai and Diaz, okay? Salah, on the other hand, bro, he's got a free golden ticket like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. He's allowed to do whatever he wants. Hence why he's got God knows how many goals and assists this season. And that's why I see when you got a player like Salah, who's special for me, and right now the best player in the world, you've got to give him that free ticket. As soon as you get into his mindset, bro, you got to defend majority of the game like Diaz and say, so what shall I do? Salah's numbers are going to go half and maybe quarter down. Like they're going to go down big time. And that's why for me, Salah's the guy, like, bro, we've gave him the golden ticket. He can do what he wants and he repays us back with that, if you understand my point. So it's a gamble. It's a gamble, but it works well for us, my opinion.
Okay. All right. What about you, Nolan Lee?
It's the evolution, I think, of his game, isn't it? Like, as he's got a bit older, and obviously we don't play exactly the same way we did under Klopp. And it seems to be going well. He's had a brilliant season, hasn't he? He's been breaking all sorts of records again. Like every week, he's breaking some new record, like for having a goal or an assist in so many games, or blah, blah, blah. It's just been that many. So you can't really argue with his season, can you? Because he's been devastating for us, like, and he's scored a lot of the goals and made a lot of the assists that have took us to where we are. So you can't really complain, can you? I think we've been quite good defensively this season. At times, we could have been better. Sometimes, like, but all in all, I've been pleased with the defense this season because last season we were not shambolic, but we were shabby defensively last season. I did not like last season defensively. Klopp's last season, like, even before the season fell apart, we just weren't great in defence last season. I think we have been better with Slot's little tinkering with the system and that, like the changes he's made. I've been a little bit happier with the defence, and hopefully next season we'll have some additions, maybe a new left back and a new centre half to compete with the ones we've got. So I'll be open with that because it's not all about having a good defence, but it's one of the main things, isn't it? And I've seen so many poor defences that we've had over the years, or I've seen good sides, but not a good enough defence to go all the way. So, I'm always keen for us to get it right defensively. And we've got to make the most of it while Virgil's still here. Got to make the most of him being here. Give him a chance by putting the best people around him. I think a new left back's definitely got to be on the cards on it. And I would like to see a left-sided centre-back, because I'd actually like to see Virgil play on the right for us in a few games and see what it's like having him on the right-hand side of because he plays there for Holland sometimes, when they play a back four sometimes with Ake and Ake on the left and Virgil on the right, don't he? So he could easily do it for us, move over. I don't know who we could get in that position. Like, I mean, I've been keen on the left-footed one for a while, like the idea of having a left. It doesn't have to be someone who can play left back as well. I'd like both. Maybe a centre back and a left back, but we probably won't see it because there aren't that many left-footed centre backs.
Are there?
Yeah, and Fozzie's got a
one, like, at the moment. I do like Pau Torres. I think he's a good player. I think he'd play well with Virgil, like, if he was given the chance. But I'm not, pushing Ibu out or Joe or Jarell. I just think we need another option. I think we didn't replace Matip, and Matip has all that experience. He has all that brilliant experience, Matip. He came here as quite an experienced player, an international, a Bundesliga player. And, okay, he had his fitness record, like, but it was just the experience. He was the best partner, I think. I know, like, Joe was in the team mostly when we won the title, but I did like the Virgil and Matip partnership. I thought they complemented each other well. Them two, their games as centre halves, I thought really complemented.
Underrated, yeah.
Well, didn't they?
Yeah, but Fozzie's got a thingy where he says any left-footed centre back and left-footed attacker, striker gets injured quite a lot or something.
Yeah, they do. If you look back in history, they do. That's why I've always said, like, let's not take those risks. You know what I mean? In the 90s, as you remember, Lee, we used to have Steve Hartness, we used to have Phil Babb, we used to have Neil Ruddock, injury-prone, all of them. There just wasn't the players that, supposed to replace the likes of, Hansen and Lawrence and Gillespie's and Ablitz and all those players. You know what I mean? So they don't really last left-footed players. Let me just put it that way. I don't think people notice that. Look at Van der Ven at Spurs. Everybody was enjoying when they first saw him. Now look at him; he's a shadow of himself, always injured. You know what I mean? And that's why I say, like, you got to replace like for like in Liverpool. If you try to get out of that, group, it's going to be difficult for you, because once we tried to do that in the 90s, Lee, as you remember, it wasn't the same Liverpool anymore. Remember, we used to have Alan Hansen on the left, Lawrence on the right, or Gillespie on the right, and Alan Hansen on the left. And then we used to have, obviously, Ablett or Nickel, on the right back. I mean, so once we start getting out of that kind of thing we used to do back in the day, it took us 30 years, let's just be honest, didn't it? We wasn't the same football club anymore. So keep it as it is. I've always said, like, don't change too much. Make sure you get like for like. You know what I mean? Because once you have that, the team will be more comfortable. You're not going to upset them. I mean, that's always.
Nalante, do you want to answer Fozzie's question about Salah?
No, with Mo, it's just like, I think you kind of said, it just works. I mean, again, once the older you get, you got to be delicate with the player. Messi, Ronaldo, obviously the older you get, they were covered by the team, and then they were devastating. And like Salah said on an interview with I think it was Macca, and he said he spoke to Arsene Wenger, said for him to what's the next level to becoming great, and he said you have to be decisive in decisive moments. So look, Salah does what he does, and look, he does get back and track back when he can, or if it depends on the game, the personnel, he'll come back and track. But like these boys have said, if he's doing what he's done, he's working. It's another aspects, So yeah.
Thing is, he takes
question.
Yeah.
No, it's just a question I asked, because I've always thought if you have a work, it's like a jigsaw, you take one out, it doesn't look right, innit? That's what it is. So if a team works together up and down and all that stuff, as we did when he first came with Mane and Firmino, all that stuff, it was working because everybody had pulled their weight on the pitch, and it was a team ethic, innit? This is what drew the fans to the players, and like we've won the European Cup, we won the Premier League, we won the World Club Cup that we've never done before as well. So this is what I'm saying. Like, I know sometimes what people need to understand is in football you just got to let players go. I'm not saying let Salah go. I'm just trying to give you an example like how football can work. Not every player can play forever. Let me just put it that way. You know what I mean? Don't be manipulated by a fan base that's just drawn to players only. Remember, you support Liverpool Football Club. Players come and go. We're always going to have to move on. You know what I mean? Sometimes you have to move on early. That's how life is. If we was winning Premier League consistently and Champions League consistently, and the form hasn't dropped, nobody's going to complain. I mean, we'll just say continue. But we're not doing that. We're taking a while to win trophies now. I mean, I want to consistently. I don't know about you guys, but I'm all about trophies consistently. I'm not here to wait another 5 years to win the Premier League again after this. I don't know if I'm going to be alive tomorrow. Why am I going to wait another 5 years? You know what I mean? So,
with sound effects.
I mean,
the last breath.
You got to put that in your head, man. Like, it's all about here and now football. And like I said, I understand if the player wins you championships like season in and season out. I'm not here for goal records. Maybe some fans are. Maybe some fans are enjoying Salah's goal records more than Liverpool winning trophies. Have we ever thought of that? I mean, maybe that's what it is. I mean, so I've always said it, like, just think about in life, everybody has to move on. And I rather like great players like Mane, we remember them. Firmino, we remember them. They didn't go out of Liverpool being completely out of form. There was still some sort of form there, and then they left at the right time. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't want a player to overstay his welcome and eventually everybody, overstay his welcome and everybody turns on him, because that's more likely to happen at football clubs. We've seen it in the past. I've even seen people, Gerrard back in the day, actually argued about him still playing at the club. So while his form, it wasn't the same. So we've got to be careful, man. Leave your legacy intact while you're still at the top.
That's true.
That way.
I'll quickly just say something about the power of Salah on a football pitch. That the game against Paris in Paris.
Yeah.
Salah came off, and what happened? The whole game, their left back didn't leave his side, so he's taken out as an attacking form. And what happened? As soon as Salah came off, that guy thought, oh, okay, it's only Harvey Elliott. I can go on attack now. Get a goal, we're at home, you know what I mean? And what happened? Elliott scores the winner. That's the power of Salah for me. He takes two guys out of a game, defensive. Like, he'll take two members of their team out of a game because they're concentrating on one guy from us. That's how powerful that guy is. So for me, that's the top. That's the argument I've got for Salah, man. He don't need to defend as much as we really need him to defend, because he's taken out a lot of guys out of the game. He's got two guys marking him, three guys sometimes even. So that's the beauty of Salah's strength. And Norman just says that with Klopp in charge, we would have made changes in summer that were different, like selling kids or getting Chiesa. God knows, I don't know what Klopp would have done with them. A lot of youth players went, who would he have kept? And, you know, so I don't know. Carvalho was, for me, the disappointment because he had a real top pre-season with Elliott. I'm thinking these guys are going to be involved next season. Never really happened.
Yeah, not getting a game time at Brentford as well, once in a while.
Yeah, he comes on a sub, bro. He scored the other week.
Didn't we? That was a good transfer. That we got a good few bob for him. Just over with Vandenberg, we got a good few bob for him. That was good business. That.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that was good. That was good. Yeah. I didn't mind that. That was good.
Just took that Nat Phillips money off Leeds, what they offered, innit? Because he done his best between that and all that one, like, but they should have got the money while it was there.
Incompetence by the board. Wasted him being at the club.
Got that money out of Salzburg for Lee Clark's kid. What was his name again?
Bobby Clark.
Bobby. Yeah. I mean,
good little player, bro. He was.
Yeah. Liked him when he
player.
We got to go.
Guess it made sense.
Yeah, it made because like Chelsea were forever like bringing in young players and like selling them for good fees and. Well, they used to, like, didn't... I mean, they still bring in a lot of good young players, don't they, Chelsea? But they go through so many young players, you know, that just don't make the cut.
Well, they make it in other clubs, Lee. You know what I mean? They make it in other clubs.
That's it. Kevin De Bruyne and Mohamed Salah have come back to haunt them, haven't they, Chelsea?
Exactly, Lee. Exactly.
Yes. Gray.
I'll quickly just go through these chats quickly. Mr. Batterhead, with Klopp in charge, we've lost the first leg in Paris. We probably beat them 4-0 there, bro. Maybe Klopp would have played that game first half, I reckon. You don't know, man. You don't know. But there's a comment coming up that knocked the nail on the head for me. I think it's by Robert. And Madrid will buy again. Norman, Madrid will buy it again. Corrupt since the 50s. Lee Wizkid, big up, Breads, bless, bro.
Big up Lee. Big up Wizkid. Big up.
I like.
Big up, bro.
And then Robert, it's hard to know what's going on. We used to be able to show far more energy levels with a smaller squad in the Champions League.
Blame the manager.
And then Norman, how long have we, JK, Fozzie, been saying we need a DM? Since years, bro. Since I've known you, Norman, we've been talking about that. You know, it's very important. Some people don't. I don't think Dara really likes the DM. I think he's like taking an attacking option out or something. But for me, a DM gives the defense a bit more solidarity and easier to win games for me.
Our fortunes changed when Fabinho came, didn't it? It's not just Van Dijk, even like Fabinho coming in to Liverpool, it changed a lot of stuff, didn't it? If you think about it.
True, bro. As soon as he came in from Monaco, bro, I had a smile on my face. I can't even explain it. I just knew this guy's come in to do that job. Bless up Nalante as well. Bless up, Lee. Nice to see you come in, bro.
Yeah.
Leadership starts with the manager. That's Dara's comment.
Dara is one of those guys that always going to challenge us, man. So
I like them type of comments.
I like it though. He knows I like it.
Dara, you saying something else when I challenged you back years ago. You telling me Salah shouldn't be dropped.
Yeah. He said the Southampton.
Yeah.
What did he say? Sorry?
Like,
no,
I actually agreed with him though. For me, Salah starts every game, and I agree with Dara when he said that a few weeks ago. Like, I think it was a Southampton game.
Yeah.
Huh?
No, I said Casey should have started over Salah.
Others
In what
disagree with
game?
me, but again,
Which game, bro?
In what game? Yeah.
no, Southampton. I said Casey should have
Oh
started.
yeah.
Oh yeah,
I would have
that,
taken
yeah,
that.
100%.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
for me,
yeah,
no,
certain
no,
games. Yeah,
no,
you
I
can't
would
start.
not. I would
You
not.
can't start Salah every game. That's
No.
my thing. Like I said, there's certain games he needs to be the bench. I don't see, and then people, you know, it's like, oh, Salah as a start. He doesn't need to start every game. A squad is there to be rotated. Why do you need Salah against Southampton, against Leicester? You can put him on the bench. If it doesn't work, put him on. If we're gonna play him every game, then forget football. Forget it. You know.
Take Gravenberch with him. Szoboszlai, I didn't want to see him against Southampton. Endo and Jones should have come in straight away and probably play a McAllister in there with them. You know, whatever you wanted to do. But for me, Slot looking back now, because he's had a few days now to sit back and sort of go through that week.
Yeah.
He should have realised with Gravenberch getting injured on Holland duty, he shouldn't have played him. And for me, the leader of the team is the manager. Then you got your leaders within the players, you know, like Virgil, Salah, Alisson, them type of guys.
Yeah.
But for me, the manager should be not playing precautionary at home to a PSG team.
Mm.
You know, I think I said, don't invite the teams in. And we invited PSG into that game. The more minutes that came on, the more they came into the game. You know? Smoky by Abdul. Robert, I agree. Slot made. What was that? Sorry. I agree. Slot made too many mistakes. All right, even taking off Mac and Szoboszlai when we needed them for penalties. Even Kaiser should have came on for a pen. Yeah, I didn't understand that one.
It was a strange
I would have
one,
kept
that, wasn't it?
Szoboszlai on. I would have kept him on for a penalty, 100%.
And McAllister. You know what I mean? That's two there. You know what I mean? Two great penalty takers. Don't forget, after Salah, it's McAllister, isn't it, in the line?
Yeah.
So that's a strange
But
one.
looking at that PSG game, bro, we were at the phase where we've only allowed them to score one goal.
And it was a mistake.
in the whole
I mean,
two
it wasn't
games.
like they earned it. It was a mistake we did.
It weren't that they never came to Anfield and smashed us 3-0, bang, ciao. No. We took them all the way to the wire. The thing is with us, though, the comments coming up, you'll see it, and it's like spot on. Dara, that's an interesting point, JK, but why do so many managers focus on building the defensive line first?
Start
It's
from
like
the
a
back.
building, bro.
Yeah.
You gotta have the foundations in any building. And for me, the team's like a building. Hence why they probably focus on that first. The strikers and the wingers, they're the fancy windows and curtains you put up, you know what I mean? But for me, the defense is the foundations of a building.
Yeah. That's got to be started. Yeah, it's a starting point. Where did Liverpool start, really? I mean, where did the success come from is the day that Van Dijk started walking through the door.
Simple as. Him and Alisson, bro, for me, with the foundations. And then when Fabinho came in as well, them three signings there, that was sort of job done for me.
Yeah, once we got Fabinho in, that was it. We were complete then, weren't we? And we were ready to win the league.
I think Norman might agree with me. That, like I was saying, the day we signed Fabinho, that's probably one of the biggest smiles I've ever had of getting a transfer in. Like, I had this smile on my face because I just knew we've got that guy who's going to do that DM sort of role, who's not going to really attack, but he's going to get stuck in and win the ball and do what we've always wanted. You know what I mean? And then Norman says the quad talk is to put pressure on us. No club has ever done it. United win treble by putting players out of internationals and dropping the League Cup. City cheated to win. Facts. Exactly, because I'm not a big fan of this quad talk. And talk.
Heard a lot
media.
less British footballing media next season, specifically Sky, when they go on about stuff like. But
they're the worst.
We will hear it. We'll start hearing more and more rather than less and less. But it's a thing they do now, isn't it? Like, you know, they look at, you know, early on, they'll look at things and go, who can do this, who can do that? Like, and they do love piling a bit of pressure on us, but they do it with other clubs as well. Like, it is a bit. It has been a bit bizarre. I was up for it the first time in 2022 when it was on. I thought it might have been on, and it was quite close. I mean, become incredibly close. If we'd have won the league, then we probably would have took the bounce on to Paris and done that, I think. But losing the league deflated us a little bit, I think. And we just got mugged, didn't we, by Ancelotti in Paris and Vinny. But we were
Soon
quite
as the tie got
Yeah,
switched
after
there
that,
from
yeah.
Russia.
That's the first time we've ever been close to doing it. And after that initial one, I thought, I'm not throwing my eggs in this basket again. Going on about the quads, because it will come back to bite you. Very hard thing to do. As the treble is, you know, I mean, we still haven't done that treble of FA Cup, League, and European
Champions
Cup.
League.
United
Mhm.
denied us in '77 at Wembley. Bastards. They love that as well. United, when they were the only ones to do it, they know that it was them that denied us in '77 at Wembley doing that treble. But you know, we've had our treble anyway. In '84, we had ours first. Just a little bit different to being the League Cup. I think
Norman,
because we had to beat Everton in our domestic cup final, the Everton that went on to win 2 of the next 3 league titles in England. That was a great Everton side. And then the Roma side we beat as well in their own stadium in the European Cup final. Manchester United finished second in the league that year, but they were like never really in the race, only in their own minds. Like in about like October, they thought the race like under Ron Atkinson. But they weren't. There was no race that season.
Did you guys know Lee? Ron Atkinson is a Scouser. Did you know that?
He's from Old Swan. Big Ron from Old Swan. Yeah.
The way he speaks, you never thought he's a Scouser. He's more like a Cockney, innit, when he speaks.
yeah.
Very strange.
Yeah. Or Brummy, bro.
Yeah.
Because he was at Villa for years. He probably got the accent from there a little bit. I never thought he was a Scouser, man. It was mad.
No. Weird.
Old Swan isn't far from Liverpool city centre.
Okay.
Wow.
I don't know the area, but I used to go through it on the bus, going to places like Wavertree and Toxteth, like when I was younger. But I don't know Old Swan. I've only ever gone through it on the bus. But apparently that's where he's from.
Strange, isn't it, Lee, though, when you think about it? Like,
I wonder who you supported
I was
then.
really shocked. Huh?
Who did you support as a kid then?
Maybe Liverpool. I don't know.
No, I was shocked when I heard he was a bloody Scouser. I never knew all the years when I was a kid. I just thought he's that like fat.
That should have
baldy.
been on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire question. Where is Ron Atkinson from? That's for the $1 million. Like, no one would say Liverpool, bro.
Nobody would say that, man. Strange. Very strange, that. Very strange. Yeah,
I just quickly run through these quickly. The comments from the guys. Norman, Newcastle could not win a raffle before the mini. Bro, they never won nothing before. Like, none of us were born the last time they won anything. That's a long time, bro.
It is. I'm bloody old. It was before
Newcastle.
70 years, man. Come on, man.
70 odd years, bro. None of us were
Some of
born.
us over here in mid-40s, mate.
won the first cup in '69, and that is a big trophy. That's what the Europa League is now. They won that in '69. It's their first domestic one for 70 years, but you've always got to include Europe, especially the first cup was what became the UEFA and then the Europa League, as far as I know, and that was a big trophy. I think they beat, was it Up Jess Dozer or someone like, and it sounds like a rubbish name, but like they would somebody like that, but they were good, them teams years ago. Them
yeah.
I think they were Hungarian if it was them. And those Soviet bloc teams were really good in them days. They were much better than the Spanish sides, like Spanish sides went Mao in the 60s. Yeah, because the Spanish sides went like the 70s wasn't good for Spanish sides, and the 80s definitely wasn't. The 80s was piss poor for Spanish sides.
I think was it Barcelona won their first European Cup in '92, didn't they? They didn't exist in Europe. You know what I mean, so it shows.
They lost their final in '86 to Steaua Bucharest, one of the Soviet bloc sides.
There you go, another team.
Sides that knocked us out of Europe under Paisley every single time, apart from Brighton Forest, when we were going for 3 in a row. They were the only non-Soviet bloc side that we were knocked out by, but it was always them teams. They were the best teams. They were the teams you didn't want to play. You did not want to be drawn. We went out in Georgia to Dynamo Tbilisi. Wow. I know they played. Who they just played? Georgia and internationals. Georgia and Armenia. They've just played Armenia, I think. Georgia played Armenia, and they're like close neighbours, aren't they?
Don't forget, Lee. You know those days, their best players didn't used to go out the country, did they? They used to stay in the country.
They weren't allowed to move. So,
Yeah.
to all
Yeah.
intents and purposes, you were playing the national side because
Yeah,
they'd be
exactly.
really strong. They used to call them the army side because they were all in the army as well. That was their job. They didn't have jobs. They were all in the army. And so when you were pretty much playing the national side of Georgia or Poland,
It's crazy, isn't it, Lee? It's crazy.
yeah. So you Hadjis and your Stoichkovs,
Mhm.
they weren't leaving, mate, and going anywhere else. They had to stay where they're
For
from.
the big papers, yeah.
Ivanov.
Yeah, that's what people don't understand about football from the past. It was different. You know, there were different teams were stronger. In the 70s, it was the North European teams. Ajax 3 in a row, then Bayern Munich 3 in a row, then us 2 in a row, then you know what I mean?
Red Star Belgrade.
Belgian side, good even then. Anderlecht and
Anderlecht. Cadbury Huge.
People forget as
Red
well.
Star.
Liverpool were banned for 6 years as well, isn't it? People forget that, and that was our best. I don't know if you agree with me, Lee. Like that was the best team that we had in that 6 years. Liverpool was banned, so God knows where we could be in Europe at that time as well with John Barnes.
Yeah, that was annoying. Barnes, he would have deserved the European Cup. He would have been World Player of the Year.
Yeah.
He would have won World Player of the Year, Ballon d'Or.
We would have probably had four more European Cups. We don't know, Lee.
I think so.
Match up with the Milan side by the time the Milan side got the Arsenals in game by the late 80s. That would have been a good match.
Oh, that would have been a game. Yeah. Oh, that would be a game.
Don't forget Maradona was there. He went to Napoli as well. I mean, he didn't win the Champions League, but he's won the UEFA Cup at the time as well. So, yeah, man.
Maradona.
6 years, guys. 6 years we've been absent. You know what I mean? And everybody caught up with Liverpool at that time. When Liverpool was on 4. We was on 4 about that time, innit? So it's crazy. Like what that 6 years could have been like with that team. To me, that was that Kenny Dalglish team as a player manager. Well, amazing. Absolutely. You could never blink an eye. You could never blink an eye on that team because they were so attractive to watch. Perfect to me. It was aggression and skill at the same time. You know what I mean? And intelligence. All of that together. Peter Beasley with intelligence. You know, skill with John Barnes. Steve McMahon, Ronnie Whelan in the middle with their aggression. You know what I mean? Ray Hatton with his goal scoring from the right side. You know what I mean? And John Aldridge as a number 9. You know what I mean? That was just a number 8, but he was a number 9. So. Yeah, it was an amazing team. I mean, Lawrence and Hansen, Gillespie at the back, left back, Nicole, you know, playing goal. Amazing, man. Amazing.
Yeah, I liked it when Ruud Gullit first came to England. He said, like, you know, I want to play at Anfield, I want to play against Liverpool. And he said, you know, like the English team that you want to play against, like, and that, you know, because he'd been at Milan and they replaced us as. After we got banned, nobody replaced us as the best team on the continent. Sure, they were for 12 months, Steaua Bucharest, then it was Porto, and PSV Eindhoven in '88, and then Milan started. But they were dominant then, weren't they, for a few years, the way we had been up until Heysel. They were the dominant, the best club on the continent, like year after year for a number of years.
Yeah.
Until the mid-90s, they were dominant, like really the best.
And then Campillo. And after that, then it started changing.
Yeah, man. Crazy, isn't it? Crazy football, how life turns out, man. I mean, could have been more dominant. Could have been more European Cups at Liverpool cabinet.
I think we would have won at least 3 or 4 in that era.
I think so as well.
I'll quickly just run through these comments. Dara says you could also ask if Villa would be where they are if they had without their new owners. Big time. They've backed the manager big time.
That's true.
I think they brought a lot of players in, bro.
I'm not sure about that.
There you go. Another money spent. Look how far you can go when you've spent money. There you go.
Exactly. Emerson looked like Lionel Richie.
I remember.
Well, that's a dark play. As a dark.
I really liked him. I don't know if you guys like. I really liked that Emerson.
60 years. Errol Brown. No, 62 Errol Brown.
Janino, he's a really good central midfielder. He didn't have the same Janino, but Janino was out of this world. Emerson, player in midfield.
Yeah,
still
yeah.
player, really good player. And they bought quite a few. Obviously, they bought Ravanelli was the other massive name. They bought loads
Yeah.
of British players in, didn't they? Like they had a good side for a good
They had
few
a very
years.
good
Seedler. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They got to the cup final against Chelsea when Di Matteo.
Mm-hmm.
I felt for them. Yeah, Di Matteo, 30
First 2
seconds, and
minutes.
and then Leicester League Cup.
First
Yeah,
seconds, yeah.
2 replays. Mm.
I mean,
Norman
Two, three
says,
replays.
even though Liverpool were like not as good as like what they should be, I really enjoyed those days. You know what I mean? Because it gave the minnows, chance to compete. If you know what I mean, guys. Liverpool was just too far ahead of everybody else. Don't forget, like when Liverpool was in 18 titles, the closest one to us was Everton. You know what I mean? Man United was only on 7 until the Premier League started. So
yeah.
yeah, we was way ahead of everybody. Way
Yeah,
ahead.
unfortunately, that changed.
They made sure they changed it.
Yeah.
When they
And that's
Yeah.
why I don't feel no pity for the way United are right now.
nah,
Like,
keep
they
them there,
didn't
man.
give a damn
Keep
about
us on
us.
top of their
That was
heads.
their
Listen,
deal. That was their
Mate,
mission.
forget that. I never will. We can get relegated for all I care, mate. Let them not win another T until the day I die. To depart from this earth. Happy days, mate.
Don't let
They
that foot
should.
go, yeah. Don't let that foot on top of the head go, man. Just leave it on
Yeah.
there.
Now, tell me the truth now. Did it hurt you the other week when United played Arsenal that you wanted United to win? Tell the truth now.
Buzzy.
Listen, in those moments, it's the times I stay away from social media, innit? So
That was horrible.
of
That
course it
was.
hurts, man. Oh man, yeah, it's painful, guys. Absolutely painful when you want Man United to win. Goodness gracious me! But if it's the other way, guys, Liverpool just get on with their business. They don't really intentionally. They don't throw games. If you remember when Blackburn won the title, we beat Blackburn at Anfield, didn't we? And they lost. I think they drew or lost to West Ham away. They're supposed to win that game. So I
Yeah,
think
they drew.
they drew.
Yeah, they drew. Yeah, I remember that.
Goalkeeper, Hans Sagers, is it? The goalkeeper for what's his name? It was a Czech
Who-
goalkeeper. What's his name?
It's McClenchko.
Yeah,
Because of him, McClench or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The game.
McClenchko. Yeah.
I remember Andy Cole missing chance.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
Yeah.
equal chances, isn't it?
And John
Andy
Barnes,
Cole.
Jamie Redknapp scored a free kick, as I remember. Yeah. Right,
Oh yeah, Redknapp.
I can't
That was a
believe
banger.
Yeah, saying Jamie Redknapp. He was my favorite player those days, man.
I liked it, man.
I used to wear that, that shirt with the collar.
15. Oh yeah, the nice one. Yeah, that was a nice kick.
Number 15 on my back.
Yeah.
That was a kid.
Was he controlling the midfield, them long ranges?
Him and John Barnes, the DM John Barnes back in the day.
Yeah, he's good,
You know
man.
what? I
Barnes,
never
yeah.
bought a shirt. I bought a lot of Liverpool shirts. I've never bought a shirt with the name of a player on it.
No,
I always put my name on there.
you're the star, JK. You are the star.
I
mate.
was like, I have to get there. I can't put another player's name on it. If I want to get there, I'm going to put it on there. You know what I mean? It didn't work.
Yeah. So
Oh,
just put the
yeah.
number in remembrance of them. My favorite player.
Guys, was there an echo in here or not? Or was
No,
there an
all
echo?
good.
No, all good. Yeah, I had to
All
get
good.
this one in it. You have to
Oh,
get that in it.
oh,
You have to get that.
Oh,
oh, that's nice.
okay.
Come on, man.
Yo,
Okay.
You
let's
don't,
have a look at the front of that, bro.
you're not
Right.
gonna get these type of players,
That's my
all
favorite
the
kit.
time.
Yeah. Out of all the night kits at home one, that's my favorite. That one, pure red.
Have you noticed, like, since Adidas and all them, we haven't been associated with them, like New Balance and now Nike, they've both won like a Premier League title in their last season. I think was it the New Balance's last season? We won the league.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the next season was Nike, wasn't it? When Van Dijk got injured and all that stuff. So yeah, so in their last season, we always win a championship now. Have you guys noticed that?
Okay, so we got Adidas for one season then. You know what I mean?
Adidas has history. Adidas has history.
Yeah,
innit?
Adidas is connected to Liverpool. Carlsberg, Adidas, that's the combo for me.
I don't know about Carlsberg. I think Carlsberg was the jinx with Reebok, as I remember. We have won no championships with them. But yeah, because Carlsberg, don't forget, I told you before, JK, it was Wimbledon that had it first, that football club, Wimbledon.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. Yeah.
It was before us. It was before
Yeah.
us.
Moves, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, so we've never won a championship with Carlsberg on the shirts. So avoid that. Avoid that, man.
Okay, that's probably what they say. Probably the best beer in the world. It should be definitely the best beer in the world. That's probably what it was. Norman says,
man. Goodness me.
Norman says sexy chocolate. Dara says I prefer hot chocolate.
Actual chocolate. That's Oh man, I love Coming to America. Nothing beats that movie, man.
Oh,
That's
classic.
another movie you watch again and again until the second one came out. I mean, they've ruined it, man. What's with the
Oh, bro,
second one?
you know what? I've got it here. I'm gonna watch it soon. I haven't watched it yet, the second one. But for me, the first one, the classic part was where that guy, he was working at the burger joint,
Yeah.
and he was like, "That's when the big bucks start rolling in." Like they were, bro. When I seen that, yeah, bro, I used to rewind it just to watch him say that. That's when the big bucks start
I
rolling
think he
in.
died,
You know,
I think he died right after the second one. I think he died. And the same thing happened to Taggart in Beverly Hills Cop. When they did the new one, he died right after as well.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
man. So they just made it before they died. I like the new Beverly Hills Cop, to be fair. It was quite good compared to the third one, you know what I mean, when they're in the fun fair and all that stuff. But yeah.
You know what? I've never really watched Beverly Hills Cop.
Watch the new one, it's quite good. It's quite good.
Yeah. What about
recommend it.
the originals? Like
1 and 2, Avoid's Free.
Okay. That's like the Matrix, bro. I think the Matrix first one.
Mm-hmm.
Free,
Wow.
no?
Yep.
Oh, so what is he saying?
What you saying, Nilante?
No, you're saying about Beverly Hills Cop, innit? You're saying Fuzzy Free, no? You don't like Free?
What, when he's in that Fort Park
Or the
kind of resort?
the
and that?
amusement park one, no? No?
Nah. No.
Oh, okay.
That's what I think about it.
Wow. Ah,
That's what I think about it. Yeah? That's what I think about it, man.
oh, wow. Hey, you did me. Beverly Hills Cop like that. That was alright. That was good, man. Funny, man.
I put
Funny.
bullets on that. Oh man, it was one of the worst movies I've ever sat through, man. And you know what I mean? I'm a movie guy,
Really?
but that one, goodness gracious me.
Really?
Oh, it
Oh,
was
I'm
awful, bro. One of the worst.
Mm,
That's why you had to
fair
make it.
enough.
Which
It's-
film?
It's
is
like
it?
what?
It's
Beverly
shit.
Hills Cop 3. Beverly Hills Cop 3. When he's in the fun fair and that.
But yeah, I thought it was alright. Old
like-
Grace
it's like
Jones
when
in up in the
people talk about-
place.
It's like when people talk about Rocky 5, innit? Nobody likes Rocky 5 today, let's be honest. I didn't mind it, but a lot of people don't like Rocky 5, you know what I mean? They have to
Beverly
make
Hills
it Rocky
Cop
Balboa.
3 one where they're in Wally World. And like,
Yeah, that's the one. Wally was there. Oh my, it was a Wally.
yeah.
I couldn't watch that again, man. I avoid
Yeah.
that every single time. I always watch the old
Like,
one and two.
it's nowhere near as good as the
It's
first.
just like if you think about it, Lee, Terminator 1 and 2. After that, do you remember any of them? Not really, because they're not good enough.
Number two's the bad. Oh,
best one.
number 2.
Judgment Day.
Oh,
Dun-dun-dun.
you ain't
Where's the
messing with
kid?
that film.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
There's
The
no
top
good
guy.
film. It's just like RoboCop. Remember RoboCop 1, guys, when you got shut up and all that stuff?
Yeah,
That
yeah.
scares me
Bro.
to this day. I'll watch it again. When his
Man's
arms
hurt.
come off and all that stuff like this.
Yeah,
Oh,
man's are crying. Man's are crying.
oh man. I still remember I used to go to the video shop to rent that, man, back in the day. If people don't know, that's what we used to do back in the day.
But bro, that just showed you the beauty of humans. They know it's a robot. It's not got a soul. It's got it's got nothing. It's a
Yeah.
machine, and we're feeling remorse for that. But like for me, the machines will kill us and not give a fuck. You know what I mean?
People like panic about like robots taking over the world, and I can't help laughing because the last time I seen like an up to date top line robot, the most it could do was carry a tray of drinks from one side of the room to another.
Yeah, that's in Rocky 5, isn't it? Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
What do you reckon? Dogs hate Hoovers, bro.
Very
Johnny
scared.
5, he's alive. Remember Johnny 5? He's alive. Remember that one?
Oh, I love that. I love this.
It's a man alive. It's a man alive. It's a
You know,
man
that
alive.
guy, you know the actual actor Lee. He's not Indian. Do you guys know that? Yeah, I thought he was Indian.
Oh,
all
yeah.
these years.
Vicious
He's a white guy.
Stevens.
He's a
No,
white
no,
guy.
no. Vicious Stevens. Oh, was he? No, he wasn't. But yeah, I don't know. I think he's Jewish. Actually, Vicious Stevens, something like that.
Yeah, I always thought he was an Indian guy, but he wasn't. He played it very, very well. Played it very well, man. Yeah, Short Circuit, man. That's madness, man. They don't make films like that anymore. They don't.
Yeah.
Weird Science.
Yeah, and it's that funny Short Circuit. Like, it's a kid. Well, it is a kid, but it's a kid film for adults, isn't it? Like,
Yeah. But nowadays, isn't it? Nowadays, like Police Academy and things like that. Like, if Police Academy came out in the modern day, I don't think people would relate to it like we did. Police Academy was special back in the day, man.
One of my best memories of going to pictures when we were kids. There's one up the road there, and we bunked in for Police Academy too. Good laugh, but like it was the second Police Academy. It was just so funny because I think we were all about 11, 12. We were just the right age for it. Like that was bloody hilarious. That the
I don't know about you, Lee, but I think that it lost its way when Mahoney left. You know what I mean? I think it was 5 and 6 when Mahoney was no longer there. It wasn't the same. They needed Mahoney, man. All of them. Yeah, classic movies, man. Absolutely.
Yeah. Johnson with the sound
Wayne's
effects.
World as well. People forget about Wayne's World, how good that was. Mike Myers back in the day.
Yeah, Weird Science was top.
I liked it. I wasn't massively into Wayne's World. I preferred
Austin
Powers from him. But he is like a sort of Scouser. His mum and dad were Scousers, like he Canada, didn't he? I think it's Edge Hill. He came from the Edge Hill area, which is like
he's a big Liverpool fan, you know, massive Liverpool fan.
Yeah, he said when they moved over there, he said because we were like living all the way over in Canada, like he said it meant more to like me dad, you know. But he said there's no one more. When you take someone out of where they're actually from, there's no one more patriotic than when they've moved to another country, like than where you came from. So it was like, and obviously like being Liverpool and that, like, you know, and they were Scousers, it was just a big deal for them, like for Liverpool to do that, like in Europe. Yeah, I like Mike Myers. He's funny. I did like Austin Powers.
Yeah.
I didn't get onto them. They've been out for years before I seen them. Like I didn't see them when they come out. They've been out for years before I saw them.
I'll quickly just run through these chats. Mr. Batter Red, Fozzie, brilliant point. Salah not defending has actually caused Gravenberch full right to cover Sabozai to run extra yards. I think Salah has got to be pulled in more centrally. I think as a number 10, imagine Salah as a 10.
Before, didn't we, about him, like maybe to fix the defensive side and the right side, maybe he's got to like be more number 10 because we're playing with the number 10 now, isn't it, guys? So him cutting in, it might prevent him scoring a lot of goals. But if he's playing for the team and creating for the team and less running for him, why not, man? He'll become a better player there as well. You know what I mean,
number 10 can float as well.
Yeah,
I mean, this seems to have been a deliberate ploy by Slot to have him involved more in the attacking and less any defending than he was under Slot. And paid dividends. I mean, no one can say it hasn't. He's had a wonderful season, record-breaking season, and it isn't over yet. Hopefully, he'll want to get back to business. Like, and I don't know. I'm not sure he actually looks at it that way, Mo, about personal targets. He'll just want to finish the season well, won't he?
Yeah.
But yeah, there's extra records, loads of extra records to be broken still in this last 9 games by him. If he can do it.
There you go. For me, if he breaks them records, he's going to help the team, bro. It's as simple as that.
You wouldn't
That's how I see that.
You wouldn't back against him, would you? Our form, if we can beat Everton and get back to winning ways, then we've got a good chance of ending the season in style, hopefully.
He scored for Egypt the other night as well. So that was good. Lee says, I like the word quad to be mentioned as much by the media next season, but that's unlikely. Quad mania has taken root in the British football media. Yeah, because it's like what Norman said earlier about just to put pressure on us.
Yeah.
Realistically, you know,
It's
the media
true,
love it.
It's just clickbait. It's something to talk about.
They don't say it about other clubs other than us. I mean, you never hear, you know, Man City always getting the quad mention when they are competing.
You know what it is? We put ourselves in that position to win it. That's probably what it is as well. I don't know. Other teams, they're out the FA Cup, they're out the League Cup or whatever, but they're in the Champions League. So, but for me, yeah, it is pressure, you know, by the media.
If any team was going to win it, it would have been City in the last 5 years or something, and they haven't. I mean, they haven't even come that close to winning it, have they? I mean, they haven't, have they? We've come closer than they have. Okay, they won the treble, but they were out the League Cup early that season, weren't they? I think.
I think so.
Come that close to winning. But again, I mean, does it matter if you don't win it? Does it matter how close you came to winning it? You still never bloody won it, did you? So it doesn't matter how close you come.
Yeah.
Got it. I just don't see it as being likely in the next few seasons. Like, so they'll mention it. You know, they'll dredge it up again next season if we have a good start. If Arsenal have a good start, if City have a good start, it'll be mentioned probably.
It's the norm now. It's the norm. Just to do it. But for me, the media never really support us. The commentators don't support us. Because back in the days, commentating teams in European games, the commentators will be on the British team side in the way they talk. You've heard Rio Ferdinand this season in our Champions League games and stuff. The guy's against us 24/7s. It's a joke, you know. Dara says, I think Salah does defend and should continue to play the way he does. I agree with him there.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Right.
Robert says, I thought Mo defended more this season than any other season. I think as well. I've seen him do more than he's normally done. Dara agrees. And Norman says to put pressure on us. Bless up, Anthrob. Hope you're cool, bro. Big up, people. Good to see you.
Big up, bro.
I must say, I got carried away in 22 when it looked like we could win the quad. I typed it a load of times in streams myself. I didn't say we are going. I was just saying we could. If we do it, it'll be brilliant. But I typed it well too many times. So I was wary. I was wary after that first brush with the quad. Last season's one, I was less excited because I didn't think it was that much of a possibility to win them all. But actually, last season, it would have been a different quad. It was Europa League. Oh, yeah, it isn't even the quad then, is it? It was only that one. Sorry, I was talking bollocks.
It's cool. Dara, a similar question could be asked of Trent and his attacking approach. This is mainly White Grub and others have to cover him. It's working, so I say let's look at it at the end of the season. And then Robert, this is a comment I was on about. Robert, you knocked the nail on the head with this comment. I was happy with our defending against PSG. We only conceded 1 goal over 2 legs against a team that scores for fun. It was our attack that I was disappointed in. Bang on. When you really, really look at it, as I've said before, bro, we let in 1 goal in 2 games against a top best PSG team I've seen in years.
Mate, we had chances. We had chances to finish it.
Like, bro, you had them too. For me, one of the two. If you get a 2-0 there, I think we would have defended really well.
I think if Kwanzaa's header goes in off the post,
Yep.
You closed it out. Then after, I don't know. Maybe they are a really good team. Though I was surprised how good they were. I thought they'd be good, and I thought it'd be a hard game, but I'm surprised just how good they were and how they'd be taking the ball so effortlessly at times. PSG. I'll be interested to see how Emery does against his old side there for Villa. There's a part of me that will probably want Villa to win, but also a part of me that want PSG to win because it was them who knocked us out. Because I'd like to see the PSG Madrid matchup. That'll be a good matchup, I think, in the semi-final. PSG Madrid. That'll be a juicy one that I'd like to see. Sorry, Unai. I would back you. I do like you. You're a good geezer. All evening and all day. But yeah, I'd like to see the PSG Madrid tie in the semi. I think that'd be a corker.
Well, I don't want Real Madrid to win anymore, bro. Because for me, I want that number 1 spot.
Embarrassing, isn't it, to the rest of us, man?
I could easily handle Paris winning it. Get the number 1 spot, it'll take some doing, but I have handled Paris winning. I've got nothing against them per se. Apart from the amount of money they've got, it's similar to City, but hey, you know, that's in France, you know, they're not in the Premier League. Why would I begrudge them winning it? If it was a choice between them, Madrid, Barcelona and Bayern, as of them, and then Madrid, and then Barca, and then Bayern. Bayern's the last team I want to win it this season because I don't want them moving away from us.
And then Edward says, Robert, I agree. Spot on. It was a hard watch. And Alexander, big up, bless, bro. Hope you're cool. And also Justin, if you say anything about Salah, the stands get you. Norman, a top DM. Go on, Fozzie, bro.
No, I said they do. Yeah, listen, like it's like a taboo, innit? It's like a taboo if you speak about Salah, and it's like Gerrard did back in the day, innit? You speak about.
Yeah, but for me, Salah's reached that level where I'm not gonna ever say anything about Salah. Like
it's
for
not,
me,
it's not saying something bad about him. Is as I said, like what we're doing well, prepare the next generation. You know what I mean? And to maintain the success, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, there's too much player fetish sometimes with our fan base. I don't want to criticize or anything like that. I'm just trying to give you an example. Keegan left. You know what I mean? We didn't buck our eyelid. We got Dalglish instead. I mean, Dalglish stopped playing. We got Peter Beardsley. You know what I mean? You got to move. At times, like you got to prepare. You got to prepare to get the success still continuing, if you know what I mean, guys. And that's what I'm saying. While they're still here, make sure you prepare the next generation who's going to take over from them. You know what I mean? Because he's 33 very soon. Don't forget that, guys. You know what I mean? I know, like me and Dara spoke about the age and the nutrition and all that stuff. But let's be honest, man. These guys, if they get a serious injury, it's very, very difficult to, come back from. You know what I mean? And that's what worries me. Look at Matip. I mean, one ligament injury, it was over for, you know what I mean? Because he knew he couldn't recover. So, like, prepare yourself. I've always said that. Otherwise, we're going to be sitting here another 30 years. Inshallah, one day, hopefully, we're all alive. And then we're going to be saying the same thing again. So, yeah, just prepare. That's what I always say. Like, prepare for the future, because the future is what counts as well. The next 4 to 5 years. I'm not gonna sit here through another 5 seasons and just talk about goal records. I want trophy records. I mean, that's why I'm here. I've never seen a football fan not worry about trophies. You know what I mean? That's what we need. We need trophies.
About Mo this season, it's been really pleasurable, as it always is, to see him. On the other hand, we've been a little bit too dependent on him, haven't we? As an attacking force, without him, Sean of them, and with no Jota. I mean, where would we be this season without his goals and assists?
We don't know, because Lee, they said the same thing when Gerrard was leaving. They said the same thing.
I'm not saying he's in replacement. Not like what I'm saying is it's been a bit off-putting that we've relied on him so much for goals and assists.
Let me give you an example, Lee. You look at. Sorry to interrupt, Lee. You look at last season. He was away at the AFCON, and then Jota stepped in on the right wing. We were still winning. We were still top of the league. All the players galvanized. Don't forget, they got together and they played as a team, and we were still winning. You know what I mean? Until he came back, got injured, I think, and then the team wasn't the same anymore. If you know what I mean. Salah is Salah. Listen, if Salah wants a long career at Liverpool, he's got to take care of himself first of all, because he's playing international football at age of 32, 33. You know what I mean? That's a big thing as well. That's gonna probably fatigue him in the long run, if you know what I mean. So, I'm not here criticizing Salah, guys. Don't think I'm doing that. I'm just saying, like, we've got to start thinking ahead from this moment going forward, because I want us to, win the league. I don't want Man United ever catching us. I don't want Chelsea ever catching us, and I don't want Arsenal talking anymore. You know what I mean? Once we get this league, I'm expecting us next season to win again. You know what I mean? That's my expectation from our football club. I'm not here to drool over anything else. Just trophy, trophy, trophy. Learn from past mistakes at the same time as well. You know what I mean? But listen, like I said, when he wasn't like playing last season in January, the players pulled together and they were amazing, in my opinion. I mean, so it can happen. Sometimes, the reliance on one player distracts you as a player, and that's what's happened to these players. I remember before the cup final, every player was talking about.
Strangely, we've always done well when Mo's been missing. Remember when Oxlade-Chamberlain stood him not last AFCON, but AFCON when he got injured, the one before, and he come in and scored two winners, I think. Alex, one was at West Ham. But anyway, we've always coped and carried on winning without them. Sometimes just
don't underestimate the players, Lee. That's what upsets me. I mean, we're making other players irrelevant. They're not irrelevant. They can do it. They have got that. They have got that talent to take over, Lee. You know what I mean? And I don't think people trust them with that for some reason. And like I said, it's time for them to step up. We can't just be relying on one player every season. I'm sorry. Like they get paid to do their job, which is score goals and create goals and defend for the team. So they got to start doing that. We can't be over reliant on Salah, because I didn't like after that cup final, everybody blaming Salah for us not winning that game. You know what I mean? Because he wasn't in the game. It's not Salah. It's not only Salah that's playing in the game. There's another, you know, nine players. You know what I mean, on the pitch that should be doing more. If you know what I mean, guys. They're too over reliant on one player, man. And I see that. Do you remember the video before, guys? Do you remember the video before, like LFC TV, when they were talking about who's going to score in the final? Every one of them said it's Salah. Why can't they say someone else? Enough of that, man. Everybody has to
what you're saying. But for me, bro, like, see, like, when you look at the Premier League this season, all the teams are congested, and it's us that stuck out, and we've made the league title ours, nearly. And so that's that. And then you got the football team that's winning that league title. One player sticks out more than anyone. It's just the norm for me. And what happens, everyone else sort of adds to that. And for me, Salah's that guy. He's the number one guy. Same as Haaland is for City.
Yeah, of
Same
course.
as Kane.
There's no doubt about that. There's always one going to shine at everyone.
There you go. And for me, it's worked
but
well.
The thing is, with that Van Dijk and Alisson and players like that, will we be challenging?
You even be there. That's true.
We had Fowlers in the past that scored as much as goals. We had Owens in the past that scored as much as goals. We had so many players, Torres, etc., Suarez. Did we win titles with them? No. You know what I mean? You need that, you know, solidity in the team. You need that spine of the team. If you don't have that, you're going to be like watching Skirtles and, you know, players like that again, and Carragher's at the back. You know what I mean? So with that Van Dijk, with that Alisson, with that Fabinho's, with that all these players, Firmino's and all that stuff, would we be like world champions? Would we be Champions League winners? Would we be Premier League winners? No, because it's not all about him. It's what's around that as well that's important. And
but he does.
He scores the goals. So did Fowler. You know what I mean? So did Owen. But if Owen and Fowler on them had you know, Van Dijk, Alisson in goal, and Fabinho and all that in their team, would we win titles? Of course, 100%. 100% we would win titles. That's what I'm saying. That's the difference. We can't be over reliant on one player, man. We need everybody. We need everybody to pull their weight, man. And
everybody
pull their weight.
Pull your weight.
For me, bro.
Everybody,
yeah. Oh yeah, that song was so done. I heard that so many times on the radio. Oh God, I'll start singing to it. Yeah.
For me,
but you know what I'm saying, guys? You know what I'm saying, guys? Though, like, you know, goals are always going to be there, no matter what club you are. But it's just what's behind that is important as well. That's what I'm trying to say.
Of course. But for me, Salah does what he gets paid for. Yeah, and he does it with a smile. He's always fit. I'm never ever going to say anything bad against Salah. What a guy, bro. Quickly go through these comments. Norman, a top DM would free up Gravenberch and McAllister, who are not DMs, and have more to offer forward going. They both lose possession too much playing deep. I agree with that.
I'm still up for the idea of Zubimendi if it can still happen.
If it happened in the summer, bro, we don't know if Gravenberch would have got that much game time and made himself a regular for Liverpool. So
no, it might have went
sides to it.
I think Gravenberch would have still played, but it might have went a bit differently. But there's nothing saying that he can't adjust this next season and bring a deeper line midfield.
He has to.
Yeah.
Get rid of who he wants to get.
He does. He's got to, hasn't he? Like, surely.
Justin said he'll pay the club to rotate Salah. I think Nalante would as well.
Big up Dustin. Big up Dustin for that comment.
You got a brother in Nalante, and you got a brother in Dustin there, Nalante.
Yeah.
Did we get 3 points against Southampton? Did Mo score 2 penalties? I would still have started Mo.
But I'll counteract that.
Starting Mo every game. He's so fit and strong-minded. Even though he's not involved in the games, for me, he'll get 2 penalties, for example. And I don't like the way, for me, he can be rested, but it should have been done, say, I don't know, Southampton game, he could have been rested, but for me, we needed to get the job done, bro. We were 1-0 down at half-time. Anyway.
But that wasn't because of Mo. I'll counteract that. That wasn't because of Mo. It's down to other players, and he was there. Anyone could have took that penalty. And
someone had to score the penalties, bro.
And but it could have been anyone. So I'm not going to say that was because of Mo. It was just because other players presented it, and he's just a penalty taker. That's it.
Yeah, some people even say that, innit?
Yeah.
He's always scoring penalties, and people don't see the deficiencies in his game. I mean,
Mm.
sometimes they say he hides behind
Well,
penalties.
great. Yeah, it just context everything.
Yeah,
That's all it is. Was it context?
No, nobody.
People
Listen,
want to give Salah like, oh, this and that, but come on, man, like, you can't.
I love Salah as well as the
Yeah,
next,
yeah,
man, you know what I mean? But sometimes, like,
yeah, yeah.
do too much, man. I think you got to give credit to the rest of the players as well, man.
Yeah, of course.
I don't think enough credit is being given to the
But
rest of the
I
players.
appreciate quality, and I appreciate 100% guys who give 100%. And for me, Salah does that. And I've always said there's two guys in the team or in the squad who, when they play with Salah, is when you see the best of Salah, and that's Trent Alexander and Darwin Núñez. When them two guys are on the pitch, you see a total different Salah, bro.
Mhm.
And that's like, you can see games where when it's Trent and it's Darwin on the pitch, Salah's playing much, much better.
Well,
Why?
Trent is to be expected, isn't it? Trent has been playing with him his entire
That's his guy.
career.
Yeah, that's his brother in the back.
Since he's come to the club, yeah.
Yeah,
But-
so, yeah.
But
Yeah,
it should.
Link up with Darwin, that's true,
Mm.
Jay. You do have a good link up on the pitch. Both are like fitting, well, when Darwin's fit and playing.
Oh wow.
When he's playing, actually, when Darwin's the choice, yeah, he does have a good link up and understanding with Mo, because Mo understands like his strong points, things like pace, and that. And, yeah, got a good link up.
For me, a player like Salah needs a guy who runs into spaces to open up places for him to run into. So when a guy's stationary as a number 9, it ain't really help Salah out as much as the guy who's actually opening space. And that's how I see that sort of the reason why Darwin and Salah played good together. Justin had a smile on his face when he saw Genie in the midfield. Yep, and Norman Taza says that we got him on the Monday after we lost it in the Madrid final for Vini. Top day. It's time to pop the blue bubble. Bang on, bro. We've got to beat Everton.
I hope the Corey plays.
Bro,
Bro, he will.
That
He will.
derby there, bro, is the perfect game to go into after the international break. Why? We're not playing at the weekend. Going in, come when we get back. It's the FA Cup, so we've got a few days off. So it will give us enough time to really focus on that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least he'll have a couple of days with them then, won't he? Like on the training pitch sort of thing. Say, right, this is what we're going to do against Everton in midweek.
And time to rest up as well for 2 days or something as well in between that. Dara, my point about having a DM was that not that we shouldn't have one. It was that there are other positions that we need to take care of first. I reckon the DM one is the main one, because for me, the way a DM plays in a team, when you've got a top one, you got like a Rodri, you're going to end up winning a lot of things. It's like the foundations of a building, like we were on about earlier, Dara, about Virgil and Alisson.
Okay, let me ask you a question, bro, to that. Yeah. Name me a team that didn't win, that's won everything without a DM.
Well, in the Premier League in the last 10 years of that, none.
Football in general, like.
I mean, Ante is the obvious example. Like, he was such a good DM. He won the fucking league last year. Pardon my French. It was such
Bang on,
So if you look at Chelsea that won the Premier League, if you look at Liverpool that won the Premier League, if you look at Man United that won the Premier League, Man City, Blackburn, I think these are the only teams in it that I'm mentioning. There's nothing outside that. So if you're looking at an Arsenal, name me any of those teams that didn't have a DM and won the Premier League and every other trophy.
Arsenal's was the one because they had two outrageously good DCMs as a partnership, and Vieira and Petit. Petit was like
They were DMs. They were DMs, though. Don't forget they were. Yeah.
Partnership. So jealous of that.
Yeah, Blackburn, Lee.
Got Tim Sherwood.
David Batty is a DM, right?
Yeah,
Bazemore DM. Yeah.
Chelsea.
Oh God, they've had a few, haven't they? Chelsea.
Makelele. They've had Essien. that have
Mhm.
had Kane, yeah,
Kante. So
Malakale, Essien, yeah.
Man City.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean Fernandinho, Fernando, um,
Yeah.
Rodri, Barry. Don't forget
Fernandinho,
Barry as well. So
wasn't he?
they had a few, and then you look at Man United: Roy Keane, Paul Ince, Carrick. I
Yeah.
mean, every team's had one.
I
Every
really
team.
didn't
So
insist.
there's no such thing. The DM is not important. Very important.
Yeah.
So there you go, guys. Every
Hey,
team's had one.
against
That's what I'm saying.
he had a bit of a grudge against Bergie for letting him go, didn't he? And
Mhm.
then he was our captain. And I was made up when we bought him. We needed him, and he helped as much as he could. We just didn't have a great side. But
Yeah.
to have
Yeah.
Reed left
You
play,
know, Lee, you made a great point about the Arsenal team. I think that was one of the best teams in the history of the Premier League with Petit
so
and
well
Vieira in the
balanced,
middle.
so
Yeah,
well.
I think it was underrated. If they kept that team together for a few more years, I think they would have won a European Cup. But they dismantled that, as I remember.
Yeah, Petit left, yeah. He even said he kind of regretted it.
Yeah, Joe
Yeah,
Bell,
yeah.
didn't he? They had
Oh, but I like Gilberto Vieira.
as a striker as well. They had Anelka as a striker, Overmars,
Bro.
Parla, and all that stuff. I mean, so they had a
Yeah,
good-
ooh, oh, Ray Pala.
yeah.
Ooh, oh, Ray Pala. Ooh, oh, Ray Pala. Yeah.
That's a good point, Lee. Great point, man. People forget how good that team could have been. It could have been a great team. They were
Yeah,
World Cup winners, isn't it? They were World Cup winners the year after, weren't they? So there you go.
Yeah, after they won the league. Yeah.
Don't forget that.
100%.
Yeah, you don't win things with Jamie Redknapp in your midfield. You know what I'm saying? Players like that, man. I'm
It's
sorry.
all right.
I mean, come on, man.
It's all right. Just got issues at the end, Jamie. Jamie Redknapp.
Sorry, man. Like, come on, man. You don't put those midfielders in. I mean, lotion boys in your midfield and expect them to be titles.
that flag. I shouldn't really say the other one because it's vulgar. It's not a swear word.
Mm.
That one was funny. Anyway, Ron Atkinson's big, long brown leather. It was Norman.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It was at Heysel in '85. So was the other one that said something about his girlfriend. It was a bit
Oh,
vulgar.
yeah,
But
big one.
like to me because I was 11 then, and so I've been reading them flags. The one that made me laugh at the time, my favourite one was Man United. This is the big cup because they just beat Everton in the FA Cup final in '85. And
Oh, yeah.
United, this is the big cup.
Those are the days. Right, I'll go through some of these and then we'll discuss. So, Norm's saying football was better then. You could tackle someone. Yeah, I think we all agree 100% with that. Beardsley was incredible for us. I think we all can see a yes for that. All of us can say about Beardsley. Yours through. Ray Houghton. Yeah. Very underrated. Yeah.
Early, in my opinion.
Exactly, Vozzy. Yeah, very clever player. You agree, Lee, about Ray Houghton? Very clever, underrated, very good player. Yeah, you want to read that one out, Lee?
Lee, we can't hear you.
Man United team naked and streaking level naked.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, Norm is really a man of the people, a man of the heart. Fair play. Uncle Rod, you done no bread. You must say, big up yourself, big up your chest, sir. Big up Uncle Rod's.
Big up, man. We had a great show this morning, man.
Yeah, big up. Yeah, I saw a bit of that. I was knackered, but yeah, big up Uncle Rod's, man. Go if you want to watch that. That's on the repeat on YouTube now, guys. You want to go watch that? Some good convo from Fuzzy and Uncle Rod's.
Mm-hmm. It's great discussion.
Oh, the piano man. Okay. All right. Uncle Rod's piano man.
Norm calls Uncle Rod's the piano man. Yeah.
Oh, fair enough, Fuzzy.
That's his nickname.
Fair enough. Moby and Johnson too. Norm. Yeah. Agreed, Dara. Cool. Dara, yes, mate.
What a player.
Yeah. For a man who had the belly, looks like he had all the pints, but he could play. He could ball.
Man, the guy can pass the ball. Let's put it that way, and can shoot from long range. Let's put it that way.
Exactly. Norm, Barbershop seen as the best. It's up there, not the best, but I hear what you're saying. Barbershop classic again.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go because I need to prepare for another stream with Mr. Egal. So I'm gonna go in his channel.
Oh, you with a goal, yeah?
Yeah, I'm gonna go on his channel. So
All right, send me the thing on the in the
Yeah.
WhatsApp group, and yeah, I need to watch this. I got.
come on, watch it, guys. Let me just put it that way. Yeah.
Well, Fuzzy's
Okay,
going to be with the troller, the clueless one,
The Liverpool hater. Yeah. All right, guys.
and Fuzzy's
take
going to
care.
cook him. All right,
Cheers.
Fuzzy, nice one.
Right.
That's a Fuzzy. Peace.
What am I here for? I need to get out. What the heck?
He ain't going, mate. He ain't going. Oh, he's good. He wanted to stay in. Hey, peace. Oh, all right, Lee. We'll just go through this. So, Uncle Rod's good to see you guys streaming. Big up yourself, Uncle Rods. Steve, you never walk alone. Let's go, champ. Let's go, champ. Let's go, champs.
That's
Big up yourself, Steve. Yeah. PSG to win the Champions League. Best team left in the Champions League. I'm not sure. I mean, what do you reckon, Lee? I mean, they'll be up there. I'm not sure if they'll win it, but they have got a chance. They've got a chance.
Yeah, I mean, you get to see them matched up with Real Madrid to see the two midfields against each other. I want to see how much midfield coach with them after the way they played against. I mean, as we said against us, it's not like we were destroyed or not, and we lost it on the finest of margins. And it wasn't even to fill a goal that they scored, was it? Like, you know, it would have done better with his tackle, couldn't he? And that's what put us on pens, very fine margins. But like I said, I am eager to see them up against Madrid now that they've been the team to knock us out. I'd want to see them up against Madrid, and see how that one goes off.
No, I agree, Lee. I think that'll be a great game, and let's see if that happens. That'll definitely be. I agree with you, Lee. All right. Steve says FSG made another lowball offer to buy the Boston Celtics, and the bid was unsuccessful. FSG love making low bid offers, especially when offering new contracts for our players. The usual top three. Well, Steve, all I'm going to say is all we can all say as a Liverpool fan base. We will see at the end of the season what's what, who's who, what's been offered, etc. We'll get more context, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, it's not looking great. Uncle Rod's, unless his name Egal. I mean, less be said about him, the better. Something I was thinking, Lily, what was the best partnership Virgil had? All right, Lee, I'll go first and then you answer this, Lee. Well, I'm going to be a bit biased, I can't lie, because Joey's my guy. And all partnerships was good, but I think VVD and Joey, that's in my humble opinion anyway. What about yourself, Lee? I
like the one with Matip. Matip's got a little bit less pace than Joe, but I just thought they complemented. Joe and Virgil went together well as a pair, but I think the Matip one I liked. With Virgil, my favourite one since Virgil's been here. I thought they complemented each other good.
Yeah, no, it really depends what you like, and it's who you prefer. But no, they're all good in their own way. Loved up. Dark. As a fan, I can't watch Celebrate Unsubbable. I hear what you're saying, Dustin. I would like him. He just, again, my thing is he doesn't have to. I'm not saying drop every game, but he needs to rest now and then. I don't think it's a harm. And subbed, yeah, I get it, Dustin. But again, people will say that it's working. So yeah, it is what it is with Mo. Because Steve says, Rumours City to be stripped of the trophies. If found guilty, 115 charges. That means we'll get 3 more titles. Now, again, if that's the case, it's not going to mean nothing to me, if I'm honest, because the time period is gone. So it just doesn't do anything. We're not going to just be weird to have a parade over what's gone, So, yeah. You didn't criticize Mo. Your question was valid, Fuzzy. Dara from earlier. Okay, Dara, some are more hyped. Okay. When players are on Ramadan, they should not start games. I don't know about that, Steve. I know it's obviously easier, but no, I think you're probably referring to Salah's performances. You probably think of Ramadan, but there's Benzema, there's Mahrez. There's players that have played through Ramadan and still been good. I mean, I don't think that should be the issue. But yeah, I mean, if you're saying not starting, yeah, you got a point. I mean, what do you reckon about Steve's comment there?
They're used to it, aren't they? They've been doing it all their lives, these players. So they know the requirements, like, and yeah, I don't think it has an effect myself. No,
Yeah.
not a noticeable one anyway. Like in the performance, not that I've seen.
Mhm. Nah, fair enough, Steve. Fair enough.
It's
Okay,
come up
Rob.
times, like, hasn't it? Mainly with Sally, yeah, because people have been going on about the Ballon d'Or and that, like, but you know, it's there, obviously loads of other players as well doing the same. And yeah, I think as a professional athlete, like, they'd be used to it now, wouldn't they? Like, been doing it, you know, as a handler, I'm sure.
No, 100% Lee. Okay, Robert says, Fozzie, I agree. I hope we can replace them well. Like when Continue left, not Suarez, that money was wasted. Let's see. Steve, without Salah goals and assists, we would be a mid-table side. I think you're being a little bit there, harsh, Steve. JK, what do you reckon to Steve's comment?
It just depends on if the other guys would have stepped up more. That's what happens in a team. You get relying on one guy. You're thinking, you know what, he's going to do the business. We'll chip in now and again. But if the main guy ain't there, one of the other guys, Gakpo was getting to that level for me before his injury. He's becoming one of them guys you could rely on. You know what I mean? Like Salah. You know what I'm saying? So a bit disappointed he missed the PSG and Newcastle game, bro, for me. Yeah, man.
It's a big loss, like, wasn't he?
Guy was on top form. Top form.
Like we said before, the adjustments under Slot, like, he's not asked to do as much defending, and he's had him further forward, or the further span forward sometimes, and it's worked, hasn't it? Do you know what I mean? It's worked this season. Tailoring his game a bit, like changing the requirements for him a little bit, like it's paid off. So when we say, oh, we've been too reliant on him, it's sort of been planned this way by Slot. He's looked at what he's got and he's thought, this is the way forward, like attacking wise for this season, for what I've got at my disposal. And just hopefully we'll have a centre forward next season in the middle, and we can have Mo on one flank and then whoever you please on the left.
No, 100%. I agree. Yeah, we're just in the limbo. It just all depends what the summer brings, who's staying, who's going, and that's the most annoying thing. We're in the midst of potentially, you know, completing this, and we've got all these question marks and issues. It really is not great. But yeah, I think we'll deal with it when it comes to it, I guess. Steve, Fozzie, we need the quality squad depth to win. Yeah. Trophies, that's fine. Some good debate from you guys in the chat. Some interesting points. Okay, so this is Robert to Steve. We paid about 100 million for Virgil and Mo. Trent was free. There was ways, but it won't be easy. And again for Robert about FSG replacements. Finishes a top 4 side. Yeah, I hear that. Goodness. Okay, that's for Steve as well. They're just debating. No further it. Okay. Again, though, some interesting debates with Steve and Robert. No excitement and ambitions when it comes to cheap, broke FSG. Especially the transfer market. We know Steve is, he really dislikes them, yeah. Oh, like Edison.
Yeah, but for me, there's a reason. There's a reason behind everything. And my reason is, like, for me, the way they view football is very gambling-like. It's not guaranteed success. It's a maybe. You understand what I mean? And when you've got a manager like Klopp who comes in and turns guys into world-class players in their positions, for me, that was the time where you have to go against your principles a bit and sort of think, you know what? Any businessman would say, I want my business to be the best business in the world. And for me to keep it there, I've got to keep the same standards up. And these guys didn't do that for me. But Klopp turned that £400 million investment into a £4-5 billion business.
He didn't appoint them. It was a good appointment. Like, it was them who appointed them.
It was a dream made in heaven, bro. They dreamed. Klopp was, for me, godsend for them guys. Without Klopp, it wouldn't have worked. I don't care because Pep Guardiola wants $250 million just for his
Done-
defense.
Guardiola would have done it without all his money because he couldn't have come in and done it. No way.
Yeah.
Checkbook manager and Klopp's never been there. He wasn't one of Dortmund, although Dortmund were a big team who did have a little bit of pulling power and money. They were always like, you know, so much in Munich shadow money because they're always losing the best players to Munich. Well, not always, but it happened a lot. Lewandowski, Hummels, you know. So, you know, he's not a checkbook manager, is he? Which is exactly what Guardiola is. He is the dictionary definition of a checkbook manager, as good as he is and as brilliant as he is and all this bollocks. Like, he is a checkbook manager. He has to be at the biggest club with the most money in whatever country.
Yeah, but Lee, do you reckon, like, you know, when you want to challenge yourself as a human, don't you reckon one day Pep thinks, you know what? I'd love to take charge of a team for 3 years. That's like a Bournemouth or even at Everton, for example, where they don't spend really big, like the big dogs do, and see how he gets on with them. Like, he just probably want to see how he does. I believe, bro, he's that good. He'll probably turn them into something special. Top 4 team, at least, my opinion. The guy is the guy on the training ground, bro. He's militant. He don't mess around, Guardiola. And Guardiola's a guy, he's willing to get rid of players who are good if they don't get on with him or whatever it is that's gone on between them, you know? He don't give a damn, this guy. Because Cancelo was, for me, the best fullback in the world in the time he was at City. All of a sudden, bro, he's getting loaned out to Barcelona and that. So, yeah, I think Pep would have done okay with a mediocre team. I think he would have made them better.
Yeah, I think Klopp might have had a chance of doing what Guardiola's done with Guardiola's resources, but asking Guardiola to do what Klopp did with Klopp's resources, that's a bit of a tougher proposition than the other way around, I think.
I'd love to see that though, bro. We have Pep for 5 years. They have Klopp for 5 years. City. Klopp has the money, and Pep don't really have that money. I wonder how they'll get on. That'd be like really interesting to see.
Well, Pep would have come in where Klopp came in for us and took over with that crummy squad that Rodgers left him after that bad season. I mean, Guardiola, there was no money, mate. I mean, he only was able to buy Alisson and Van Dijk by selling Coutinho. So, all right, Coutinho, Firmino, he would have had Origi, he would have had a few others, but wouldn't have had money to go out and buy defenders. We just wouldn't have, like, because we didn't have that. We had to we got Matip on a free. Lovren was already here. You know,
Blessed up 12 is in the chat. 12, bro, the link's there if you want to come on. It's up to you, bro, if you're cool to do so. Robert says, sometimes showing ambition can work again. You were in for Baleba last summer until we decided to go for Zubi. Signing is as much about luck sometimes. I even said this, Robert, that Baleba, I would have just... Imagine we had him in January, Baleba, yeah? And he played in that week against PSG and Newcastle. I think we would have won them games, maybe. We just needed a guy to do Gravenberch's position. It was as simple as that. That was the only... That and the number 9 position were the two most important positions in that game. Okay, Gakpo was injured, weren't going to start. Okay, you took Diaz there. No problem. But for me, the 9 and the Gravenberch position needed to be tinkered with. And imagine we got a January transfer window signing in and paid a bit too much for him, but who cares? But he'll do the job for us to win us the Champions League and the League Cup final. And that's as simple as that, bro. And I think these guys have taken it a long time not buying one guy in 4 transfer windows. Man City just spent 200 million in January. Steve says all signings are risky. Some work, some don't. That's football. Justin, you got to move with the times. No DMs to the two CMs. 5 thing. No striker, get a winger or inside forward. Yeah. True. Steve, FSG need to keep VVD, Trent, and Salah Kanate on new deals this summer. and had a quality left back, DM striker to the starting 11, and had a quality said squad depth, we win the quad. It's as simple as that when you recruit, really. All depends on the departures as well. See, it's going to be interesting what happens. Robert, that should be fun. Norman, if you win the league, I better see you in Cooper's league. We'll duet on the karaoke. What's going to be your song then, Lee? What's going to be your song, yours or Norm's?
I've got a few numbers in mind. Do you know what? I've never done karaoke.
Hey.
Even heard it done. I think I've been in a pub about twice when someone's doing. Oh no, I have heard people doing it more, but like, you know what I mean. It's not really my thing, karaoke. Don't mind.
I reckon
what.
you'd be good at it, though. I reckon you'd be good.
Yeah, it'd be good, mate. Yeah, you and Norm on the chorals in the whirl, spelling it out of your voice. Yeah, that'd be good, mate. Honestly, we will be there. We will be there for that, Lee. You, Norm, Bernadette, Tracy. Oh, that'd be a great sight.
Lee's thinking about what song he's going to pull out.
Yeah, bit of Tom Jones there. Ma, oh ma, Delilah.
I'll do the power.
Nolante, you're going as well, bro. What are you talking about? It's gonna be a triplet. You, Lee, and Norm.
I think for the one song.
Oh,
Oh no, I've got a terrible voice. Like I've never tried to sing. I do like when I'm on my own in the house and I've got music on, have a few beers or something. Like I sing along. My voice,
Sorry, Lee.
my voice is not for sharing. I'll say that much.
okay.
It will be on that day, Lee.
No record deals coming that way anytime soon.
Yeah.
But we'll see. But if Nolante and Norm together, you might sound good. Norman says, I worry about Kanate at times. He seems to go missing in his head at times. I'm not convinced he was Sate either.
Oh, he probably meant to say stay. Right, yeah.
Sate, I'm like, huh?
Even
Norman's trying to mess with us.
Japanese.
He's trying to mess with us, man. Stay with us. Yeah, bro, I think me, you, and 12 have had worried times with Kanate. I remember me and 12 had worried times last season. And I think this season he stepped up, and then boom, comes the injury. What happens? Slot rushes him back in. He can't find his feet for 3 games, and he's doing our head in. He's also captain France as well. Like the show's talking about captains, and Kanate is another guy who's been captain for France.
Yeah, came off the other night though.
Nolante, that's for you, bro.
All right, Steve, why are fools feeding into this ego? The guy knows as much as Fortiez, FSG, Lynch, Joyce, Reddy, Pierce, etc. etc. Fuke. Ugh. Big up, Steve. Yeah, Steve, I think me, JK, and Lee would talk about this. Unfortunately, Steve, is clickbait. It's it's these people with controversial views, you know, the ones that go, oh, and we've got a generation that feed into people like him. It's sad, but it's just the truth in terms of the podcasting game for football teams. But big up yourself, Steve, always.
At the end of the day, bro, it's pantomime. And like for me, like when you listen to Lee will tell you certain things about the club, certain games. Look, these guys are not going to give you that information. Nolante will tell you this happened in this happened this. Dara when he comes on 12th as well. Brian, like them sort of points they'll come out with. These guys are on a different sort of film set than say the rest of the guys are. You know, it's show business. It's show business. You know. For me, Steve, in that list you got there, FSG. For me, they ain't got no idea about football. But they know who to hire to do the job. That's one good thing they're at. One thing they're good at. Lynch, yeah, I think he sits in his car most of the time. Joyce, Reddy's at Man United's training ground or Old Trafford more than she's ever at Anfield. So
she's with Brian. You'll see her with the Irishman most days. That and Man United.
Oh, good. Okay. Pierce. God knows. And that's the world we live in. The media filled with people who will say the cliche sayings. You know, when you ever hear any interviews on TV, you don't really want to hear them cliche sayings, and all these type of guys will come out with that. So tell it as it is, you know. That's why the world's in a situation right now. Is the world's done, bro, and it's why because people are just talking about nonsense. They're not stating facts the way the world is. The water should be cleaner, this, that, and the other. Hence why the world is in the state it is. It's the same as football. Say Liverpool, the way the football clubs run, and the guys who report on it, the things they come out with, they don't really say the truths. Like, oh, FSG ain't spent for 4 windows. What's going on here? For example.
What they do, what they do.
And that's the way we're in. That's the world of football right now. People come out with certain comments just to get their names known and stuff. But yep, that's the social media world. Who is Agal? Is it Agal Ostenstad, the Norwegian that we tried to sign from Southampton in 1998? I don't think it is.
No, he's a content creator, Norm. He's a content creator. He's an Arsenal fan. So, nah, it's not him.
And Norman says, I think in my lifetime watching Virgil is the best defender I've seen. Not as good as a player as Hansen, but better at defending than Hansen. Hansen was incredibly talented on the ball. For me, my 2 favourite centre-backs for Liverpool.
Easy. Shout out to old Hippie as well. Gets their honourable memorandum. But yeah, those two, all quality. But yeah, that's fine. Oh, Lee, that's one from you from 12. Big up 12.
Yeah, I'm captain for the day. Yeah. I couldn't get out on camera and captain the side.
Oh dear, no bigging up 12. Yeah, I think 12 answered that. Yeah, I think he did answer that by saying, yeah, you have a stream later on, and obviously you guys all know about 12 man's channel. Lee, JK will be, Lee, JK will be on there later. So big up. So yeah, got some stuff for later on. So big up yourself, and yeah, 12 will be, the boys will be there after 7, as 12 said. All right, Steve. Roger said this about FSG. They run LFC like a business, not as a football club to win trophies. Winning trophies with minimum investment is a bonus to FSG. And you know what, Steve? I tend to agree. Unfortunately, they've had luck with manager. You know, obviously they've done great in finding Klopp, etc. And there's times, as I said, you know, where we could have pushed on, and they've just, for whatever reason, withheld the money. I don't know why. Stupidity, just for to have. I think, you know, for me, it's hard because again, I've said it on many times, 1 Premier League, 1 Champions League in 15 years for a club with Liverpool is not great. But yeah, you know what? You've got a point, Steve. Okay, so that's great. All right, from Ravi, big up, lads. For me, it's down to Edwards and Hughes and Slot's final say. If we miss out on players again, dead, what is the point of them being there? 3 seasons in a row, top players slipped through us. Facts, Ravi. I couldn't agree more with you, mate. I couldn't agree more with you. Okay. Oh, this one's for you, Lee. About Pep, your thing about Pep, about, you know, if he was manager. I think JK was mentioning it earlier.
Yeah, he has to have that money, doesn't he? Like, that's why he went to Bayern Munich, because he knew he'd be able to out rivals, and he knew he'd have a good shot at winning the Champions League.
Yeah.
With him coming to Man City, he thought there's somewhere I can go and, you know, build a side quickly with all that money. Yeah, build it quickly, didn't it? Didn't take him long. He had 1 season, didn't he, where he had to look at the league, and the following season they romped down, didn't he?
Yeah.
And that was all down to the money, just the amount of money he could spend to be able to attract his number 1 targets. I mean, I don't think, even when Klopp came in, the players he was able to get were never his actual number 1 targets, even the ones that worked out really his number one targets. But with Pep, it was like, yeah, I'll have him. He came in, didn't he?
No, agree, Lee. Spot on that. And luckily, the ones he didn't want Klopp became world-class beaters for us. But yeah. Ravi, if we buy another injury-prone player, what is the point of us then? Well, yeah, hopefully we don't do that, Ravi. That'd be silly. Okay, all right. That's one for JK. When he comes back. I'll just mention it and then I'll mention him when he comes back. If we sign Baleba, you're there. Okay. Oh, this is for you, JK, from Steve.
Yeah, bank. That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. That position is very important in the way football is played. You know, so for me, any guy who could run for 90 minutes against them two teams and get stuck in. That's what we missed in them two games, hence why the midfield took over in both games, bro. Joe Linton running around like he owned the town. You know what I mean? So there was no one there to stop him. Does that answer your question?
Ravi, we need to stop hanging around. Then other teams clean up. We've left over players no one really wanted. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess that's true, Ravi. One for you, Lee. In terms of the local fans.
Don't know. Maybe there'll be some, but we haven't found out anything yet that they're not staying. But where does it turn out that all three of them, or maybe two of them, weren't staying out of the three? Then maybe they'd be. Don't know if they'd be local though. If it'd be like it'd be a mixture of people, different fans from different parts of the country. Liverpool fans would get up and get together. I mean, Man United have had protests, but it wasn't over players staying or anything, was it? Like over contracts. It was just more over the general ownership of the Glazers. But we may see demonstrations against FSG in the future if they don't do what's right this summer and spend enough money to get the squad where Slot needs it. If they try and stinge us in the summer, then I think there will be some protests, and I'll probably bloody turn up to give it a local flavour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, this is Ravi. So I don't think Baleba is good enough. We need ready-to-go players who have pedigree, not players who could be good in 5 years. We haven't got time to waste. Look, Ravi, we hear what you're saying, but at the same time, just for an example, for just flip side of coin, Salah, Mane, when we first got them, they were not ready to go. We didn't know. There was still question marks over them, and look what they became for us. So, Baleba might take quicker. Some players, you know, they get into teams, so who knows? Who knows? But we hear what you're saying. Norman stay. Don't know what he's referring to there, but fair enough, Norm. Okay, are we all right? So this is for all of us. You lot worried about FSG offering low ball offers to Konate and he keeps turning him down? Konate to be sold this summer by FSG. First, Lee, what do you reckon about? Again, I know it's another player who's unfortunately under the spotlight in terms of the contract situation, which is already mentioned. I mean, what's your opinion about this whole thing? What Steve's saying about Konate's contract?
I'm trying not to get worried about it. I think he'll sort it out with him before his contract. He's got a year left, hasn't he? After this year, so it needs renewing pronto. I'm trying not to think about it and worry about it too much at present. Worry more about Virgil and Salah and Trent. They're uppermost in my mind. But yeah, they've got to get this deal done with Konate to get his future settled. There's the PSG link. Of course, PSG would probably be happy to have him. I mean, they've got good defenders anyway, but they'd probably be happy to have him. Depends what sort of fee we'd be looking for, isn't it, in the summer? Because they'd know that he was down to one season left and wouldn't have to break the bank necessarily to get him, maybe. I just hope we get it sorted. I hope they don't lowball him. I hope his expectations are reasonable, that they aren't too much his expectations, and that we get it sorted. Because him and Virgil's partnership's been good this season. Obviously, Hendrick's challenge was the thing that messed it up a bit, because the rhythm they got into was broken up there, and then when he come back, it took him a little while to get back to where he was. So yeah, I just hope you get it sorted out, yeah, and don't drop the ball on this one.
No, I agree, Lee. I agree, Lee. JK, what do you reckon?
Kanata gets injured too much for me. That's all I'll say, really. On his day, he can be a top player, bro. But then he has days where you're thinking, what's going on? You know? Consistency is key with that guy. And he don't have that. Virgil does. And I think by now, Kanata should be having more consistency in his game. Was he rushed back from his injury just now? I think he was. So, injuries, he gets injured quite a lot. Him and Jota. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that will make a difference on the contract offered, how much money, if we're willing to let him go. For me, top player, but gets injured too much and goes missing sometimes. He got taken to the cleaners in the first leg of that game against Tottenham. Remember? They scored 1-0. Solanke took him to the cleaners, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Kanata's got that in him sometimes. Hence why, for me, concentration levels for him go missing sometimes. But when he concentrates, bro, he's a top little player, bro. And I tell you that, I've seen games where he's been man of the match. He just played solid, concentrated, got the job done. And that's the centre-back's job, bro. Same as the number 9. His job is get the ball, score, ciao, get the job done. And for me, centre-backs is the same. Get the ball to get the job done, clear the ball, tackle, do whatever it takes to get there. But for me, Kanata's minus point is his injuries.
This has been his best season injury-wise, hasn't it? Because that's what stopped him before. And I remember going back to the summer before we kicked the ball under Slot, and I said that I hope the change in manager will bring a little bit of a change in style that might give him a chance of not picking up as many, because last season when we were playing the inverted, there was a lot of pressure. There was a lot of weight on him to carry when we were playing the inverted. He had to get across and cover lots more ground, and he's got injured, didn't he? Just getting muscle strains and that, like muscle tears, muscle strains. So this season's been what I hoped in the summer. That's what I hoped would happen, that the change in the way we play will be beneficial to him, and it looks like it has been. Without Hendrick's tackle, he's have a near perfect fitness record this season, and that was a really unfortunate thing, you know what I mean? It was really unfortunate the way that injury happened with Hendrick, and it was the last thing of the game, wasn't it, in Madrid? Yeah. But yeah, I'm a big fan, but my patience did snap last season with his fitness. Like, I was starting to think, should we move him on? And I don't mind admitting that, like, as much as I like him, I said that last season. I said, look, I'm a fan of his, like, but is he ever going to be fit? This season he has been, and it's paid off, because he's going to there's no one better to learn from than Virgil, and he'll hopefully get more consistent with the extra years. Like, he's coming into his sort of his late 20s now, because once you're 26, late 20s, aren't you? And that's like peak time for a centre back, isn't it? That in the early 30s. But hopefully the consistency will come with partner and Virgil, and being fit more often. We'll get a more consistent Ibu that doesn't have as many brain farts. Like, and that foul on Uarchu for Southampton. Remember when we went away to Southampton? And he didn't have much, but like he was causing a little bit of trouble on Uarchu, but there was no need to go over and nail him, was there?
Yeah.
That was like a little microcosm of when he can have these brain farts. He just went over and flattened on a Archie, and you're like, why? But hopefully he'll iron those bits out of his game, because like he is still a relatively young defender. Maybe not young in years, but like he's only been he's been here with us like this is his 4th season now. Before that he had, I don't know, 2 seasons did he at Leipzig. He's still he's experienced, but like he's got a long time to go as a centre back, considering that he's experienced.
Not only
you can see top. You can see there's like, you know, higher ceiling with him that he could reach if he can just learn the right habits from Virgil. Sort of thing with his consistency and his, I don't know, you can't help but learn off Virgil. Surely playing next to Virgil makes anyone a better player.
You know what I mean, bro?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but also though, bro, you gotta understand that these centre backs want to be leaders as well one day at the back. If you understand my point, they've got it in them. Like for me, if you're playing with someone like Virgil, you can't moan with that. You know what I mean? You're not the number 1 centre back. You're the number 2. And then what happens with inside? You want to be the number 1 one day to be leading the back. You know what I mean? I think players have that in them. So Konate should be just keep fit, study from Virgil, and when Virgil goes, he's that guy. And do you reckon he's good enough to do that? That's the question. I think he is. I think he gets in there, he gets stuck in, and he's definitely better with the ball now. He'll take people on. He'll do passes, long balls. He's got that into his game this season. I've seen that, him and Kwanzaa. That's one thing I've seen, both of them guys.
Yeah, he's more comfortable with some of his longer passing this season, hasn't he?
Yep. Yeah.
Developing. It's always the same with centre backs. You know, it's the same with a player in any position, I suppose. They improve with age, like, but you can see he has all the raw materials. Everyone knew he has all the raw materials, not just his physical strength and his speed, but he's got good reading of situations as well. Like when he's on his game, he understands, you know, how to read the game and that. And it's been shown by the way he's played for France so often, because he's getting the nod over Saliba, to the inestimable chagrin of Arsenal fans. I did find that funny. When we had our bad season and Arsenal finished 2nd, and they were all saying Saliba's better than Van Dijk now, he's better than him. And then it came to the World Cup, like, and Saliba couldn't even get in the France team because Ibu was in it ahead of him. But I like Saliba a lot. Like, he's a very good player, an excellent player. But yeah, he's valued by France as well as us, like, isn't he? Yeah. Because they're such a great team and they've got a lot to choose from. It turns out they've got so many to choose from. But it was after the Paris game, wasn't it? Like against Madrid, then he started playing for France all the time because he played. He was in France, like, and he was there. He was part of the team. He started getting played for the national side, and more often anyway, like, because he'd already been capped. But yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good that he's getting the international recognition as well. Yeah, he just needs to relax a bit more in certain situations. Sometimes he blunders in, doesn't he? Like a little bit too strong. Like, and I mean, I've seen forwards trying to win things off him this season dishonestly because they know he'll sometimes come in and make a challenge. But we've been quite fortunate on VAR that they've looked at it and went, "No, not enough there." But he's got to learn from Virgil in that respect, you know, not to go in too soon sometimes, like to, you know, because he's got loads of pace. You know what I mean? He can catch up with anybody, like even when he's behind a forward or whatever, he can easily catch them over, you know, whatever, 20 yards or something. Like, he's got all the pace, like, hasn't he? It's just that the timing and all that he can learn from Virgil a little bit as he goes on, I think, hopefully, and that'll make him our number 1 centre back when Virgil's finished. You know, fingers crossed.
No, it's true. Agree. Yeah, no, I agree. No, I agree. Lee. It's going to be interesting times for Kanate. But yeah, we'll go through some of these chats and then we'll just mention one thing before we wrap up. Anyway, that's fine. All right, so this is for me. Uncle Rhodes told me, listen, Steve, go for banter fun only. Told him to watch the other United, Arsenal, etc. For real jokes, depends what you want, Steve. Some of these podcasters, the ones that I disagree with, even with our own fan base, I tend not to watch them because I'm just giving them airtime and they get me agitated. I've addressed two of them. I think who was the one, Don Hussein and Mons, certain stuff I didn't like, and I called them out, and that was it. So yeah, all depends, Steve. All depends. One for you, JK.
JK, that was brilliant. Lynch is sitting in his car most of the time. They won't allow him into the AXA because he talks crap. Oh, like, why don't he ask them questions? What's going on? Like, how come you've only bought one Chiesa in 4 transfer windows? Like, that's the sort of information I need, you know? And what's happening with the contracts? Like, I want these guys to ask them sort of questions. Like, with the contracts, for me, the season's nearly done now. And it's now they should be asking about the contracts, not 6 months ago when everyone was sticking a mic in front of Salah. You know what I mean?
I like that you mentioned the Herbie films when you were talking about Lynch in his car before, Norm. They were great from childhood. Like, that's a good nostalgic one to remember, the Herbie films, because like the 2 headlights were like his eyes. It was like a car that was alive.
The VW, yeah.
Yeah, little VW eyes, like, and that. Yeah, help the owner out, like Herbie.
Herbie, what a name.
Herbie the Beetle. Oh dear.
It goes to Monte Carlo.
Yes, 12th man. Don't worry about that. It's not. Yeah, exactly. Don't worry. That will never happen. Believe me. Over our dead bodies. There you go. 12th man. Robert responding to that. Steve, Ego knows as much as 40 years. AFT, etc. All Panda fans. Hey, Steve. Yeah, exactly. And JK's put the link for 12th man. There'll be a show later on. Should be after 7. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Go subscribe. Like I said, the boys will be on there tonight with tonight's review show. We've got some big things lined up on the 12th, so jump on there. Norm continuing for you, JK. Do you reckon Lynch sleeps in it? I think it's meant to be sleeps in his car with a binoculars, JK. And here we have the lesser spotted Jude Bellingham. Is he signing?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Lynch like David Attenborough with his binoculars, and here we have up in the distance the lesser spotted.
And there's JK's put the link. So the Irishman. So Brian, big up Brian wherever he is. Go and subscribe to that. He has shows now and then. He's very spontaneous, but yeah, just to keep a look on the Irishman. So big up him. Obviously, JK responded to Norm's, binoculars and David. Norm again. He's got the scoop early on Lynch going around the AXA in circles. Herbie music theme tune. Oh boy, Norm's got it in for old Lynchy boy. I don't think he'll be coming around little boy anytime soon, or they'll be fobbing him off. Oh god!
He's saying his car. He asked Anfield if I'm allowed in, can I bring my car with me? On the corner flag, bro.
Yeah. Okay, this is from Steve to the panel. Summer window ain't open, and Chelsea have spent just over 60 mil plus on 2 players in the last few weeks. I mean, but again, that's Chelsea, really. Chelsea are just doing these silly 7-year, 9-year contracts. Are a lot of them going to be in Chelsea in 2 years' time? I doubt it, the way they're going. So, yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. We shouldn't be worried about that, if I'm honest, for now.
You know what, bro, as well? It's like when you the amount of love we have for Liverpool Football Club, us fans.
Yeah.
I think 8 out of 10 Liverpool fans wouldn't want to be a Chelsea financially in that way, where they spent 1.2 billion or whatever it is.
Yeah.
We like our club being well run in that way, where imagine one day Chelsea think, you know what, we've lost so much money, we've got to sell everyone, and we're going to end up getting loan players in from other clubs just so we can get 11 out there. You don't know what the future holds for these clubs, bro. They could go bankrupt. We don't know. So for me, the owners look after Liverpool in the right way, that way. They get the advertisement in, all that schnick schnack. But for me, the number one thing, what us fans really want, are guys coming into the team who are going to do a job for us, like that week against PSG and Newcastle, to win us things. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, agree. What do you reckon, Lee, to that?
About Chelsea having to have a fire sale.
Yeah, because they just spent 60 mil on 2 players in the just in the last few weeks. So they bought the guy Quendia. I think I'll pronounce his name wrong. He's highly rated. I think he's Ruben Amorim. They bought him, and they bought a Brazilian as well. The young, both young, you know. So for next season.
Okay.
It's like when you make soup, the more ingredients you add, the worse it gets.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's
Like
it.
the way Paisley and Shankly used to do, they used to buy 2 ingredients every summer and put them in. You know what I mean? Simple as that. It was nice.
Get me. Mix it up.
Thing with Chelsea, a lot of the time they make too many changes all at once, don't they? In their side, like they don't do it gradually, like you should do. Like Tom, like a whirlwind when he came in, wasn't he? Like getting rid of Tuchel and bringing Potter in, like he couldn't wait to do that. Like the moment he arrived, and it backfired on him, didn't it? And then all the time, when you add so many different managers in a short space of time, you're going to have a lot of signings that were bought by somebody else. Does the next guy want them? It's just not a good way to go about your business. Generally, is it sacking the manager at the far end? It worked for them when they were mega rich under Abramovich, but they're not anymore. They're not that club anymore. There's others with, you know,
I think
more money, like for the start, and
I think what it is, Lee, with Abramovich, yes, I think you're saying the money, but I just think that Chelsea were lucky they had the core players at the club, the Drogbas, the Terrys, Lampard, Essien, so they had the core, so they were able to get away with winning the league here or there, or a European competition, because they had the core players, and they got the money at the time to buy quality around them, so they get away with it to a certain extent. But like you said, Lee, everything happens for a reason, and they've been just downhill since they've come in, really. Tuchel helped them 1 season and that was it, really. They've just been downhill, but we don't care. Long may it continue at Chelsea. Long may it continue. So big up, so JK, that's JK's channel. I want you to all avoid the channel. Do not go on that channel. Ignore that channel. Please avoid that for more reasons. No, no, only joking. So go big up, JK.
He's off the lineup for my first show. Lee, you're welcome, bro, for the first show on that channel. No, your name's written off.
The last time they were doing JK, guys, but on serious note, go subscribe. JK's got his show coming out hopefully this time summer soon. So I think JK, you can correct me if I'm wrong. You're going to be doing a bit of everything in terms of topics, aren't you?
Yeah, for me, like the world, like football is the number one topic. Liverpool, and we can talk about music, films, whatever. But for me, football, Liverpool is the main thing.
Sure. So look out for that, guys. Please look out for that. Norm, I think there's an acceptance from fans that Trent will go. If the other 2 go, I feel FSG will feel pressure from fans. Oh yeah, I think we've all discussed it. I think it's the everyday thing. I think I'll say for the boys, I mean, we know if they all go, then they're going to be head top. They're going to be people losing their mind, and it'll be very, very incompetent, and it'll be very, very disgusting. I don't know what disgusting is not the word. I can't remember the word I'm looking, but it'd just be horrible. But we'll wait. We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. Steve says these young players fit FSG buying policy. Buy young with high resale value. Hudson, Hato, Larson, Gittins, Rig. Yildiz, Ekete, Shirky, all quality players would like at the club this summer. Yes and no. I don't think all of them they would want. There's one or two there, but it all really depends, Steve. Again. Okay, JK, as it's addressed to you, so he's replying to you. You can read this one.
Yep, I agree with you. Konate was brought back to the team and fit and not injury free, and he played poorly. This season he has been his best, less injury prone. Yeah, less injury prone, but still getting injured. And like for me, I don't know why Slot kept on playing him. Okay, you want to bring him back into the team and stuff. You've got to give him game time. But for me, every time he came on, he couldn't find his feet.
It's fair enough. It's fair enough, JK. I agree. Norm says, Slot says he does not deal with contracts or signings, so it's unfair on him answering questions, and maybe Hughes should be there to answer them then. But what I will say is, and I'm sorry, Norm, is that in signings he does, because they're part of a transfer committee. So any player that we're gonna buy, he has to have the final say. It's the head coach. He might not rate them, but he could say yes due to necessarily Hughes or whoever said, you know what, I really think you should get this player. We've seen in the past, Klopp, he didn't want Salah and Mane were never his first choices. But he's convinced by other players, other committee members say, you know what, and he said, all right, let's give it a try, and there you go. So, but yeah, Hughes, I agree. No one's gone back to our old friend, boys. Mr. Lynch tried putting petrol in his car. His wife forgot to tell him it's all electric. Oh, he's stalled. Alex, big up yourself. Yeah, hope you're cool. We hope you're good, Alex. Okay, we'll answer this. Thoughts on trying Salah in the 9? The strikers have been poor, and we can add Chiesa on the right wing. I'll let you guys answer this firstly. What's your thoughts on Alex's comment?
I'd be more inclined to want to see Chiesa tried as the 9 with Salah remaining on the right. If the two of them were in the same side, I think Chiesa could do that. I think he'd be better at it than Mo. I don't think it's Mo's thing being central, is it? I think he's where he's best is the right wing, coming in off the right. But I think Chiesa could definitely play in the middle if he was still here and we asked him to, and he was fit enough. Yeah, sure he could. Wouldn't mind seeing that from our point of view, but I just don't know if he's going to be here next season, so we'll see them in the same side. But you're right, yeah, having somebody in the 9 because the strikers have been poor. Well, not so much poor, they just haven't done it like we wanted them to. And we've had Diaz in there, haven't we? Gakpo last season was playing in the 9, wasn't he? I think Mo's thing though is to play on the right, isn't he? Coming in on his left foot, that's where he's most dangerous. That suits him. I mean, we tried him centrally under Klopp, but I was never convinced by it. Seeing Mo centrally, I never actually liked it. I always preferred him to be on the right, personally, with Mo.
Fair enough. No, yeah, could be worth a try, Lee. JK, what do you reckon on Alexander's thoughts?
Like for me, that could have been done in the Newcastle final. Something like that, mess with the heads of the opposition, That would have really done the head in. It would have been the perfect game to try that.
Fair enough, JK. Straight to the point. For me, I don't like selling the 9. I know before we done it at Klopp, but sometimes we changed it. Again, maybe I don't know. I'm not sure. But yeah, or Chiesa the other way around. But yeah, but we know. I mean, it'd be nice to try once we mathematically win the title to try that, because we can experiment a bit with certain things. But we'll see. We'll see. Alexandra, big up. No, yeah, JK's put the link there, so there you go. Yes, Jen. Yeah, no problem, Norm. No, all good, all good. There you go,
Nice one for
JK.
that, Norman.
Yes,
No,
big up, Norm. Yep. It's very, Norm says, it's very odd, really, that we are 12 points clear, and yet there are so many questions to be answered this summer. It is, Norm. It's kind of a weird thing because of I think, because of the whole situation of the Champions League and the Cup final, which I understand is the fade us. And I think valid questions are to be asked. And the contract situation is just annoying that it's taken off the shine, which should be a great season, a very good season, by going to the promised land, But this is what it is, and this is football. So I'm just, for me personally, I'm just getting a bit tired, and we'll see what happens now, because I'm just, and we'll bounce back against Everton. So, yeah, JK giving you the thanks, Norm. Ketier, and he's very much like Isaac, and I do not think either suits us. I'll answer this before the boys will go on. Ketier, I don't rate him personally. I know he's not having a good season at Frankfurt, but I just don't rate him for me personally. He was signed at PSG and it didn't work out, just game time, etc., etc. It's good, but not for us. In terms of Isak, I think he'll fit for us, Norm, but I think he's good enough to play in us, and I think he'll give us another dimension. But fair enough, Norm. Who would you like to see, Norm? Let us know briefly, anyway. Yeah, guys. JK, what do you reckon about Norm's comment?
I agree with you what you said, bro. I've seen him a few times. He's okay.
Cool. What about yourself, Lee?
Yeah, it's where he's at in his career. He's significantly younger, isn't he? Like a TK, than the other forwards that we're talking about. But that doesn't mean to say he couldn't come here and succeed straight away. I don't know, it could happen. Again, I haven't seen a lot of him. TK, I've just seen little snatches here and there, but he's been talked up a lot lately. He's a cheaper signing, isn't he? Or he would be potentially a cheaper signing than some of the others. Obviously, Isaac's there, but I mean, Cunha, he'd be cheaper than Cunha probably as well. I really like Cunha. Cunha's the one I really like. I mean, I like Isak more, but Isak's just so expensive. Cunha's the one I'm looking at really as being the most realistic price-wise for us as a replacement for Darwin. And then we see what happens with Jota. I actually seen an article yesterday on my phone where it mooted the idea of Jota going back to Wolves as part of a swap for Cunha. But would Wolves want to take Jota back with his injury record? I think they prefer to get all the cash for Cunha. They'd want it all in cash for Cunha rather than bring him back an ex-player. But, I mean, they know he's a good forward from when he was there before. He's still highly rated. The Wolves manager will know how good he is. But whether that's happened, I don't know. It's just a story I saw on my phone. Where it came from, I don't know. Can't remember the journalist or anything, but that's what it was saying. Talking about the possibility of Jota returning to Wolves as part of a player plus cash for Cunha, which would be okay. Be okay for me, that, if we did do that. I have thought of, with Jota, I've come to the end of my tether with his fitness thing now. If it hasn't happened, it's just not going to happen with us. He's always going to be injured. That's the way it is. I mean, it might be me words next season. He might start next season here and play the majority of the league games and not have a 6 to 10 months, week spell out on the sidelines again. But everything points to the fact that he probably will. So I think it is time we cash in our chips with Jota if we can, and replace him, because we've got to have players that are fit. It's just no good having players that aren't fit, and Jota has just not been fit enough since day one, since season one. He's picked up too many injuries.
No, fair enough, Lee.
Yeah, I could see what I'm saying is like he's just a little bit left. He's a little bit. Others are further on in the career path, like and their experience and that, like aren't they? As in Cunha and Isaac and maybe not Joe Pedro, but yeah, he could be a good signing from Frankfurt. I don't know. Depends how much he'd be. Depends how much they'd want for him.
No, fair enough, Lee. Right, I'm just going to bring up, which I should have done earlier, but because we're in the flow of the conversation, one starred chat from Trudon earlier. I don't know if he's still in the chat, but big yourself up, Trudon. I'm going to bring this up to the guys. We're going to answer it. Then I'll go through the last comments, and then we're going to wrap up for the day anyway. So his comment here, which will start, would you rather we won the quadruple or do the Centurion unbeaten double in 2019? What's your thoughts on these guys?
I think it's up to quadruple.
Same as.
Yeah, I'd go for the first option there.
Same as Nante.
Yeah, I think you guys are right. Yeah, I'll be the same because I don't think anyone in our lifetime would do it. If we were to do that, I mean, never say never, but I don't think anyone in our lifetime will complete what we've done, and we can have it over all our rivals for the rest of our lives. So yeah, that's good. All right, I'll just read his last comments and then we'll wrap up the show. So I like João Pedro. I think he would do well, as Norm says. He does not score prolifically, but he seems as a play for us. Not for me. But what you guys, João Pedro, yay or nay?
I'm undecided with him. I think he's a good player, but could be better.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he how much of a guarantee he'd be to be a success here. João Pedro, whereas with Cunha, I'd be more optimistic of him being a success here. Cunha definitely. I mean, I like João Pedro. He's useful, and that we've seen that like pretty much from the moment he arrived. Like he started scoring goals, but I think Cunha would fit the bill a little bit better. I'd be happier if we bought him last week. João Pedro, we just don't know.
No, fair enough. That's true. Okay, Alex says, the guy placing down to be proven and not another project. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I think we want that because we want to be doing what we were doing in the 70s, 80s, 99, but yeah, winning stuff. So yeah, I agree. Normal says, I do feel any business we do will be Brighton, Bournemouth, Southampton related because Hughes has been consistently at their games. We hope not. Yeah, you could get one or two from them, but yeah, I think we could all say we hope not. But we'll see. Great show. Now, pick up yourself, Norm. Now, listen, Norm, we're knowledgeable. You're just as well, mate, because we're here to debate. And
we should get Norman on one day.
Yeah.
Him, Dara, everyone.
Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. I agree, JK. Top bloke, Norm. Big up yourself. The last one from Alex Andra. With Jota, he was getting worse every season. I would sell his value and significantly, his value will significantly drop next season. Yeah, fair enough. All right, guys, we're just going to wrap up the show now for today. Big up everyone in the chat. Thank you so much for coming on and support. And look, we're one of the realists out there. I'm not going to boost egos. You know what I mean? JK, Lee, you got 12, the Irishman, Fozzy, one of the realists, but appreciate being with us. 12th man has got a show tonight, guys. So go jump on that. Yeah.
That's the link for the show. Yeah.
Oh, wicked. Okay. As JK's put the link. Yeah. That's it. So go and support the guys. All right, guys. Anything you want to say, Lee, before we shut down?
Just thanks to everyone in the chat. Go fun. See you all soon. Might see you later on 12th channel.
Sorted. Likewise, bro. Bless up the chat. Like we've been going for 4 hours, bro. Top Football Chat, and bless up the chat as well, as always. And Lee as well coming on. Nalan to yourself and bless up.
Nice. And just before we go, guys, I'll just leave it as this. This is what we think of Arsenal and Man United.
Oh, my chest! I can't breathe.
All right, guys, we're gonna end the stream. Big up yourselves. Stay safe, stay blessed, and we'll hit you with another show. Big up, Alex. And with the next show, me and JK and Lee discuss. We'll do a call in the next show. So please, the next show, come on the show and give us your thoughts. We'll keep quiet. We'll let you guys say what you think. So please, we'll do the call in next. So big up yourselves, and we'll see you later on. Peace out.